With everything done, Shiro returned back to Sill's body inside the container. He easily pulled himself out, noticing his well-developed muscles. Oh yeah, that's right, this isn't my body. I always thought he was more scrawny like me, but boy was I wrong. Shiro then tensed up Sill's muscles and pressed on his hard abs. His finger was practically hitting a solid wall, showing he was in top-tip shape. It's so much different than when I used the ability in my own body. I don't even feel tired after having to search for Oscar. How can one person have so much power? After experiencing it for himself, he was starting to understand how the Blade family had been able to secretly rule over the Big Four in the past. The things they could do with all those different abilities and the fact that their powers could multiply meant that they would be scary enemies. There is still that Hilston guy everyone is worried about out there. If Sill is already this strong, does that mean he is even stronger? Shiro gulped as the thought crossed his mind. The Blade family leader would not only have had decades more time to gather multiple powerful abilities, but also that extra time to have experience with them. When Shiro went down, he was expecting for everyone to start yelling at him and to get told off. But it appeared that Sill had already made everyone aware of what they were attempting to do. When Quinn walked up and held out his hand, he squinted, almost flinching. "Are you okay?" was the first question that came out of Quinn's mouth. It wasn't a telling off like he had expected, and Shiro nodded in response. "Wow, that's kinda cool that you can make people swap bodies, and they can use the ability in that body?" Vex questioned. "Does that mean I can see what it's like to be a girl for one day?" Now his imagination was running wild. "Does the ability work on vampires? Maybe it's like Sill's?" Logan theorized. Despite everyone's comments, Quinn was just happy that there weren't any problems between the process. In all honesty, he had been afraid that something might have happened to Shiro and Sill when trying to do something like this, which was why he had only made him run the tests on wild beasts, rather than humans. However, it was inevitable that at some point Shiro would have had to attempt to do this, and for someone to do it with their own mind, Quinn couldn't imagine how scary that would have been. "You should have said something instead of running off," Quinn berated Shiro. "You were lucky that it worked out, but what would you have done if something went wrong? If something happened to you, then it would have been my fault for getting you dragged into this whole mess in the first place. Promise me that next time you try something like that, you do it under supervision." Shiro understood his concern, but didn't really know what to say. He understood that just seeing Samantha in that state and wanting to help her wasn't a good enough excuse. Fortunately, she didn't seem to be with the others either. In the end, Shiro just nodded weakly. "What's done is done, but we need to make sure we don't have to take these huge types of risks in the future. So did you get any results?" Quinn asked the question that was on everyone's mind. The conversation between the others in the background died down after this as they were listening in carefully. I connected to him," Shiro answered, which sounded like good news, but Quinn could tell by the sound of Shiro's heartbeat that something was up. If Shiro could have connected to him, then why was there still no active signs on the monitoring equipment? He said, "He wanted to speak to you, Quinn. I think it might be for the best. Right now I can use my ability to touch both of you at the same time, and pass you on along with me so you can have a conversation." He said that was his last request. At first Quinn thought that it was quite a risky thing to do. Shiro hadn't figured out everything about his ability yet, since he hadn't been using it for too long, but he did have Sill's powers at the moment, granting him access to far more MC cells than he could imagine. But what confined him was the fact that Shiro had stated it was his last request. Why would he say that? Unless it was because of this. Quinn nodded. His last request wasn't to talk to his daughter or anyone else, but to Quinn. The two of them hardly knew each other. The others knew that once Quinn had made up his mind, he would go through with it, so they sat back and just waited. At this time, arriving into the room were Bonnie and Void. From the sound of the alarm they had known that something would be up, but instead of an attack, all they could see now was Quinn and Sill entering the glass container, with the younger boy floating in the middle of the container, touching both of them. While activating the ability on Quinn, something else could be felt by Shiro for a second, but choosing to ignore this, he continued with his task. Having done it once, it was easier than before, and with Sill's power supply it really felt like it was no trouble at all bringing along Quinn as well. In barely any time they reached the white space, and Oscar was seen smiling as he looked at Quinn. "Young boy, thank you for fulfilling my last request," Oscar said before turning to Quinn. "Last request? Do you really not plan to come back?" Quinn asked Oscar. "Even if we can save you? Even if the people out there need you after everything you have already done? Don't you want to watch the end of this all? You could be there when we get over that last hurdle." The tone of Quinn's voice was surprisingly aggressive. Shiro hadn't expected him to be like this, so what was the reason? "Quinn, I have done my duty ever since the first war. I'm not the first one to fall in battle, nor do I have grand hopes that I will be the last one. You can't even imagine how many of my friends, peers and subordinates I have outlived ever since. I have done everything I could to grow stronger to save even one more person. Every time I have fought, I have done so with my life on the line, knowing the risk and the consequences, and I ended up like so. I'm just glad that my sacrifice at the end could save my daughter as well. For me, my time is over. My fight is finished, even if that means I don't get to see the end of it. I hope that my will, and what has happened to me, will encourage others just like you to pick up my mantle and continue the fight. I know why you're upset. I looked into your past, Quinn. As a person who has grown up with no ability, your life must have been tough in the world we currently live in. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point you would have blamed me. As the Supreme Commander, I must have appeared as the living embodiment of how the world had turned out. But the truth of the matter is that the people decided it to be this way. With the war against the Dalki upon us, the strong stood out, the weak relied on us, and some people decided to take advantage of that. As a single person, I was unable to change what everyone wanted and expected, so I did my best to contain the strong, so the war between ourselves wouldn't break out when it mattered most. But we all know how that went when True Dream disappeared. That was the moment I realized I needed to change things to make up for what I have failed to do beforehand. But then, like a shooting star, I could already see the younger generation attempting to fix the problem I was responsible for creating. And I am glad you all did a far better job than I ever could. Oscar looked deep into Quinn's eyes, as one of these new people he was referring to was him. "This is my answer, Quinn. I do not wish to be saved," Oscar explained. Having been around many different types of people, Quinn could tell that at this moment, Oscar had steeled his resolve. Much like himself, he was stubborn, and it looked like he had made this decision since long ago. At the same time, Quinn now was struggling with what he was trying to fight. The person at the top wasn't Oscar. Wasn't he meant to be some type of evil controlling villain that was forcing the weak ability users to live through hell, only caring about the strong? Yet it just didn't feel that way. The end of his goal was this. "Quinn, I wanted to speak to you, because you are one of the people that everyone will have to rely on in the future. As such, I wanted to inform you of a few things. Given your special position, I have naturally looked into your past, trying to find out who you really were, but I have come to the conclusion that even I was unable to unearth anything. For example, the apartment, school fees, and your allowance you received when you were younger were all actually provided to you by an anonymous donor. I only later found that some of my people had been told to tell you that we were the ones providing you this service, but that's not the case at all. Ever since you were young, someone has been looking out for you. It is said that you have no living relatives, so why would someone go that far? But I recently learned that there is one." "Richard Eno," Quinn mumbled. Was it really him? Did that also mean that the military weren't the ones that complied with his family wishes and had given him the system book? Did Richard actually have it all along? Had Richard been watching him since he was young, a child even? Then what about his parents? If he was watching them, why didn't he protect them and give the book to one of them during the First War? Thinking about this, Quinn thought about the quest he had received, to learn more about the Talon family. "Do you have any more information?" Quinn asked. "I tried to search for what was relevant, but as someone who didn't really leave behind a strong impression until after military schools, there was not much I could find. I am sure that Samantha must be struggling at the moment, but I know she will come out stronger from this. Take this as a selfish request of a father, but try to help her cope with this until she gets better. Perhaps you can ask her to help you retrace your past for you afterward. I also have to burden you to explain to her that my wish is to say goodbye to this place. The longer she tries to stay attached to this form of me, the harder it will be for her to pull away, which only delays my peace. Oscar requested. Shiro now knew this was the real end of Oscar. Not even Quinn would be able to convince someone like that to come back to them all. These were the final words of the war hero, and Shiro was there to listen to them, even though he felt like he was unworthy of it all. Goodbye, Oscar. You can rest now, you did what you could, and I will try to do the same. Quinn said as he offered the man one last handshake. Both looked each other in the eye, Oscar with the kind smile of a senior and Quinn with the bitter smile of someone who wasn't ready to let go of the hand. Alas, eventually Shiro reminded Quinn that using his ability took a toll on his body, even though they both knew that shouldn't be the case since he was currently in Sill's body. Still, Quinn let go and both of them left the white space. When Shiro made the disconnect, they found themselves in the liquid again and raised themselves out of it. Both of their faces were filled with thoughts, and even though the others were dying of curiosity to know what happened, they let them be until they talked on their own. However, Shiro was left wondering one more thing as he looked at his hand and looked at Quinn's back. I'm sure of it after seeing inside of Sill. Why were there two consciousnesses inside of Quinn? The conversation with Oscar had left Quinn with quite a bit to think about, especially the information he had learned from him about his past. There had indeed been times when Quinn had questioned his upbringing, the things he had been told, and how his parents had left him with a book he had never seen or heard of before. Did Ino really support me during that whole time? It wouldn't be the first time he had hidden things from me. Quinn wondered. Of course, asking Ino was an option, but since Quinn didn't fully trust him and the old man hadn't come forward on his own to share that information, it would be safer to find out about his past as a member of the Talon family on his own. If he was unable to find anything in the end, it would mean he would have to prepare himself to confront Ino. I really don't want to do that. Speaking to Samantha would be the best next step, although that would have to wait until she was in a better state of mind. He didn't know how long it would take, and the need to tell her that her father had requested to be put off life support would surely not expedite the process. Unfortunately, the cursed group still had other things they needed to attend to. This short stop had turned into quite the event already. I wonder, is Richard still on the island? Or would his helpers have arrived by now? I could send someone to the island to look for him, but there is no guarantee he is still there. Mona has also returned to the place she was kept before, yet I have no idea where that is. Damn, why didn't I make sure I had a way to reach out to him? Quinn thought, conflicted that he had completely overlooked that issue up until now. He was just so overjoyed to finally get rid of him. He looked up to the others who had so far been waiting for him to speak and began to recount his conversation with Oscar. He told them all about Oscar's wish, and Void filmed Quinn conveying Oscar's last words, while the remains of his body eerily floated in the background. The reactions to this were mixed. Some were able to sympathize with how Oscar felt, while others, albeit not openly, chastised him for having given up too soon. To them it felt that, as one of the world leaders, he wanted to run away from his final duty. As for Satch, he was full of tears, and he swore to himself to do everything in his power to make sure the Earthborn group would continue to fulfill their duty, even without Oscar. Despite Quinn wanting to move on, there were a few pressing matters that needed to be solved before they left, so he proposed to hold a meeting. Satch and Nathan, representing the Earthborn group, both instantly agreed. Technically, the two of them were also part of the Curse group now, but in a way this would just make things easier to control and should ensure that no more incidents like Inu's attack would occur. Samantha had woken up again, but everyone felt it would be better to let her rest some more. As such, nobody had told her anything about this meeting. It took place in one of the many empty rooms of the ships, but it was apparent that this was an impromptu occasion. Some were leaning up against the wall, with most just standing as they talked to figure out everything that they would need to do. I think it's a good idea, but we'll need to find someone trustworthy to organize the rest of the Earthborn leaders for now, Satch said after they had come to a conclusion. The plan they had agreed on was to have Satch board the cursed ship and stay there for a while. Sam would then get someone to teach him everything there was about being a vampire, controlling the bloodlust, getting his sun ring, and learning a few of his new skills. It was the best place for him to learn all of these things. The excuse they would give was that there was a need to discuss the future of the Earthborn groups now that Oscar and Inu were gone. I can keep everything we said here a secret, Nathan said. But what about the reporters? They will eventually have to break the news to everyone. It's clear that they wish to show the cursed faction in the best light, but there needs to be a good timing for all of this. At the same time, we can't wait too long. Otherwise rumors will start to spread and people will find out that way. So much had happened, and so much shaking news would have to be shared with the public. Head General Inu trying to kill the cursed group, turning out to be a V and perishing, yet that all paled to the revelation about everything pertaining to Oscar. The Earthborn group is still in your hands, Quinn stated. I will let you and Samantha decide when she is full of mind. I think it would be for the best to only inform the public about Oscar, once there is a proper replacement for him. Someone the people will be able to accept. That being said, we will have to tell Samantha sooner rather than later if we want her to recover from this. We also need her approval to turn off the machines for Oscar. She at least deserves to say her goodbye to him, while he is still with us. As for the reporters, they should reveal the truth of what has happened with Inu first. That will keep the public busy for the time being. They have decided that they will be traveling back to the cursed ship, just to film a few more things before doing so. I have left it down to them to coordinate with Sam. He is the best person to figure out the timing and what to show and what not to show. With all the things worked out, the group were now moving on quickly. Bonnie and Void had gotten on board one of the military ships to head to the cursed faction ship alongside Satch. The head general had left one of his trusted sergeants who would be working closely with Jane, Oscar's top assistant in charge. He had also requested to receive regular updates on Samantha's situation, and wanted to inform her personally about Oscar's choice. Before they left, Quinn checked the ones that were left in charge just to make sure they weren't V. Even after sweeping the whole ship, they couldn't find any at all. Still, Quinn reminded them that it was possible they had someone with an ability that could control others. This meant they still needed to remain vigilant even if there weren't any V on the surface. For this reason, Satch left one of his people behind to look after the base. There was no problem with that approach, since he would have been the next best person for the job anyway. After all, ever since Nathan had been asked to work for the cursed faction, there had been a general dislike for him among those from the Earthborn group. Everything was just better this way, and so the group was ready to focus on their original task, the hunt for the demigod-tier beast. Shiro and Syl had returned to their original bodies, and they were now all on the same ship they had arrived in. The reporters had left, but Nathan had chosen to accompany them. You guys will need to be careful once we arrive there, Nathan warned. I know we're all on the same side, but this shelter originally belonged to Head General Inu's people. It's a military shelter, so there will be mostly military personnel and their family members. Even though the news hasn't been spread publicly, I'm sure that someone must have already informed his people that Inu is dead, so don't be upset if they start treating you a little rough. Quinn pulled out the mask from his dimensional space and held it in his hand. It was the mud mask given to him by Peter. I guess it might be time to use this. It would be troublesome to get into any more unnecessary fights, especially against people who are meant to be on the same side. Quinn thought. After speaking to Oscar and having Satch on his side, he now felt that the Earthborn group was more so a part of them. They weren't the enemy. There were just a few bad apples that had spread their thoughts to others. Also, they seemed to be suffering at the moment. It's one of the few planets where the shelter is still hunting and collecting crystals. But their collection rate has been dropping. On top of that, they have been getting into skirmishes here and there. Nathan explained. Skirmishes with people? Logan asked, overhearing the conversation. Indeed. For some reason there are members of Pure on the island as well. The others looked at each other, and Quinn had a dreaded thought on his mind. According to Leo, Aaron, and some information from Brock, Pure were trying to create a beast they could control. If this was true, did that mean Pure were after the very same beast they were? It had been a while since Quinn had heard any news from Pure. He had been far too busy dealing with his own problems. The last time had been concerning a matter that Leo had been personally dealing with, so for the longest time they had been at the back of his mind. Are they really going down this path? making the same mistakes the vampires did. Quinn thought, but then again, they probably had no clue that the Dalki had been the result of the vampires trying to create a food supply for themselves. This demigod tier hunt might be harder than we thought if they are also involved. Quinn was still internally debating whether he should disguise himself or not for when he arrived at the Earthborn shelter. In the past, it would have been fine for him to turn up and they would have respected him as a world leader. However, tensions were currently sky-high between all groups after the reveal of the V's existence, especially among those belonging to Inu who had just lost their figurehead. The final nail in the coffin was the fact that Pure was there. Their movements might drastically change if they were to learn that the leader of the cursed faction would be turning up, since they still should hold a grudge for Quinn killing one of their single-digit leaders. Ultimately, Quinn went to the toilet on board the ship and placed the mud mask on his face. It started to wrap around him and change his body. A few seconds later, the one who exited the toilet wasn't Quinn, but Chucky, a person so plain that he wasn't memorable to all but his close friend. He had pondered over what the others should call him now. Just calling himself Chucky would be confusing, and looking in the mirror, Bucky was the name that kept repeating in his head for some reason. Bucky cleared his throat so everyone turned around and could see the new improved him. "What do you think of the new Bucky?" Quinn asked the group. "Shouldn't you have picked a different name than the person you look like?" Vex asked. Shaking his head, Quinn was getting quite tired of answering this question, but he couldn't blame the other since he had made that mistake a few times himself. His name was Chucky, so Bucky is indeed a new name, Logan clarified in Quinn's stead. When things were starting to quiet down, Shiro noticed that Quinn was looking in the mirror quite often to check out his new appearance. Shiro understood that feeling well since he had recently been in Syl's body. It was an indescribable feeling looking at oneself and to see someone else entirely. However, that wasn't the reason why Shiro was closely watching Quinn. When the other turned, he suddenly saw Shiro standing right behind him. "Quinn, I was wondering if you had a bit of time. I would really like to talk about something. Just the two of us," Shiro requested. Seeing the look on his face, and with them having nothing else to do, Quinn accepted. The two of them entered the eating area, which had a see-through automatic glass door, however it was soundproof, allowing them to talk and eat if they wished in peace. "What's on your mind, Shiro? You aren't usually the secretive type, so it must be important," Quinn honestly asked the other. "Back when I helped you speak to Oscar, I had to use my ability on you as well. I felt something strange inside of you. It felt like there were two minds in you. It was similar to Syl, but since I was busy connecting you to Oscar, I didn't really get a good look at the situation. Do you mind if I check again?" Shiro requested. This had come as somewhat of a surprise to Quinn, but not a complete one. The way Shiro had explained it, he already had a couple of ideas of what the boy might have seen. "Do you think that the other mind he saw was me?" Vincent asked, who sounded far more shocked than Quinn. The old man knew that it couldn't be the Bone Claw. Familiars didn't occupy their partner's mind, but left behind a permanent summoning seal on the body of those they had made a contract with. "I mean, it's either you or the system, but I have a feeling it's more likely to be you," Quinn replied. In a way, to Vincent it somewhat made sense. These were the two possibilities, but either one would work. Either Vincent was part of the system, and the system itself had already bonded with Quinn. It worked using his mind, so it wouldn't be too surprising if it had formed a pseudo-consciousness, which was what Shiro had seen. Alternatively, Vincent came with the system when Quinn had obtained it, coming together but not really being a part of each other. The logic here stemmed from the time the vampire had lost Vincent for a brief period of time. Back then his ancestor had remained in the tombs below, while Quinn still had the system in full use. If it was the latter case, then there was a higher chance that Vincent could be removed from the system without Quinn suffering any side effects. This was one of Vincent's other concerns when Quinn had offered to help him gain a body of his own using Shiro's ability. He had never really brought it up in the meantime because he had honestly thought it would be impossible. Now that the truth was getting closer and closer, it felt unreal. "Shiro, thanks for telling me that, but that won't be necessary. At least not now," Quinn replied. "You're no longer in Syl's body, so it will just tire you out, and we will need you at full power soon." I already have a good idea of what you saw, so you don't have to worry. It's something, or rather someone, that won't harm me. I will tell you about it when the time is right. Okay. Shiro felt relieved after hearing this. He had been worried that it might have been something Quinn might have been unaware about. The boy had theorized that it could be something that all vampires had, another darker side deep down. Perhaps it could have been the mysterious ability of their enemy, who apparently could implant orders into others. It would have been disastrous if whoever it was had somehow managed to implant a time bomb into Quinn. Fortunately, it appeared that all his worries had stemmed from an overactive imagination. When the two of them exited from the lunchroom, they could see that they had almost reached their destination. Planet Humding, a dark brown planet that had hills of mud and long plots of land with little greenery in the area. It was a harsh planet where one could sink into their footing at any moment in certain places, but if one did, they wouldn't suffocate. Instead, they would fall underneath into the planet's ground, where the vast tunnels and beasts lived and worked. In one of these tunnels was a group of people. One man had an eye patch over his right eye and a scar beneath it. He also had another scar that went from his chin to his lip. He was dressed in a large black overcoat, but his chest was showing his chiseled abs clearly. The clothing and his style suited his long blessed torso, with his long spiked hair that would always stick up. Have we still not been able to capture the humanoid beast? The man with the scars asked one of his subordinates as he impatiently tapped his right index finger against his thigh. Sir, we have located the beast's trail once more 12 hours ago. Unfortunately, every time we come close to cornering it, the Earthborn group gets in our way, making us lose sight of it, the subordinate explained. In other words, we've failed again? Is this what our group is known for? For failing time and time again? The eye patch man questioned, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the one who had given the report, towering over him as he looked down. If the Earthborn group keeps getting in our way, then we will just have to finish them off, the man declared as he turned around. The subordinate let out a sigh of relief as he looked at his superior's black overcoat with the large number 2 stitched on it. A medium-sized ship approached the shelter on planet Humding. Usually shelters would be built on flat ground, in a square-type shape with walls on all sides. Soldiers, mechs, or travelers would be stationed on top of them to protect those inside. On the other hand, this planet's shelter had been built on top of a large hill, or more accurately, the main base was located there. There were several large tubes that had vehicles passing through them. These would descend down the hill into different areas that had small bases of buildings and people around them. Shockingly, there were no walls surrounding them like the main shelter at the top of the hill. Instead, there were people protecting the entrance to these large tubes. Humding is a little unique for more reasons than one, Nathan explained as everyone was staring out of the window looking at the unique architecture. Although there are beasts on the surface you have to watch out for, the greater danger comes from the countless sinking spots all over. The tubes you can see down there lead to some sinking spots the main base has discovered and deemed relatively safe, since they are being cleared regularly to use them as entry points. Humding is rich in crystals, making it a very important place for the military. Unfortunately, the majority of beasts are also subterranean and don't like it when the military tries to mine those crystals. Quinn remembered seeing places that were filled with the natural blue crystals, but there was one planet where he saw them more than ever. The vampire planet. It was even more reason to keep it a secret from the humans, especially since they were running low on the resource. Flying past, they could see many things being transported through the tubes. Vehicles carrying such crystals and more. The other common thing they saw were mechs. There seemed to be more here than the standard. It looked like the machines themselves were used to mine for crystals at a faster rate than human hands could. Are those robots fun to pilot? Vex asked. It would be cool if we could try one out. If you want to try it out, we have some back on the cursed ship, Logan replied. However, for someone like you it won't be much help. They are mainly given to those who have weak abilities and show no promise in battle or to fulfill menial tasks such as you are seeing them do right now. If Sam hadn't joined the cursed faction, he might have been given one of these machines. Quinn had a wry smile on his face when he thought about it. It wouldn't have just been Sam. He's Shiro Peter. All of them would have been asked to fight against the Dalki, and without his system they would have all been considered too weak and would have had to learn to compensate by using the mechs. When they had reached the main shelter on top of the brown dark mud hill, they noticed something else going on as well. Two mechs seemed to be battling it out against each other, while wielding giant beast weapons. Surrounding them was a crowd of soldiers who continued to cheer at the top of their lungs. The colonel is a bit of a mech enthusiast, so if you want to try one then he might let you, Nathan said. The shelter had been made aware of their presence since Nathan had called ahead of time. They knew that the ones that were coming were part of the cursed faction, but they had naturally not been made aware that the cursed faction leader himself would arrive, nor that those who came were particularly close to Quinn. Once the ship landed, there was the normal greeting that was to take place. Nathan saluted a man, who was dressed in black army uniform and had a golden badge on his side. "I am Colonel Molitor Longblade," the man stated, looking at the others behind Nathan, although his greeting to Nathan wasn't as formal as to the others. Instead it was as if Longblade was just talking to his own soldiers. Looks like Nathan was right. Since these guys were under Inu, it's already great that they aren't too openly hostile towards our cursed faction. "I'm glad Peter isn't here," Quinn thought. "While you are here, you are under my command. I run this shelter. I make the rules for this shelter and everyone has to obey, understand?" The colonel commanded. The others looked at each other for a second. They certainly weren't used to this kind of managing style. They were actually all leaders of a faction that was of equal size, yet it wasn't something that anyone of their cursed faction imposed. Still, they all looked at Bucky, who quickly replied by saluting. "Understood, sir." Instead of openly challenging his authority, it was smarter to play along for now and let Nathan handle everything later. Seeing their leader act like that, they all mimicked him. According to Nathan, Longblade used to be a head general under the old system. He had been in charge of one of the 8 bases, but after they had reconstructed the system to just 3 head generals, his group got put under Inu. After their display, the colonel seemed to be in a better mood, and he personally showed them the place where they would be staying while on Humding, also providing them with information for what they needed. Walking through the shelter, they could feel the eyes of everyone staring at them. "Hey, aren't they from the cursed faction who harbor those dangerous V? Yeah, I recognize that girl. How can we allow such criminals to just walk out here so brazenly?" Head General Inu wouldn't have attacked them for no reason. With Quinn being disguised, the only V they could identify from the broadcast were Layla and Fex, who therefore naturally got the brunt of angry and evil stares. The others had gotten a pass. "We have to deal with this in that other place, and now here too?" Layla weakly complained to those near her. Their current treatment was very similar to when they had been to the vampire world. To now suffer it in the human world as well, did they truly not belong anywhere? While walking around, they could see a group of soldiers who had entered the base and were injured. They were being rushed to one of the large buildings which appeared to be their medical facility. The wounds, though, didn't look like ones that were made from beasts. Some of those looked like powers and beast weapons. "I guess it's true that Pure really is here," Quinn thought. "Hey, do you notice something about all the soldiers here? They all have swords with them as their beast weapon," Fex whispered. "That's because the sword is one of the best weapons out there," Longblade clarified, overhearing them from the front. "I'm a master swordsman myself, and my skills have saved me time and time again on the battlefield. As the one in charge of the shelter, I have been teaching everyone how to defend themselves with the best weapon." Longblade sounded proud of that fact. Quinn certainly understood how strong a great master swordsman could be, but he also thought of somebody who could probably put all of the people here to shame. On an individual basis or preference, that's fine, but don't you think that's a bit stupid for a battle or war? Logan, in his usually charming manner, questioned him. "It helps to have a variety of beast weapon users. What happens if your opponent can fly and attack from the sky? What about support from your ranged users, and protection from each other when fighting in a group? There is a reason why there are multiple weapons in the first place." Suddenly, Longblade stopped and turned around. "Oh really? Then what beast weapon does someone so scrawny as you use? Talk is cheap. So any of you can challenge me to a battle of the sword, and I would be happy to demonstrate which weapon is better. Out of the current members of the cursed group, none were sword users or had beast weapons in the same style as it was being used here. Say, Molitor, could you give us more information on this humanoid beast that has been spotted? How did you come to find it? And why haven't you been able to defeat or capture it? Nathan asked, trying to break the just created tension. Have you ever hunted underground? It's completely different terrain, and the beast is smart enough to be able to use it to its advantage. It's easy enough to track it at any time we wish, though. It leaves behind a certain trail. Longblade answered. Wherever it goes, it leaves behind dead beasts, and all of them have one thing in common. The humanoid beast has killed them in one strike by targeting where their beast crystals were. The others were in shock. Was the colonel claiming that a beast was killing other beasts and taking just their crystals? It doesn't seem to care that this makes it easy to find. Although it hasn't confronted us, it also doesn't seem to be too afraid of us. We have already made a plan to capture it, by using that arrogance. Quinn, did you know that there are some beasts that are able to evolve? Vincent asked. It's only natural for beasts to kill those who enter their territory, but they usually don't consume the crystals. Beasts seem to know about their own limits in evolution. However, if this one actually hunts other beasts for their crystals, it can only mean that it's capable of evolving further and going up in tier. Are you telling me the humanoid demigod tier beast is killing other beasts because it's trying to evolve into a demon tier beast? If that was true, the simple task was getting more complicated. Colonel Longblade continued to inform them about the annoyance the humanoid demigod beast posed. Although it wouldn't outright confront them, every so often when they tried to mine, it would come and stop their mining process by destroying the mechs. It was apparently utilizing guerrilla tactics and would disappear as soon as it had finished its tasks. Because of this, Longblade had taken an interest in taking down this demigod beast, and it was what had led to the discovery of the dead beast bodies. Following its trails had eventually led them to certain previously unexplored areas in the tunnels where they had found a mountain of dead bodies, all at different stages of decay, but none of which had a beast crystal. Making things even worse for the military was the fact that members of Pure had recently gotten involved. It had devolved into a battle between three fronts, which had made capturing the beast nearly impossible. Whenever they had gotten close, Pure would foil their plan, although the same had happened vice versa too. After listening to everything, they arrived outside the main base building, which was placed towards the back of the camp. It was a dull-looking rectangular building that was focused entirely on pragmatism over aesthetics. The shelter was very much like a military base compared to others which felt more like cities with military presence. There was a lot of open ground, vehicles moving, and it was well organized. Turning around, the colonel looked over his reinforcement. He checked each one up and down, analyzing their equipment. In Bucky's case, he spent only a fraction of a second. He came to the conclusion that it would be a waste of his breath to even say anything to them. It looked like the cursed faction had mostly sent over some peons. Perhaps as some stunt to influence public opinion, they had sent two people who were known V, but they didn't seem too strong either. Due to everything I have told you so far, that is why our group is suffering from a crystal crisis. We are unable to mine for crystals because the demigod tier keeps attacking us when we do. We are unable to hunt for beasts because 4 out of 5 we do find are already dead. The key to solving this problem is simple. We need to get rid of the demigod tier beast. Unfortunately, we can't do that because Pure keeps on getting involved. I called for help from headquarters to get someone to occupy them long enough to capture it. I just didn't expect them to call the cursed faction. Longblade looked at Nathan as if this was all his fault. The truth was, Logan already had access to most of their files, so once the report had been made, the cursed faction had been made aware of the existence of a humanoid demigod tier beast. Nathan should know where the living barracks are. The bases are set up in a similar way and most of the people here already recognize him. Make yourself at home as much as you can for now. We will move out and inform you when the demigod tier beast has been found, Longblade said, and he was already walking into the building. Originally, Longblade was meant to show them where they would be staying, but instead, he had brushed this off seemingly to Nathan. Huh. So they aren't just going to let us go out and explore this place on our own? Fex complained. I thought we were going to go into those tunnels and explore underground or something searching for the beast. Damn it, would they still treat us like this if Quinn was here? I'm afraid so. Actually, their treatment would very likely be even worse, Nathan answered. The good news is that the Colonel doesn't think you guys will be able to be of any help, so he hasn't imposed any restrictions on you. If he thought you were too strong or good, then maybe he wouldn't want you to solve the problem. It would look bad on them after all. Although those living in the shelter idolize the late head General Inu, the same can't be said about the other generals. Although he shouldn't know about Oscar yet, Longblade surely knows about Inu, and must be hoping to rack up accomplishments to rise up the ladder. What about you? Logan asked. Aren't you a high-ranking member as well? I have no right to be a leader. Nathan smiled bitterly, looking at Quinn. Just take a look at my history. Back at second base, I was in charge of the first-year students. I knew something was up, but I had no idea that everyone was being treated that badly. Even then, I couldn't stand up to Duke for what he was doing. I had been hoping to rely on Paul, until a certain individual came and defeated him. I couldn't do a good job back then, so how could I accept to do a better job in an even higher position with even more responsibility? I tell you now, Bucky, I don't envy your position, not at all. Heading to the sleeping barracks, Nathan was to show them where they would be staying, so they could then all go off and do their own thing. The others didn't mind that much because they were sure that there was a chance that Quinn was going to act behind the scenes anyway, and that was what was currently on his mind as well. Vincent, if you're correct, then we need to act sooner rather than later. If it evolves, who knows just how powerful it can get. Speaking of beasts, on their tour they had encountered several captured beasts of all different shapes and sizes being carted around in special cages. Some of them had been asleep, most likely drugged, while others were banging against them trying to escape, and they were all heading to a certain place. A facility where there were a few men standing outside in lab coats inspecting the beast with special tools and such. What is that for? Layla asked. I'm not entirely sure. It's not normal by any means for beasts to be inside a shelter. This is usually considered a large risk. Nathan replied. With it getting late, it was time for the others to get some sleep. When they entered the barracks, they realized it was just a large hangar with several beds lying on the floor. Soldiers were sleeping together side by side, and it was obvious that they weren't being treated as important guests at all. From the right, suddenly Fex started to sniff the air. He immediately turned his head to where the smell was coming from. Is someone hurt? He thought, but instead, all he could see was a person who was a couple of rows over from where they were with a blade in his hand. He had cut the palm of his hand with a beast weapon, and was smiling towards them. Did you see that? He could tell straight away. I guess it's true they really are sensitive to blood. And we're meant to sleep with these people. General Inu sacrificed his life to take out these guys, and we should be doing the same. Due to their sensitive hearing, they could hear all that was being said to them as well. Do you really think it will be safe if we stay here? Layla asked. What if they attempt to do something? I don't think they will have done anything. If they did plan on it, they would have done it when we first arrived like General Inu did. Quinn replied. The smell of blood was getting stronger in the sleeping area, which was strange since the injured would stay at the hospital to be treated. There shouldn't be any open wounds either because they had healers. That's when Quinn noticed that more and more people were playing tricks on them, cutting themselves. It was a strange resolve. It took a lot for a person to cut themselves, especially due to something as petty as this, but it was the fear in them. They were doing it as some type of test that would make them feel better. Gurgle. A rumbling noise had come from one of the group, and the one it happens to be from was Fex. His body was reacting to the sweet smell of the blood around him, whether he liked it or not, and the looks of everyone around them was filled with fear. What's going to happen now? Layla thought. Yeah, now of all times, you know what, if I put a bunch of freshly baked cakes in front of you, wouldn't your stomach rumble? We practically starve ourselves every day to get used to this empty feeling, Fex said. When Fex spoke, he was speaking quite loudly due to his anger. Layla was trying to get him to shut up, as there was a horrid look on the faces of the soldiers closest to them, to the point where they had their fingers twiddling over their blades. "Hey, just leave some cake for the others. Okay?" Quinn said, smiling at Fex. If they were going to be scared anyway, they might as well have a little fun with it. Because of all the stares they were getting from the others, Fex, who didn't need much sleep, had agreed he would keep an eye out for them while the others could get some shut-eye. Then, in the middle of the night, Quinn wanted to do some investigating on what he had seen earlier. He was planning to see just what they were doing with all those beasts in that lab. Shadow Cloak activated. Quinn activated Shadow Cloak, making it easy for him to escape and get out without anyone noticing him. It was the same for entering the facility. All he had to do was enter when someone else was walking inside or coming out, and that didn't take long at all, as a beast was being carted and dragged by 3 men through the facility. Following where they were taking the beast, eventually they arrived in a room, where a man in a white robe and heavy gray beard and hair had a digital tablet in his hand. "This is the last one for today, sir," one of the soldiers reported and quickly left the room after. The doctor went up to the beast in the cage, which looked like a giant dog the size of a tiger with bulging muscles and fur going along the top of its head all the way to its back. According to his inspect skill, it was an intermediate tier beast. Quinn followed the researcher to the corner of the lab, where there was another beast. It also had the appearance of a dog, but it was half the size of the first one. It looked similar yet at the same time different. Using the inspect skill, he was told that this one was apparently a basic tier beast. "Let's hope it works this time," the old man mumbled to himself, as he started to play with his 2 fingers, and hovered around the right spot, closing one of his eyes as if he was aiming something. A second later, and all of his fingers extending outward, piercing right through the intermediate tier beast. Turning his hand left and right, the old man yanked his arm and held a beast crystal in his hand. Studying to see if the crystal's freshness affects the beast in any way, the old man spoke into a recording machine as he went over to the basic tier beast. As he got closer, the beast started to act more violent and wild, growling and attacking his case. "Do beasts eat crystals then?" Quinn wondered while looking at this sight. It seemed obvious that the doctor was attempting to feed the intermediate crystal to the smaller beast. Perhaps it was trying to do the very thing that Vincent had talked about with the demigod tier beast. Seeing that the beast wasn't inclined to eat the crystal, the doctor then started to close one eye, aiming again for a certain spot. Then his fingers extended again, placing the crystal in a certain area that looked to be where the beast's stomach would be. After exiting from the beast with his fingers, the doctor had stitched up the beast using his long fingers. Even when the beast would try to hit them, they would stay there strong, as if a baby was trying to whack away an adult's hand. It appears that despite the difference in tiers, a single crystal of a higher tier beast is insufficient to force an immediate evolution in the lower tier beast. The basic tier beast will be put under surveillance for the next 48 hours, to check for any changes indicating a possible evolution. Should there be no signs of evolution, the experiment will be repeated to see how many crystals are required for an evolution to occur. Personal thoughts. As of now, it does not seem practical to use higher tier crystals for lower tier beasts. Using the crystals of the same grade might mean the process will take longer, but could be more cost-effective. The researcher recorded his findings before he yawned. Soon after, the researcher left the lab, leaving Quinn alone with the basic tier beast. Pure, earthborn, it's like everyone is running their own experiments. Some people might even think the cursed faction are doing the same with vampires the way things are going on. Quinn thought. He searched the room for anything of use, but it seemed like most of the information was stored on computers and more. It would have been more useful if Logan had been here instead of him. Then there was the basic tier beast lying on its side and looked in great pain as it moaned there. It looked sick, unable to move, and only its belly was moving up and down. Maybe I should use my inspect skill again. It will tell me what state it's in. Quinn thought. Inspect. Basic tier beast. Condition weak. Evolution available. Current progress 48%. The inspect skill, it actually worked like that. This means that it's true that beasts can consume other crystals in order to evolve. But I have no clue how many crystals they used. Even with the intermediate tier crystal, it didn't evolve. But then why didn't it show its progression the first time? Is it only after consuming the crystal and while it's in this state that it's being affected like so? When first entering, Quinn had used his inspect skill on both of them. Both of the beast states were green in color and in good condition. Now the beast was in a weak state. Quinn looked around and pressed his ear up against the wall. It didn't sound like anyone would be coming back soon, and the doctor even seemed to be done for the day. Because of this, he decided it was best if he just observed the beast for a little while. In doing so, he had learnt quite a few things. For one, the beast evolution progress wasn't yet complete as the percentage bar had increased during his observation. It had reached 52%. Then something strange happened. Quinn could no longer see the percentage of the beast's evolution when using his inspect skill again. Not only that, but the beast was now also recovering until eventually, its state was good again. This information, it could be really useful for us when trying to catch the demigod tier beast. If it really is trying to evolve, then it also means it's not consuming the crystal immediately. Because during the evolution process, the beast appears to go into a weak state, but Longblade must already know this. Is this what he meant when he said he had a plan to trap the beast? It seemed like this lab of sorts was filled with vital information. It wasn't something that they had suddenly started to do overnight. Now he really wishes that he had brought Logan along, because there could have been heaps of information they could have learnt from this. Still trying to search for something, anything, he did come across something else. Eventually, he saw a familiar device. It was circular in shape with 3 buttons on the side, another recording device. Pressing one of the buttons, Quinn played back the latest message that had been recorded. Why do you people keep on killing us? This is not your planet. If you carry on, this whole planet will cease to exist. Go back, or I will make you stop. Quinn heard the voice, only it didn't sound exactly human. Just to make sure he had heard correctly, Quinn played the recording back a couple of times. The voice was distinct, deep dark and a bit heavy. It was as if the one speaking wasn't quite used to the act. In a way it sounded similar to the way the Dalki would speak, yet this voice had a different tone to it. Is this a recording of the demigod tier beast? Quinn wondered. It was the only thing he could guess since he was still unable to access files or any information on the terminals, nor did he have much experience with the higher tier beasts. After all, it wasn't that long ago that he became able to defeat them, and that kind of information should only be spread among those that had already reached such a level. Still, he had once heard about a demon-tier humanoid beast that had been capable of speaking the human language. Quinn might not have believed such a thing, if the one who had told him wouldn't have been Oscar. If a humanoid demon-tier beast is able to communicate, then it might be safe to assume that an evolving demigod-tier beast can do the same. Quinn justified the recording. But what about that message? It sounds like we are the bad guys here. Beasts were known as aggressive beings. They would attack anyone who would enter their territory, be they fellow beast or human. However, this one sounded sad and angry at the loss of its fellow beasts. What's even more interesting was that it hadn't outright attacked them, but had apparently given the Earthborn group an ultimatum. Are humanoid beasts that different due to their intelligence? It wasn't just worrying about the other beasts, but about this planet as a whole. Thinking back at what Colonel Longblade had said, he mentioned that the demigod-tier beast would come and go, destroying the mechs and equipment. It didn't outright kill humans, and even the beasts it hunted had been killed in one fell swoop. Could it be that it was its version of kindness? It was certainly something for Quinn to think about. He then spent some more time watching the basic tier go through its evolution process, before Quinn decided it was time to finally leave the place. He was sure today wouldn't be the last time he would come visit this lab either. Only next time he might bring Logan along. Getting out of the building was no problem at all thanks to shadow travel. The ability allowed him to pass through walls. He had followed the beast in the cage to find out where exactly it was going in the first place. Once out of the building with Shadow Cloak, he could go back to the sleeping quarters without them ever realizing he was gone. Was there any trouble? Quinn asked as he appeared behind Fex. Damn it! WH-. Fex was about to shout as jumped up from his position, but Quinn had barely covered the other's mouth. He only removed it once his friend had seemingly calmed down, realizing who he was. "Did you have to sneak up on me like that?" Fex angrily asked. "I was sure you would have sensed me coming," Quinn explained, since even some humans could detect him when using Shadow Cloak, much less a vampire of Fex caliber. "Yeah, well, I'm tired. The air here is horrible and our roommates aren't much better. There were a couple of guys who kept on coming over, pretending to have some business here. In the end, I got pissed and used my influence skill to make them stop. Don't worry, it doesn't seem like they've noticed anything. But unless we teach them a lesson or two, more will come to bother us. Are you sure we can't just give one of them a crude beating, set it as an example to not mess with us? That's how a vampire would do it," Fex suggested. "That might be the vampire way, but we aren't in the vampire world, now are we? I don't want to rule these people through fear. The people are divided because we dropped a bomb on them. It might be inconvenient for us, but we need to earn their trust again, and beating up some random nobodies won't really help us with that." Quinn disagreed. Fex didn't look quite convinced, but at least Quinn was sure the other vampire wouldn't look for trouble either. The next morning the sun rose, and the first thing the soldiers did once they woke up was to check their necks. Each one was loudly announcing that they were safe. What's more, they even did a head count to check if any of them had gone missing. Of course, this was all due to the new visitors there. When they looked over at them, Fex, who had already been annoyed, couldn't help but shout, "I might be hungry, but I still have standards." This resulted in some strong gazes, but ultimately nothing else came of it. They started to leave the area and do their own thing while the cursed group could do nothing but wait. Quinn informed Logan about the lab and told him that he should come along, but the best time would be at nightfall again. With nothing else to do, their group walked around together, and they were quickly drawn to the sound of loud cheers coming from a certain place. Loud bangs followed, and the sound of something heavy was heard crashing to the floor. Breaking off from the group, Fex was the first to run around the corner, searching for the origin, and the next moment he stood there with his eyes lighting up and shining stars. "Hey! There's a freaking giant robot fight happening here. Come on!" Fex enthusiastically shouted. There were just some things that a vampire couldn't experience in the vampire world, and this was one of them. When the group caught up to Fex, they could see it as well. It was a repeat of what they had seen from above in the ship. However, now they were closer, they could see things that they hadn't been able to before. There were makeshift stands where the soldiers stood and cheered for the fighters. It looked like it had been made via the Earth ability, but then in the center, there was terrain unlike anything on the planet itself. A large square field the same size as a soccer field was present, yet there was a strange forest in place there. That was the arena for the fight. They would use the trees for cover while firing at each other, dashing and running through. Then when they were within close range, all the mechs seemed to be equipped with a giant sword. "Wait, what's with those capsules at the end? Don't they look like the VR capsules?" Layla pointed out. At either end of the giant battle there were two pods stationed, and they looked exactly like the one Quinn would often use to play power fighters. "That's because they are," Logan clarified. "What you're looking at right now is an augmented reality field. The terrain they are fighting on, the mechs themselves, it's all generated by holograms. Even the sounds and the vibration you are feeling are simulated. There are two people in the VR capsules who are controlling the mechs. It also allows them to train and practice in as many different terrains as they wish." "How do you know all of this?" Fex asked. "Because my company is the one that sells these products, and I was the one who helped develop them. It's expensive to use actual mechs in combat. Could you imagine how much that would cost? This is the perfect way for them to experience all the different types of terrain outside the live situation. The added benefit is not every person has to be in the VR capsule to watch or experience what is going on. They can all watch, coach, and give each other tips on the go. It's too expensive for consumer use, so it's no wonder we haven't seen one until now," Logan explained. Entering the crowd, the cursed group were interested in getting a closer look. They were allowed through, and as they walked through the stands, it didn't come as a surprise when people started to notice them. The cheering turned to stares and grunts, as they whispered, hoping that they wouldn't choose a seat next to theirs. "Let's just stand by the railing," Quinn suggested, as they went to the seats that were closest to the area where the show was going on, and were able to just stand and watch. As they were watching, Fex started to imitate the robots, as he imagined polishing one of the things, and the others around found it quite hilarious as they giggled. He's like a child. Has he never piloted one of those things before? I doubt the V have such advanced techs as mechs, and the cursed probably don't train there now in things like this. Another said, although Fex chose to ignore it and started to root for one of the other members. What are you doing? You should dodge to the left, and then slice that other one in half. Fex's comments were starting to annoy some of the nearby soldiers, as it sounded like he could have done a better job, and in the end, the one Fex was rooting for along with many others in the crowd had lost. What the hell was that guy doing? Fex complained with his hands held over his head. Shut your mouth, you brat, one of the soldiers shouted. I don't think you have any idea how to even pilot one of those things. You would lose to any one of us. So unless you want to put your words into action, then zip it. Quinn didn't like the way this person was speaking to one of his friends. His anger was boiling at this moment, but Fex's reaction was unexpected. You mean you'll really let me pilot one of these? Fex asked with a giant grin. They didn't know how, but somehow Fex got pushed to the front of the waiting participants and was ready to head into the VR capsule to have his first match. Do you think he'll be okay? Layla asked. I have no idea. Quinn shrugged his shoulders. The ones in the crowd were cheering as they recognized the person standing next to the other VR capsule. It was Avian Bond, the best mech pilot they had. That kid is in for a world of hurt. The two of them entered the VR capsules, and soon Fex watched a digital version of himself being created on the same field. As he turned around, he could see the VR capsule behind him, his opponent standing on the opposite side of the field, and everyone in the crowd, including Quinn and the others. It was as if a digital version of his body had gone outside. Soon the AR field started to generate new terrain. An orange dry desert with several large cannon openings and closings. Then finally the large mechs had been generated. Fex's design had a slight red armor while his opponent's was in blue. Fex excitedly leaped to the cockpit with no trouble and entered immediately. Did he just casually jump that high? It doesn't even look like he's wearing much beast gear. The soldiers were wondering whether they were seeing things. It was a grim reminder that Fex wasn't exactly human. Although Fex wore some beast gear at times, more often than not he would follow vampire tradition and forgo using it. It seemed to be ingrained in their mentality that the strongest weapon would be their own body. Using his powers would allow him to advance his blood control and skills without relying on equipment. Then, if there was ever truly the need to use beast gear, he would be even stronger than at his best. Compared to Fex, Avian used the mech's legs to climb up to the cockpit that was located in the mech's chest area. Once inside, there was room for one to fully move their body. The mechs that the VR machine were simulating were both top of the line. In the past, one would have to learn multiple controls and the ins and outs of each button, but these days the interface was a lot easier to use. As long as one put on a certain set of gloves and boots, they would be able to control it similar to their own bodies. On the gloves themselves, there were several buttons one could press, and each one did something different. This was one thing every mech user would have to learn, so Fex naturally had no clue what they did at all. Fex will struggle, Logan stated as he stood on the outside observing. At least at the beginning stages, he will have to get used to this new experience. Not only does he need to figure out what the controls exactly do, but he will have to familiarize himself with the mech's response time. Every mech has a delay between one's movements and the machine itself. The soldiers train to the point where this delay doesn't really matter to them. A skilled mech user is someone who is able to predict the other's movements in battle and is able to react accordingly. Not only will Fex struggle with it, as a vampire his reaction speed is superior to a human's. The normal delay should feel like an entirety to him. For once it sounded like being a vampire was actually a disadvantage rather than an advantage. With both fighters having entered their respective mechs, a holographic countdown started at 10. All right, let's do this, Fex shouted. When the countdown finished, the first thing Fex did was press one of the buttons on his left glove. An energy blast left the palm of his hand hitting the ground. Okay, that's what that one does. Pressing the next button, Feck's mech suddenly had a blade in its hand, and now in the cockpit there was a holographic blade as well. So cool. This is why we need to keep humans alive? Fex giggled to himself as he swung the sword about, moving his hands at great speed, and that's when he noticed it. The mech was moving far slower than he had expected. Inside the cockpit, Fex had moved at his vampire natural speed. He had even finished his set of movements, and then the mech emulated them later. Oh crap! While Fex was still trying to figure out the mech, Avian was already on the move. He was no longer at his starting position. Seeing that Fex had moved the giant machine to a position where he could find cover, standing behind one of the large orange walls. Damn it! I can only hear what the giant robot hears, so I can't locate where he is. Years of fighting with his super senses, it was hard to break the habit. Taking a peek around the corner, for a split second Fex could see his opponent firing his way. He pulled back his head, but naturally, he hadn't accounted for the delay yet, so the energy blast sent his giant robot flying through the air. Moments later, he could see the blue mech having jumped towards him with a blade in his hand. Lifting his hands up, Fex tried to blast his opponent in the air. He was sure that the other would be unable to move mid-air, but using a thrust, Avian was easily able to avoid it all. Poor kid. I thought that your enthusiasm stemmed from being confident. Here I was looking forward to you showing me a good time, but I guess not, Avian shouted, as he thrust his sword down. Knowing what was going to happen, Fex had already pulled out his blade though, and swiped. He was slowly getting used to the delay, or so he had thought. His sword swung to the side, but the only thing it hit was air. The next moment Avian fell down and his sword pierced the center of the cockpit. The fight was over, the VR capsules opened up and a disappointed Fex left it. Ha ha ha. See boy, it's not so easy, is it? You didn't even get a single hit on him. One of the soldiers shouted in glee. If all the people in the cursed faction are this useless, maybe we don't have to worry about the V after all. However, Avian didn't share that opinion. His thoughts were still on the last move of their fight. He would have hit me if he had reacted a moment later. Was this coincidence? Or did he know what he was doing? The crowd's laughter and mocking continued at Fex's expense as the vampire made his way back to his friends and colleagues. Since he didn't react, some of the rowdier soldiers started chugging items at him. However, Fex just moved his head slightly to avoid the water bottle. Soon a few more came, but he avoided them all. No matter what or how many items were thrown at him, Fex didn't even break into a sweat, but eventually he grabbed one of them midair. I may be useless in the giant robot, but I could beat you all in a fight any day, Fex shouted back, clenching the water bottle and bursting it into pieces. At that moment, the VR machine had activated again, creating a new field. This time it was the same forest that they had seen before. This would only happen when someone had entered the VR capsule, but who would do such a thing? Until the other person entered the VR capsule, they wouldn't see who had exactly entered on both sides, and they were wondering just what to do. Why didn't you stop him? Shiro asked. You saw what happened to Fex. Do you think this would be any different? Of course it will, Quinn replied leisurely. At that moment Fex had returned and he noticed that one of them was missing. He wasn't the only one, the soldiers as well as Avian noticed the same. Quickly his peers were cheering for their best pilot to teach them another lesson. The pilot had no problem with that. He turned around and entered into the capsule, and the soldiers began to cheer him on even louder than before. Finally the machine started to do its thing as it created digital copies of the two of them. That's when the whole crowd could see what looked like a middle school boy out on the field. It might be a different story for anyone else, but how can Logan lose when it comes to a fight in machines? I hope the soldiers went easy on the cursed group. I don't need any of their blood on my hands right now. Not unless we are underground and there is plausible deniability at least. Colonel Longblade thought as he left his office in the main base shelter in the morning to enjoy the nice day. Besides, I should even thank them for getting rid of Inu. I always knew his own incompetence would be the end of him one day, just never thought it would be like this. It's a bit strange that they still haven't made an announcement about it yet. Could there be something else going on? Although it doesn't matter since news has already spread around this base. Until his scout teams returned from the tunnels to report back, there was not much else to do for the military leader, so he decided to visit a certain place. One of his favorite pastimes was to head down to the AR field. As soon as he arrived, the soldiers immediately saluted their superior and let him through to the special seating area reserved for him. It was located midway down the stands, and the seat had a special red cloth with a gold outline placed on them, similar to a makeshift throne. The surrounding seats were also free, because they all knew who the main seat belonged to, Colonel Longblade, the mech enthusiast who spent most of his days watching battle after battle whenever he wasn't leading any expeditions or teaching swordsmanship. Oh, how come Avion is down there? Did he change his mind, or did one of our soldiers actually grow competent enough to be worthy of him participating again? Longblade asked one of his favorite subordinates. Negative, sir. One of the cursed faction members has been complaining about the performance of one of our pilots, so we invited him out to the field to teach him a lesson. Due to the disrespect that was being shown, we requested Avion to show off the difference between both our factions. As expected, he defeated his opener swiftly. The man who had answered him stood to his left, with another one to his right. These two were in charge of the AR matches, which was why they knew all of the details of what was going on, and they had also been the ones that pushed Fex up the list. That makes sense. But why did Avion just climb back into the capsule? Longblade questioned. The two men quickly looked at each other with worry, and finally the one to the colonel's right then broke the news. Another person from the cursed faction has entered one of the capsules, although we have no idea how he was able to access the machine or start the match without our approval. Perhaps there is a malfunction. In any case, we have already reported this problem. Nevertheless, there does not seem to be any problem with the actual equipment itself, so it should be more likely a software issue. Now that Avion has entered again, another match looks like it will soon begin, the man explained. They half expected for Longblade to be upset, but instead he had a smile on his face. The only thing he was upset about was the fact that he hadn't arrived earlier to have watched their best pilot school, a member of the cursed faction. At least I will get to witness something fun today. It's not every day that we witness someone as skilled as Avion fighting. It is a shame that he has no talent with abilities, so his skills aren't so great outside the mech, but inside the machine he is a combat genius. Someone like him can only truly be appreciated here. Longblade mused. The countdown for the match was about to begin, as Logan and Avion both got into their mechs. There were those that were supporting Logan who were a little nervous, while the soldiers had no worry at all. They thought the small child must have just gotten out of school. Piloting the mech required a great deal of physical strength as well, as one would get hit and injured. Stopping suddenly and moving about one would have to take the massive amounts of G-force that went with it. Which was why they just couldn't imagine someone like Logan faring well. Doesn't it take a lot of skill to pilot a mech? Shiro asked. I mean, I know Logan is great with technology, but you have to know how to fight in them. That shouldn't be any problem. Quinn replied confidently. Logan has his own unique ways of dealing with things sometimes. Don't forget he's a man of probability, so he wouldn't have gotten in that mech if he wasn't convinced he could beat the other guy and get some revenge for Fex. The match began, and immediately the two of them started to run forward with their mechs. Both of them dodged in and out of the trees. Now, what would be the best method to crush someone of his caliber? Logan deliberated. Should I beat him in a skill competition? With my ability, I could ask the mech to battle on its own, but he should be too skilled to be easily beaten, which means there is only one sure way to win. So far, the movements from either side had been cautious. There had been a few shots of energy blasts fired here and there, but the only targets hit had been the trees. This person's movement is a lot better than the last one, Avion judged. But, when it comes to combat, no one is better than me. Just then, the Earthborn pilot spotted Logan running towards him with his mech. It was a direct path where trees weren't going to help anytime soon. Got you, Avion thought as he raised his hand, and was ready to fire out a blast. But then something strange had occurred. His hand lit up, but it felt like something was off. Shouldn't it have fired by now? Avion was confused. He knew mechs better than anyone else from his peers. It should be impossible for him to make such an amateur mistake as to misjudge the timing. Before he knew it, Logan's mech had dashed forward and was directly in front of him, knocking the hand away so the resulting blast fired off, hitting just a branch in one of the trees. Next, a leg was coming to kick its body, but Avian was prepared for this. He was ready to use his thrusters to reposition himself. However, once again, his timing was off, allowing Logan's kick to connect and damage the outer hull. What's going on? Avian's getting slaughtered out there. Did you see how fast that mech moved? Since then, do thrusters activate that fast? Although it was unnoticeable for those in the crowd, it wasn't unnoticeable to Avian's mind and body. He had practiced in the mech to perfect the timing to the point where he felt like his body was actually in sync with the mech was suffering because it was currently out of sync. The one sure way to beat you, Logan thought as he lifted out both his hands. They started to light up. Getting off the ground, Avian quickly moved his mech behind a large tree to take cover. Is to use my powers. With that, he shot out a blast with both of his hands, aiming right for the tree. Of course, Avian had played the game thousands of times, so he knew that this tree would be able to block the energy blasts. When it hit, the tree broke and the blast hit Avian mech right in the chest. What? But that's impossible. The tree should have blocked the hit. However, the attack hadn't stopped there as it started melting through the metal, and eventually the notification screen was seen ending the match right there and then. What just happened? I've never seen anyone do that with an energy blast before. Did he finish the person off with just one enemy blast attack? Is that really possible? I've seen mechs get hit countless times by blasts, even in the chest, but it's never ended the match like that. But it has to be something the game is capable of. Perhaps there are things we don't even know about them. What they didn't realize was that Logan Green was the creator of the game. With his powers, he was able to do whatever he wished. If he wanted to modify the thrusters and grant them a quicker launch time, then he could. If he wanted to amplify the power of his blast, then that was no problem as well. Lastly, if he wanted to alter his opponent's mech, he could do that as well. Did Avian just lose? I never thought I would see something like that. And the other guy didn't even seem like he was trying that hard. Who was that kid? Could it be that the cursed faction had some legendary pilot we never heard of before in their midst? The crowd was left stunned, as they never expected the match to have won that way. At the end of the day, this is just a game and we do everything we can to win. In the real world, it will be the same. Logan thought to himself as he left the VR capsule. I think that last move made it a little too obvious that you didn't really play fair. Quinn was slightly worried. Standing up from the crowd was Longblade. As the mech enthusiast he was, he knew exactly what those machines should and shouldn't be able to do. He had never heard of such functions. Walking down from the stage, the military leader entered the arena before Logan could leave, and now the two of them stood in front of each other. Do you really think you could fool me? Longblade asked. Why don't we see if you can do that same trick again, but in a real battle? He had his hand ready to pull out his sword, yet it was more of a threat since he never expected Logan to accept in the first place. When trying to pull it out to further intimidate, it felt like it was stuck. Turning around, he could see an insignificant young man. He had seemingly appeared out of nowhere on the arena floor, and held the sword's shaft from behind. I'm sorry, but I don't like it when people draw a weapon on my friends. Although Colonel Longblade wasn't using his full strength to draw out his sword, he still found it strange that someone was able to stop him by just using their bare hands. I don't see any beast gear on him, but he must be holding the scabbard hard enough to cause it to flex inward, trapping the sword itself. Is that even possible with a human strength? Could it be that he has an ability to increase his strength? Longblade wondered as he seized up the stranger. Someone with this kind of strength and skill should be known far and wide by now. Information on the cursed faction wasn't widely available for anyone outside their faction. Still, Head General Inu had recently conducted a special meeting for high-ranking officers, so they would ingrain certain prominent members. Looking at this person, Longblade was unable to associate him with any of them. No, it's my fault for judging him with human standards when this person is from the cursed faction. We already know that some of their members are V, but there was no reason for them to give us a full list. For once I agree with Inu's approach, it might be safer to assume that every single one of them is AV. The colonel concluded and intended to reevaluate the other members at a later point in time as well. With neither one of them budging, the military leader released the grip on his hilt. "What's your name again?" he asked. "It's Bucky, sir. Our cursed faction's higher-ups have tasked me to make sure that not a single member of our group is hurt. At least not by fellow allies." Quinn smiled as he explained. It was impossible to pretend to be a nobody at this point, so going with the flow he had decided to appear as some sort of trump card. Hearing this, Longblade started to laugh and looked over the winner of the last match, staring at the metal plate covering one of his arms. It wasn't unusual in this day and age for people to replace their bodies with robotic parts. But then he noticed something. "Now that I can take a closer look, I should have realized my mistake. We were told that the Green family was working for the cursed faction. I just never expected them to actually come out on the field. Forgive me for being so rude earlier." Longblade apologized with a gentle bow. The whole crowd started to gossip between each other as they heard the name Green family. Although not a part of the previous big, for their influence hadn't been too far off, by creating a number of systems for the world. The only thing was, not many people knew that Logan worked on more of the game-like projects compared to the ones his parents worked on. Be it as the creator or with his ability, he had no problem to change it into the way he wished. However, that only strengthens my belief that there was foul play involved, Longblade stated, intending to stir something up. Now that Quinn was on the field though, Logan no longer had anything to worry about, and he just walked past Longblade. As a military man, you should be aware that a win is a win. It doesn't matter if one defeats their enemy through an honorable one-on-one fight, teams up on the enemy, or utilizes traps. A loss in the real world means death. I would love to see people making excuses like that when they are dead, Logan declared, as he continued to walk off. After learning of who Logan was, there wasn't a doubt in people's mind that he had somehow cheated. Avion had already felt that something was off, but with this knowledge he was certain that he had been cheated. "I want a rematch," Avion demanded. "Let's use real mechs and fight again. I have practically dedicated my life to these machines, so it's impossible for me to misjudge the timing if you hadn't messed with it." "Stand down," Longblade ordered the pilot. "Do you really think there will be much of a difference in a real match? If he can alter the game system, he must be able to alter any system. It might hurt your pride, but I won't permit you to risk your life in such a stupid way. We still need you for the war against the Dalki." He has a point. In a real fight, if your mech sensors got scrambled and something like this was to happen, who would you complain to? Which is why I suggest something else. I'm sure you know that the game can be used in other ways. Not only can it simulate a field for mechs to fight in, but also one for our users to fight in. Similar to the game Power Fighters. If you are up for it, we can fight again. In the real world you could do nothing to alter our fighting skills with your abilities, so hope you wouldn't claim it was fair to do that again if you were to alter yourself an opponent in this match. What do you say? Longblade offered. It was a troublesome request. Of course they could just decline this little game. After all, even though Logan could fight, he wasn't the best to go against someone who used beast weapons regularly. Even if he did use the system, the colonel would call it out straight away as soon as he noticed something off, possibly stopping the match midway. Well, there's really no upside to this whole thing, Fex complained, who was still sulking in the stands. Logan already beat that Avion guy, so there's no need for us to play a match by their rules. I do agree, but I think Bucky might have other ideas. I'll take you up on that offer. Quinn agreed. We don't want you to accuse Logan of cheating again, so he won't participate. How about I give it a shot? After all, I am a member of the cursed faction as well. Any objections? Longblade didn't like the fact that this enigma had so willingly excluded Logan. He also didn't like the fact that Bucky was this confident, but he had met many foolish young people in his life, hoping he was just one of them. That sounds great. What better way to bring our two factions closer together than through the art of combat and coalition? Before you accept, though, there are a few rules. Longblade nodded as he continued to smile, not showing his concern. Master Green here is to stay in the stands far away from any of the machinery. Before your fight is to take place we shall have a test run, and the game we shall play won't exactly be the same as power fighters either. As you have already noticed, every one of my soldiers uses a bladed weapon. The most common one is a sword to do battle. To make it a little more fun we have altered the gaming system. Each combatant starts off with 100 points of health. Each blow takes off points, up to a maximum of 10 if you hit a lethal spot. For a regular hit 5. I know in the real world, one would die from a stab to the heart or the head, but this is all for us to improve our skills. After all, there are some foes we face that don't die even after suffering such an injury. So what do you say? Logan, who was still there, didn't like it. Nobody in the present cursed group used swords as their weapons. With all things in the Colonel's favor, Logan expected Quinn to refuse or at least make some demands of his own. I'm in. Shall we start now? Quinn asked with a smile. It came to a surprise for most of the cursed and they were wondering just what Quinn was up to. Leaving the field, Logan didn't even have time to ask. But Quinn just gave him a thumbs up as he neared the stands. Excellent. I am very pleased we have someone who doesn't shy away. Longblade bellowed out as he turned and made his way to the other side of the field. Yet his fake smile soon turned into a frown. Is he this confident because of what he is? We have to win this fight to prove to the people that the V are something that can be dealt with. Most are afraid of the V and disgusted by them. There is only a select few that isn't swayed by the countless rumors that going the cursed will turn you into a V and give you great power. Whether right or wrong, Longblade had his own reasons for wanting to win this fight. As stipulated, they witnessed a fight between two other soldiers take place before the main one. The field had changed once again, this time into a stony area with several large rocks and pillars all around. The two of them used their swords and the field reacted as it would to in real life. Each slash against the rocks would cut and break them, and even the attacks against each other would simulate the pain and reaction their body would feel. The only difference was that once the pain disappeared the wound would heal instantly. At the same time, everyone could see the health bars above go down as each opponent struck each other. I see. Well, it seems I've learned a lot watching them. As for Quinn's reason for wanting to fight, it was actually quite childish. Similar to Fex's dream of piloting a mech, when Quinn had first entered the military academy and joined the beast weapons class, he had originally wanted to use a sword to do battle. The main reason he hadn't selected that weapon was due to the system informing him it wouldn't have supported his blood swipe and other blood powers compared to the gauntlets. Now that he had extreme strength, speed, reflexes and experience under his belt, Quinn wanted to see how exactly he would fare with the weapon he had once neglected. With the match over, Quinn's and the Colonel's match was about to begin. Come on, Bucky. Kick his arse. Fex shouted and cheered as loud as he could. Since the whole arena was now chanting the name of Longblade, it was quite overwhelming as the loud sound was drowning out everything, and Fex even had to cover his sensitive ears. Quinn, good luck, Layla thought. What a surprise to stumble upon an ex-agent of Pure in this place. A voice whispered behind her. Layla only noticed that someone had snuck up on her when that person whispered in her ear, and the contents of those words had made a shiver run down her spine. After all, there were only a few who knew of her past, and those that did that had good intentions wouldn't approach her in such a manner. She was unsure what to do. Should she turn around at that moment? Call for help from her fellow colleagues? Judging by the way Fex was swinging his head and covering his ears, it didn't seem like he had exactly noticed what was going on, and the others also seemed completely focused on spectating the match before Quinn's. Can I get their attention somehow with my ability? Maybe I can grab something and hit Fex or Syl, she thought. Don't worry. If I wanted to harm you, I would have done so already. I just couldn't help my curiosity. Now why would the daughter of one of Pure's founders be working for the person who had caused her death? The person asked. Layla could tell that the voice belonged to a male. Unfortunately, there were far too many agents in Pure for her to figure out which one was behind her, with just the voice alone. Although to be this confident, it had to be a high-ranking one, at least a numbered agent like herself of the past. For now, she was looking at her surroundings as she tried to come up with a plan in case that mysterious man changed his mind. Aren't you the least bit ashamed of yourself? Your poor mother would be rolling around in her grave if she knew. She created Pure for a reason, but I guess by the fact that you are part of a faction of monsters you either don't know about any of that, or you simply don't care. The words struck a chord inside Layla. You know nothing about my mother, Layla whispered back in anger, hoping to get the attention of someone, even if it was just one of the Earthborn groups. Something had been pressed against her back since the beginning of their conversation, which was why she didn't dare to agitate the person behind her too much. However, listening to these accusations, although they weren't exactly wrong, she had to stand her ground. That is something we can agree on. I wasn't particularly close with your mother, so I didn't know her. However, I know of somebody who was close with her. Agent 2 is on this planet. If you want to know more, why don't you follow me and ask him? I'm sure he would be happy to welcome back an ex-agent, especially one with a close connection to our organization as you. The voice suggested, and the next moment, Layla could no longer feel the pressure that was on her back. She naturally turned around, hoping to look at the man and catch a glimpse of what he looked like, but he was nowhere in her vicinity. If he wasn't lying and Pure really sent out such a high-ranking single-numbered agent, then that means they are putting far more importance into capturing this demigod-tier beast than we realized. Should I take his word for it? Can I just go off to find out more about my mother? Agent 2 should be one of the first members of Pure, so he should surely know Mom created Pure in the first place. Can I really go when all of this points to a trap? Or would he hurt me somehow? Mother is no longer there and she won't have the power to protect me anymore. Not that she ever did in the first place. Layla was conflicted. Just then, she saw a hooded man exit the area. He put up one hand and slowly put down a finger one by one. Layla understood that this was a sign for her that he would leave in a matter of seconds, whether with or without her. However, by following him, she would leave Quinn and the others. Should she ask them to come along? It might be a big trap, and if anything happens to me it will just cause more trouble for Quinn. But if Pure is planning to do something to me, he could have just attacked me there. Is there something that my mother still has a play in? Did she ask someone to maybe still look out for me? She thought. As the man started to leave, Layla had no choice but to move, still undecided. I'll contact Quinn through the mask once his match is over, and he can come over then. If I'm there, maybe I can find out more information about the demigod-tier beast from Pure, without the need for fighting between the two groups. I know Quinn is strong, but he isn't the only one Pure is fighting against, and I don't want anyone to get hurt if I can stop it. This was how Layla justified her action to herself, but in reality she just wanted to know more about her late mother, and Quinn didn't need to be a part of that life. He had done enough for her already. She was also afraid that relying on him like so would make her appear weak. She didn't need looking after, and she didn't want Quinn to always babysit her actions. However, there was one person who had noticed her leave the scene, and that was Logan, who had little interest in the exhibition match. Layla, why don't you ask us for help? I know what it feels like to want to do things on your own, but if you go out without telling anyone, it will just worry Quinn all the more. It's dangerous to go alone, especially on an unknown planet. Following behind Layla, Logan was sure that something would happen, so he decided to keep up and close. Only unlike her, who had been pressed for time, he left behind a little spider. Finally, as the match started, the cheers started to die down, and Fex could hear freely again. Damn man. Who knew a bunch of grown men could scream so high-pitched? Fex mumbled, looking around, and all he could see was a board sill, and Shiro, who were by his side looking at the field. Hey, where the hell did the other two go? Fex asked. He then noticed a small spider on the railing jumping up and down. Seeing this, he knew Logan must have left it behind and placed it on his mask. Logan, where the hell did you and Layla go? Fex asked, worried what could be so important they couldn't stay to watch Quinn's match. Layla seems to be following someone at the moment. I'm just tagging along for backup. I've left one of my spiders with you. Once Quinn is finished beating the colonel, just follow the spider to our location. Logan informed him. Wait, just you two alone? Don. You need my help. What if someone really's touring the two of you can handle? Do you expect me to just stay here? Vex started to shout at the railing. The ones close by were looking at him as if he had gone mad, since they were unable to see the spider. Even if they could, they would have thought he had gone crazy. Regardless, his words had gone unheard, for Logan had already ended the call. Should I go anyway? I know Quinn will be able to handle himself, and there are others that can cheer him on, Vex thought. Looking to his left and right, he could see Shiro and Syl just casually talking to each other. Syl, who was an unstable person who could probably destroy the whole shelter if someone got on his bad side, and Shiro, who if others knew his ability would try to target him. That's when Vex realized. Did they just leave me with babysitter duty? There was no need for Logan to completely change into his speed suit, as Layla wasn't as fast as the other vampires. Changing into another form now would just frighten those she ran past. Right now, she was using chi on her feet to allow her to run faster to catch up to that mysterious man. Not wanting to fall behind, Logan created a pair of speed boots for himself out of the spiders. He was keeping up with the girl with relative ease, and soon enough he saw who it was she was running after. For Layla to be chasing after someone like so, he could only assume it had something to do with Pure. Eventually, the man had disappeared between two large buildings into a dark alleyway. For a second Layla waited outside of it. She might be desperate for information, but she wasn't foolish enough to just run in. I know this is a trap, but I need to know why. Why did Mom treat me like a tool for her whole life? It was always for the greater good this and for the sake of Pure that, so then why did she give it all up at the end? The childhood I never had. Everything was because of Pure. Yet I don't even know the reason why she started it. Layla thought. She had struggled with herself with what to do, but soon felt her legs walking. As she cautiously entered the alleyway, afraid the man would just run away. For a brief moment, she wouldn't even mind getting captured by Pure, as long as she could find out the truth. Contrary to her fear, the man had stayed there. He was leaning up against the wall in plain sight, as if he had expected her to always come. In fact, he had turned around, revealing a full set of beast gear and a sword by his side. He then pulled off his robe to reveal a number on his shoulder. One that displayed the number 11 in black ink. A tattoo that was wide and thick, a proud symbol. Double digits, but not too far off from being a single agent. Just how much manpower has Pure sent here? And why would you tattoo your own agent number on yourself? What happens when he ranks up or ranks down? Layla wondered, taking a step back. The man had a mask on, one of a clown, which was fully white with a large red nose. It covered his face, but where the mouth was located one could see his mouth and tongue. He started to laugh out hysterically, like a madman, echoing through the alleyway. I've heard about her having an incompetent daughter, but how much of an idiot can you actually be to follow me into a place like this? Are you just trying to cause trouble for your new group? Or do your mommy issues really affect you that much? Number 11 pulled out his sword, which had a red hilt on the bottom, and suddenly flames started to flicker as it was activated. You know, I hated your mother for the longest time. She was always so uptight, thought that her way was the only right way. She got in the way of not just Agent 2, but nearly all the other leaders time and time again. There were so many things that we wanted to do, but she just had to get involved. For some reason, Zero had a soft spot for her, so we had to be careful. In the end, we didn't even have to use our plan to get rid of her. But seeing how her daughter is still very much alive, I just had to act. Do you have any idea how many times that bitch punished me to correct my behavior? Claiming I went too far. Well, now she's gone, so I'll at least have fun with her daughter. And you know the best part of it? After I have had my fun with you, I can bring back your corpse and will be hailed a hero for getting rid of a traitor. This was new news to Layla. Whenever she was at the Pure base, everyone seemed to respect her decisions. Even the other single agents listened to what she had to say. She never knew that her mother was always seen as the enemy within Pure. How could that be? How did it even end up being that way? Layla thought. Powered by her strong emotions, Layla had enough. She quickly placed an arrow into her bow and fired it out. Agent 11 lifted up his sword, still laughing as he activated his chi to block it. This will be an easy fight. She was never even ranked above 50. Despite her being that woman's daughter. When the arrow collided, neither one was giving in. The arrow was stuck mid-air against his sword. Even activating the flames, it seemed like they were unable to reach the arrows for some reason. Eventually Agent 11 got pushed back, since the force of the two arrows were stronger than his. Using my ability with my chi has gotten a lot better. I can increase the force even now. Layla thought. What? When did a lowly double agent like you learn how to use chi? It was your bitch of a mother, wasn't it? Just wait until I tell the others. For being so uptight about rules and order. She actually taught it to you, even though she was the one who had insisted that we only teach it to high-ranking agents. No longer trying to block the arrow, Agent 11 moved to the side, allowing it to continue going forward. However, another one was coming towards his face, and without knowing about it, one was heading towards his back as Layla was able to control the direction of them both. He's too overconfident because I was a low-level agent, and I can use that to my advantage. I've got him, Layla thought. At that moment, though, the arrows fell to the ground, as two more men came out slashing at the wooden part of the arrow and stopping the attack. Then, two more had appeared behind her. What a silly fool. You will die the way you were made. Agent 11 laughed, as he charged forward with his sword. Seeing how now they were too close, Layla had no choice but to transform. Sadly, the process took some time, so she needed to find a way to buy it against their group. Smashing down one of the agents, Logan had arrived and lifted his metal-plated arm to block the sword attack from Agent 11. Two more robotic arms had come out from Logan's side by his ribs and fired energy blasts, hitting the other two away. "Logan!" Layla shouted, but she didn't have time to worry, as she turned around to face the two agents behind her and fired out two shadow chains, locking them both in place. Now she had the time to transform into her second form. Horns grew from her head, her body grew slightly taller, and placing the bow away, she now drew the sword by her side. In her second form, Layla had the strength of a vampire, which could even exceed that if fueled by negative emotions. And right now, the girl was pissed, intending to make sure to at least find out what Agent 11 meant by stating she would be killed the same way she had been born. The man could only think one thing as he saw the girl transform in front of his eyes, that she was a monster. He also didn't understand how a regular person managed to block his chi-filled attack with just a metallic arm. Soon enough he got an answer, as the casing from the arm fell off, damaged from the sword strike. "I knew your faction housed monsters, but I didn't know you even housed Dalki," Agent 11 shouted in horror, as he looked at two monsters in front of him. Entering the field, Quinn grasped the sword that was in his hands and made a few practice swings in the air. He looked around, taking everything in as it all felt so real. It was different from playing the VR game Power Fighters. He wasn't sure if it was due to the mix of VR and AR that had created something extremely special or if it was something else. "Logan, it looks like you've improved something yet again." He looked to the side of the arena expecting to see him there, but that's when Quinn noticed that not only was he missing, but so was Layla. Did they both have to go to the toilet at the same time? Judging by Fex's exaggerated expression, I don't think they went to the toilet, Quinn thought. Sound from the outside was emulated into the machine, so Quinn was able to hear the cheers from everyone around, but specific things that they were saying weren't heard at all. I might have to try and finish this quickly, Quinn thought as he looked at Longblade on the other side. The field had finished generating. This time it was an open field, with long grass and nothing else. It looks like I'm in luck. This is one of my favorite maps to fight on. There is nowhere to hide, and only our skills will decide the outcome of the fight. Longblade thought as he pulled out his blade, which was long like a katana. Going by his weapon's choice, he had the feeling that the Colonel and Leo would surely hit it off. The fight began, and Longblade dashed forward, running with his sword down by his side. When he was within range, he struck upwards from below. Pulling back, Quinn was able to avoid the blow that almost grazed his chin. This person is good. No wonder he was one of the head generals in the past, Quinn thought. To everyone else, they were expecting the fight to have been easy. After the first connection, Longblade would start to deliver the remaining finishing blows, but that wasn't the case at all. The simulation allowed them to use their beast gear and the stats that were powered within it. However, Bucky wasn't wearing any beast gear. If he did, he would have been able to use the speed of his set to his advantage and could finish the fight in seconds. Quinn had intended to beat him fair and square, hopefully earning the cursed faction a good reputation during their stay. Of course, if he had known that Layla and Logan would have gone off, he wouldn't have cared for that. He had earned his equipment, so Longblade wouldn't have been able to criticize him for it. Still, his natural body as a vampire lord was fast enough even without it. After the first strike from Longblade, a few more came after and Quinn blocked each one with his sword. Unlike his opponent, he was using a standard long sword. Someone would usually have to wield such a large blade with two hands, but Quinn was able to with one. He blocked the swords, moving them in place whenever he could see Longblade striking and was being pushed back a bit. "You're just relying on your body's natural reactions. I can tell," Longblade pointed out. "But you are inexperienced when it comes to holding the sword." It was true, Quinn didn't know how to properly parry, or do any of the sort, but his strength and speed allowed him to deflect all those attacks aimed at his vitals. Exchanging blows with him, Quinn could tell that Longblade's swordsmanship was impressive. "I have fought against someone who is better with the sword than you. I thought I could learn something, but I guess not." Quinn sighed as he struck, not holding back as fast as he could towards the side of Longblade. The attack was too fast for him to react, and he had been hit. With the system emulating the power in the strike, Longblade felt the pain and was sent across the field. The only thing he could do to slow down the attack was to dig his blade into the ground. How fast was that attack? Longblade wondered. When looking at the game screen, Quinn saw that the Colonel's points had only dropped by 5, meaning it wasn't counted as a lethal blow. "I see, the system is going to make him recover from this, so it looks like I'm just going to have to hit him a few more times," Quinn concluded. At the same time, Longblade stood up, but he hadn't lost hope, for he had an ace up his sleeve. The use of abilities wasn't exactly banned from the match, so there was one thing he could do, as his eyes started to glow. In the alleyway, a sword was shining brightly as it was covered in flames, but it was doing nothing against his opponent. Logan could feel only a little heat from the sword he was blocking with his Dalki arm. The cursed faction seemed to be just full of monsters, Agent 11 shouted, as he placed more chi into his blade, making the flames brighten more, and was ready to strike again. But then Layla barged forward and struck with her sword. The two powers of chi clashed, creating vibrations through the air. "Logan, let me deal with this one," Layla requested, showing off her large teeth. In a close-range fight and a battle of strength, her second form was better suited than her third form, and she was just hoping it would be enough. "Well, little beast, at first I wanted to kill you, but I guess you still might have some use being kept alive. Too bad for you. We don't need you in one piece." Agent 11 let out another crazy laugh, as he swung his sword again, managing to cut Layla's arm. It wasn't deep as the girl managed to pull back, avoiding most of the blow, but her body wasn't healing like it usually would. "Is this the second stage of chi?" Layla wondered, as the clown started to bombard her with his attacks. She knew how to use the second stage of chi to a certain extent, but she was unable to use it on anything but her arrows. Unfortunately, her arrows were not enough to deal with him, but she wasn't faring much better with her sword. She wasn't a master swordsman either, but he seemed to be quite skilled. Soon the attacks were building up on her body as she was cut more and more in different places. "I hardly used the second form. I should have practiced with the sword more instead of using my arrows." Layla chastised herself, but now was the time for regrets. She knew that would have to wait until after the fight. The only reason why she was doing okay so far was because she could still power her sword with the first stage of chi, making her strikes powerful. Nonetheless, the difference between the first stage and second stage quickly became apparent. Coating his sword with the second stage of chi, he was able to chip at Layla's sword, which was at the king tier level. Both swords were made from the same level of quality crystals, yet Layla's weapon continued to suffer until it broke. "You're finished," he shouted. With nothing else to use, she decided to block the attack with her bare arm. Afraid that something would happen, Qi started to run through her veins and she used what power was in her body to allow it to do so. Striking forward, Agent 11 was going for a clean cut, but instead his sword was left there stuck in place. What is going on? Is the Qi in her body really this strong? Strong enough to even block my second stage and when using a weapon? Layla didn't know how her bones and flesh were able to withstand the sword, but the sword was slipping deeper and deeper into her by the second and something had to be done. Jumping back, Layla pulled out an arrow from behind. She held onto two of them like a spear. In the desperate situation, she threw both of them towards Agent 11, who was confident enough to dive right in. He went to strike and block the blows, but the power of the Qi was more than he had expected, getting pushed back before he could further injure it. How is that possible? I hate to admit it, but somehow her Qi is actually stronger than mine. I've only had the advantage because I know the second stage, but she can actually use it in her arrows to some extent. Changing the shape of his Qi, he was able to redirect the arrows, but when he was ready to, he felt something slice the back of his ankles, causing him to fall to the floor. The next second, pain shot from the front of both his feet. Looking down, he saw that the blade that had broken, she was controlling it with her telekinesis and used it to attack the back of his foot while he was distracted, and now lifting the two half into the air, she slammed them down on his foot and they had pierced the front as well. But how? I'm wearing beast gear and have the power of Qi running through my body. The next second, Agent 11 was constricted by the body of a serpent as it wrapped around him. His body was getting crushed by muscles stronger than he had felt before, and on the tail end of it, he could see a beautiful woman. This Qi is as powerful as the first digits. And that attack just now, did she infuse the blade with the second stage as well? Is that how she hurt? Before he could finish his thought, Agent 11 had passed out and Layla left him on the ground. Having exhausted a lot of her strength, the girl turned back into her usual self, but she could barely stand as she knelt up against the wall. I did it! I was able to beat a single high-ranking double-digit agent that was able to use Qi, by using my own Qi. I have improved. Shit. Logan. Layla suddenly remembered that she wasn't alone. Turning around, she saw that Logan was having hardly any trouble dealing with the other agents. And now that their leader had been subdued on the floor, they decided that fleeing the area was the better choice than continuing to fight against Logan. We already have the highest ranking one, and I'm sure there are other pure members out there. It's better to fall back. Logan decided. The spiders started to form and collect over his Dalki arm once more. They took the broken parts from the floor and started to fix it in place, covering it once more. Then the spiders soon moved to the agent who was left passed out on the floor, and they started to cover his legs in place and surround his body as well. He's an agent of the pure, I'm assuming. I can only imagine that group causing you to act so reckless. Logan was about to give Layla a lecture about her stupid act, but he decided to postpone it. She had done well in the fight, and she was obviously exhausted. Let's take him back to Quinn. With his powers, he's the best person to interrogate him. Logan said, if we hurry, we might be able to make it in time to see him humiliate Longblade. Before entering the VR capsule, both parties had been told the official rules by the organizers and both had agreed to them. They were allowed to wear whatever beast equipment they wished. The only beast weapon they were to use had to be a blade of some type. Both of the blades that would be used would be of the same tier level. Since it was VR, Quinn was able to select a suitable weapon for himself but just chose to go for a standard longsword. However, the rules had never mentioned anything about abilities, and this was because Longblade had one that would give him a huge advantage in this type of match. Since his skills with a sword were usually enough to win over his enemy, he didn't really abuse it, but this fight was one he just had to win. Did that Logan Green do something to increase his avatar's speed output? Tamper with his strength? At least it doesn't seem like I am suffering from anything like Avion. I didn't want to do this, but I need to even the playing field somehow. Longblade reasoned as he activated his ability. His eyes started to glow slightly and pupils' outline became blue. A sign his ability was activated and now he could see it. It was strange when Longblade first used the ability playing the game he thought it wouldn't work, but it had something to do with seeing the opponent in front of him that allowed it to. Now let's see what exactly you plan to do. Around this time, Logan and Layla returned. Only there was a suspicious large box shaped like a coffin on the boy's back. Making it stand out even more was the fact it was easily twice Logan's height. It looked quite heavy, but ultimately the ones doing the heavy lifting were the additional robotic arms. When they finally met up with Fex and the others, Logan put the box down upright by the group's side. "Finally, you guys returned. What exactly happened?" Fex asked as he turned around to see the strange appearance. "What the hell is in the box?" "A person," Logan stated without blinking an eye. "We don't want this one to escape, so we had to restrain him. Don't worry, he's still alive and has enough air to last for a while. I just thought this would be the best appearance to cover it up. It should deter others from opening it, as they might think their V is inside." Fex wanted to say something, but judging by how extremely tired Layla looked, the cuts on her arm that were healing slowly, while part of her body was badly bruised, he understood that it couldn't have been an easy fight. On the other hand, Logan looked completely fine, no wounds whatsoever on him. At least from what they could see on the outside. It made the vampire question if he had actually provided backup or had just let the girl do all the work. Logan had been able to stop most attacks with his giant Dalki arm, but there was something he had realized during the fight. Although the pure members that had fled didn't seem too powerful, they were able to use chi. They hadn't been too proficient with it, either that or they had a low reserve of chi, but it had been enough for Logan to still receive a cut on his arm. When he was cut and blood was drawn, he noticed the color was green and something strange happened. An energy had entered his body, and he had felt himself becoming angrier. Because of this, he had ended up fighting more cautiously after, and it was also the real reason he didn't want to chase after those that had run away. "I guess I might need to run a few tests on myself. Otherwise I could become a liability to the whole group." In Borden's case, he stated he felt an energy rising in him whenever he was injured, and his anger was always directed towards those that hurt him and not the others around him. Logan thought. He wasn't too worried right now, but it was always better to be safe than sorry. Back in the arena now that Longblade had been sent across the field, Quinn had time to look at the others, and there he could see that Layla and Logan had returned. It was a relief for him that he didn't have to go on some grand journey to save them once again. He had done that often enough already. Now that he knew they were safe, he could relax and have some fun just as he had intended in the first place. Quinn gripped the sword and waited for Longblade to make his next move. But for some reason he hadn't moved at all. Instead his face was twitching as if he was angered by something. Something that he didn't quite understand. This doesn't make sense. With my ability I can see the outcome of the next 5 seconds based on my movements. So why? Why is the future telling me that no matter where I attack, that I will be the one getting hurt no matter what I do? Longblade was getting frustrated. His own ability was simply telling him that no matter what he was going to do next, this Bucky guy who he had first heard of today would be able to react and counter him. However, there was one ray of hope, as Longblade found a way through. He charged in like before, unfearful and more confident because his ability told him that this would work. Seeing this, Quinn thought it was the same set of moves as last time, but he could tell something was up. I might need to use my full strength and speed for this one. I was hoping to win with a clean score. Quinn smiled to himself. This was what he wanted, to see a swordsman at work, one that showed everything they had. When Longblade finally reached Quinn, he swung his sword once again, striking from down below. Seeing this, Quinn went to block as he always had, just moving his sword in the right place. I'll strike after this block and keep doing so, ending this match, Quinn thought. But then something strange had happened, as the sword was in the right place to block his opponent. It seemingly phased right through the Colonel's sword, disappearing and then reappearing like Quinn's sword was never there. It sped up significantly and a clean strike was made right through Quinn's head, cutting through from the chin. A large pain went through him, but the gaming system allowed him to recover quickly and he jumped a few steps back. Looking at the scoreboard, it counted it as a lethal blow, meaning Quinn had taken 10 points of damage. Whoa, that's Colonel Longblade for you, the best swordsman in the world. I was getting worried for a second when his opponent was blocking all the attacks. Quinn stood there for a few seconds in disbelief. He had been taking it easy so far, but just now he had used everything he had in an attempt to block the sword, and at that moment, he had no clue what happened. Of course, if Quinn was using his beast gear, blood powers and shadow powers, it might have been different. Then Colonel Longblade wouldn't have been a match for him, but it was still apparent that if the two were fighting sword to sword, Quinn would have lost his life. Not wanting to waste any time, Longblade decided that he would go for the same move again. After all, it was the only one that his ability told him would work. It's not really the way I wanted to win, but as the green kid said, a win is a win, he thought. Then for the first time, Quinn entered into a stance. He bent down his knees slightly and placed his sword into his scabbard. He made sure his fingers firmly gripped his sword, waiting for the right moment. A stance? But that stance doesn't match the sword. Longblade was unsure whether Bucky was doing something crazy or was just an amateur who attempted something he didn't understand wouldn't work. Erring on the side of caution, Longblade activated his ability once again, and he could see it. The next move was beautiful, it was fast and would slice him in half. Regardless, Longblade had already started the first steps for the Phantom Blade strike. The only thing he could do was try to cancel it mid-strike in order to survive. When Quinn could see his foot was in range, unleashing his hand as fast as he could, he attempted a quick draw slash. I don't know if this will work, because all I'm doing is imitating what Leo did at one point, Quinn thought as he pulled out his blade. Seeing this, it was exactly a repeat of what Longblade's ability had shown him. The colonel canceled the attack and tried to move out of the way. It looked successful until he felt a sharp pain hit him in his right thigh. If this wasn't a game, his leg would have been chopped right off. At that moment, 5 points of HP had been lost from Longblade, and the two of them were now at 90 HP points each. The match was intense, and after seeing that move, the crowd thought differently about Quinn. A young man had just pulled off an impressive move. Who would be the winner now? No one knew. That move? Where have I seen it before? Longblade thought. A few seconds later, and a notification screen appeared in front of them both. The match has been forcefully cancelled. Sir, I apologize for interrupting your match, but an urgent report just came in. The demigod tier has been spotted. As soon as the news about the sighting of the demigod tier beast was revealed, it felt as if the entire base had started to mobilize. Even the lab was busy, and soldiers, together with researchers, could be seen pulling out the beasts. The non-military folk all came out to cheer the soldiers before they set out. By the time Quinn and Longblade had left the capsules, half of the arena had already left. The first thing the colonel did was to wave over Bucky, who appeared by his side nearly instantly. Well, that confirms it. He actually is that fast. I was sure that Green Boy had pulled some trick on the VR machine, but unless one has trained for years and has perfected their body over time, no one should be capable of such a thing. It's actually scary to think how fast he would be if he had put on some decent beast gear. Longblade thought. Using his ability, he could see that there was nothing he could do, even with his favorite sword, against the unarmed boy. Bucky would be able to counter him no matter what he did. A shiver ran down the military leader's spine as something even more frightening was revealed. If Longblade attacked this person right now with the intention to kill him, he would be defeated by him with his bare fists. I didn't know the cursed faction had someone who is so talented in martial arts and the way of the sword. You said your name is Bucky, correct? That movement you pulled at the end, it looked a little awkward but familiar. Who is your teacher? Longblade asked. The aggression and arrogant tone that had been present in Longblade's tone upon their arrival had disappeared. Quinn didn't know about the other Earthborn soldiers, but it became apparent that he had at least earned a bit of respect from this man. As for how to answer the question, right now he wasn't Quinn, but Bucky. As for the last move, my teacher's name is Leo Sui-Yin. Quinn eventually answered truthfully. The second Longblade heard the person's name, his eyes lit up, and now he understood why the move looked so familiar to him. Leo Sui-Yin was someone he had admired greatly. Longblade, although a middle-aged man, had been inspired to pick up the sword due to seeing the war hero Leo in battle. In the past, he had been someone who relied on guns for battle, but they had proven useless against the Dalki. One day, he had the fortune of being saved by the blind swordsman, allowing him to witness Leo's swordsmanship. It was one of the reasons he vehemently defended the statement that the sword was the best weapon one could have, and why he had insisted on teaching it to those under him. "Does that mean Leo is with the cursed faction?" he asked. That was when Quinn also realized that not everyone seemed to associate Leo with being part of the cursed faction. He had never been seen in public with them, and he had naturally refused all sorts of interviews. Of course, that also meant that the world was still unaware that their war hero was now one of the V many feared. "He is someone with close ties to the cursed faction, but he freely does as he wishes," Quinn answered, because that's how he honestly felt about Leo. Regardless if he was his vampire knight or not, to Quinn he was his first teacher and someone he still had a lot to learn from. "I see, in that case I'm even more sorry for the disrespect I have caused his students so far. You are a strong person, Bucky, and I wish you could introduce me to your teacher someday. I would like to personally thank him for what he did in the past." Looking over, Longblade saw his men already waiting for him. If they had found the trail of the beast, it was safe to assume that Pure did as well. "The cursed faction are welcome to come along with me personally as we look for the demigod tier beast. Please meet us outside the main shelter's headquarters. I will be waiting for you there and will be speaking to Nathan," Longblade said, before he went off to coordinate the plan they had put in place. It looked like his fun little game had worked out for the best for all of them. Perhaps Longblade had never intended to put much woe into the cursed faction, but now it seemed like his opinion of them had changed. Since the field was not empty of soldiers, Quinn quickly went over to where his friends were, and he could tell immediately that Layla was suffering with sweat running down her face and that she was exhausted. "What happened?" Quinn asked, as it was fairly obvious the two hadn't just gone off to the toilet at the same time. Logan filled him in about how one of Pure's members had been present in the crowd, and they had eventually tracked him down, and that they had captured him, in the hopes he might reveal some intel. Going by her injuries, Quinn decided to have a quick look at Layla and could tell straight away what the problem was. The amount of chi in her body was still too much for her body to handle. Quinn had the body of a vampire lord, and even then, using chi would put a lot of strain on himself. For Layla, it was more beneficial for her to use the second stage of chi, or perhaps the third stage, since the chi would leave the body, rather than reinforce it. If Layla continued to use the first stage to power herself, it would only harm her body, doing more damage than good in the long run, especially with the large quantity she had inherited from her mother. "Layla, you need to use less chi on your body. When you shoot it from your arrows it's okay since it's not affecting your body so much, but if you use it too much you might damage your body. Imagine if Logan wasn't there at the time. The rebound on your body was too much and any other Pure members would have been able to hurt you." It sounded and felt like to Quinn he was telling off a child. The thing was, Quinn didn't really understand why Layla had gone after him in the first place, because she hadn't explained what exactly Agent 11 had said about her mother. Still, she knew she had done wrong, so she listened to him without complaining. "Fex, I think it would be best if you stay here for now and look after our captive. Maybe it's best for you to take him somewhere quiet and ask him the question we need. How many Pure members they have, what their goal is, and so on. Being a high-ranking agent, he should know a lot," Quinn ordered. Fex honestly wanted to protest. He wanted to go with them but understood. Since Pure was most likely also going after the demigod tier beast, carrying another person around would be a huge distraction. If anything, while no one was keeping a good eye on them, it was the perfect time to do some investigation of their own. "Logan, it sounds like the army seems to be making movements. My guess is they're going to try and use some of the beasts that they have captured as bait for the demigod tier beast. The stronger ones should have left the shelter, or will be protecting the outside walls. If you can, I think this would be the perfect time to head inside, and maybe you can find more information. There are some interesting things there. Lastly, me, Syl, Shiro, and Layla will head off with Longblade and his group. Hopefully when we come back, we'll have good news for you all," Quinn said with a smile. With everyone knowing what they needed to do, it was time for them to move out. "Vorden, Ratton, it won't be long until I can see you again," Syl thought. Outside of the main base, Quinn was waiting with Syl, Shiro, and Layla. Using a bit of his own chi abilities, Quinn was able to settle the wild chi that was affecting her body, allowing Layla's natural chi to fuse with her injured cells, allowing her to start healing. With the foreign chi expelled, she was soon enough good as new. At least physically speaking, mentally was a different story. Honestly, Quinn didn't really want to take Layla in her current state. He was deeply concerned, since it was clear there was something that she hadn't told them, and he knew well that she had a history with Pure who were also out on the hunt for the demigod-tier beast. The reason why he allowed her to come along was because he was worried that she would just go off on her own once more, if she was left behind. There was no guarantee there would be Logan or someone else rescuing her next. It was far better off being next to him than away. While waiting, Quinn observed everything that was happening. Mechs were being escorted out of the large tube tunnels and then being taken to a factory. They were coming out partially destroyed. It looked brutal as more and more were being dragged out. Quinn noticed another strange little thing. The captured beasts were actually being sent down a different tube, meaning they were heading to a different pit in the landscape underground, not where the damaged mechs were coming from. Are they trying to trick the humanoid beast somehow? If the same thing happens to the demigod-tier beast as the basic one, then it means after it harvests the crystal it should enter a weakened state. Do they intend to attack it while in the middle of its partial evolution? Are they trying to use this information to their advantage? If they send it down the same tube, then maybe it will be too obvious. While sending it to one next to it, perhaps after the beast is done destroying the mechs, it will move to hunt for beasts again. Of course, Quinn was just guessing, but other than that, he didn't really understand what they were trying to do. Perhaps Logan would have been able to shed some light once he had obtained more information. Still, if we can, it would be nice to capture this beast in one go, and hopefully we can use its body straight away. There will be the matter to discuss with the Earthborn group, but if by then a new Supreme Commander has been selected, we can maybe use Satch to order them to stand down. Finally, it looked like Longblade was done with his meeting, as he came out with a strong team of 5 men, each one armed to the max in high-tier beast gear. Nathan was an additional 6th person who had come with them, who had listened in on the meeting as their representative. I'll explain what has been discussed on the way to the demigod-tier beast. These 5, including Nathan, are really the only ones capable and strong enough to go against such a beast. The soldiers are evacuating the underground area at the moment, so we might have to use a special traveling tube to go in and out of areas. Longblade explained. He then looked at who was coming from the cursed faction, and noticed that the Green Boy and one of the V had been left behind. I assume it's because Green isn't really much of a fighter. Bucky and the V-Girl are here. Could it be that not all of them are as strong as him? Or did they just leave the other one behind as a guard? Longblade wondered, but after having experienced the strength of Leo's student, he was glad that he came along. Here, take this, the colonel said as he held out what looked like a type of katana blade of some kind. I know in the VR game you used a sword, but you should follow in your teacher's footsteps. That sword there is a legendary tier sword. It's the old weapon I used to have, but I found one with an active skill that's more suited to my needs. Think of it as your reward for winning that fight earlier. Longblade said. For a second, Quinn didn't even know what to do. Should he just accept the weapon, or was this some kind of trap? Quinn had grown too used to people from the Earthborn group trying to get revenge, attack them, or even more, but Longblade wasn't doing any of that. Using the inspect skill, Quinn was worried that maybe there was some type of curse put on the weapon, but he was just even more amazed at what he could see. He had also forgotten for a moment that the one receiving the gift wasn't him, but Bucky. Although the weapon had no active skill, it had one very special trait. The weapon was indestructible. It was unable to break. Can this be real? Can a weapon really have this as a skill? Just what type of beast had to be killed to create something like this? The stats that came with it weren't even close to his gauntlets. At the same time, he was no master swordsman, but maybe one day it would come in handy to train in the sword, and this would certainly be useful in these types of situations. I thank you for your generous gift. Quinn bowed down and took the katana-like sword that was shining a bright silver in color, and placed it on his side. He wanted to put it in his dimensional space but was afraid it would give away who he was. It seems like hiding who I really am was the right move, and it proves that not everyone in the Cursed faction is a group of bad people. Before leaving, Syl had touched Colonel Longblade, taking a part of his power. He looked at the kid, and by now most people were aware of who he was based on the description, so the colonel didn't say anything and allowed for it to happen. Finally, the group was off. Meanwhile, Logan was attempting to complete his own mission that had been assigned to him. Standing outside the lab, he could see that they were in a rush to get the beast transported down to one of the special tubes. Using this brief moment of opportunity, Logan was able to take advantage of the situation. His spiders were able to locate and enter the inside of the facility, watching their every move while sending information back to Logan. I haven't done this stuff in a while, Logan thought as he walked rushing into the facility, just acting as every other soldier did. It was easy to enter the base, and he understood once inside why they were a bit lax on the outside. Every door seemed to be made out of glathrium and had a passcode machine to its side. Although there were those like Quinn who could bypass those, not many people could. As for Logan, the machine that could keep him out would have to be created first. Are all the doors reinforced because of what's inside? Logan wondered, remembering what Quinn had told him about his nightly escapade. He walked around looking for the specific door that Quinn had entered from last time. During his time here, he didn't want to leave any stone unturned, but he thought if his time was limited it would be best to get to the most important thing first. Eventually, he reached the area where the said beast was meant to be. Using his spiders, they were able to squeeze through the small gap in the bottom. He checked for any signs of anyone else inside, scientist or anyone else, but apparently there were only a few beasts. Placing his hand on the access code, it took a few seconds before he was allowed in. Logan left a few of his spiders in the hallway, acting as sentries to warn him if anyone wanted to enter. Once inside, Logan quickly found the basic tier beast that was being experimented on, telling him that he was indeed in the right room. Let's see just what sort of things you've been doing here, Logan mumbled as he placed his hands on the terminal, and the information flooded into his brain. A couple of minutes later, and all the information he found useful was inputted into him. It seems like there are more labs like this one with different beasts, and they only store the information of each beast in a certain lab. It doesn't seem like they have been monitoring this one for long. But there is one thing that interests me in one of the files. When looking through all the information, Logan had obtained a map to all the labs where they were running similar experiments on the beasts. But the one that had caught the most attention was one that was labeled humanoid, legendary tier beast. Are they trying to make another demigod tier beast? Or do they plan to go even beyond that? Looking at the files, Logan was checking through all of the information. The main problem was that it was pretty lacking. It seemed the military was quite careful about not linking systems. So if there was a breach, a single person wasn't able to access all the files. This might be due to people who have abilities like me. In this case, not even my back doors work out for this type of stuff. With no more information being gathered from the current room he was in, Logan decided that it would be best that he head off to the place where the legendary tier humanoid beast was meant to be located. Before leaving himself, with his spiders still down the hallway, he allowed them to locate where the room was first. Now having access to the map of the facility, it was easier to navigate, and eventually, his spiders had reached the room. Once they entered, Logan was filled with confusion at what he could see. Is that real? Without just the spiders, I won't be able to access any information from the terminals. I will need to enter the room for myself. But what could have happened there? Trying not to waste time, Logan sent out his spiders on a different task. They were to head to each room, where a beast was meant to be held captive. It looked like a lot of the beasts they captured were going to be used for bait. However, the others, those being experimented on, were in a different area, which was good news for him since he was currently on the second floor with the experiments, and there weren't many people out and about on this floor. Each room had the beast present. There was even one room that contained a king-tier humanoid beast as well, which was interesting. Suppose all else failed, as long as the intelligence was still there and Shiro could move human minds into them. Despite what tier it was at, they could use the humanoid beast to place Vorden or Ratton inside. Of course, half of Quinn's idea to use demigod tier beast or higher was the fact that they would still have strong power. Being in a beast, they would no longer have the powers they once had before. What Quinn never considered was the fact that the beasts can evolve. Logan thought as he stood outside the door where the legendary tier beast was meant to be. Getting inside, it was as easy as the last door, and now he could see the place with his own eyes. So what the spiders sent me was real, Logan thought, looking at the scene in front of him. The whole lab, compared to the other ones, was destroyed. It looked like they had a strange circular container that was centered in the middle. The front half of it had been ripped apart and chucked to the side. Then there were several containers on the outside as well, with glass on the floor. On top of that, nearly everything else in the room had been ripped apart or destroyed. But one terminal remained, the one that was required for the door to be opened. Let's hope there is still some information that I can gather from here. Pressing his hand on all the terminals, Logan was able to extract some information, but a lot of it was unretrievable. With the odd bits of information he did obtain, he did learn of something. The beast that was contained here was the first project they were working on. It was the oldest compared to all the other experiments. I thought that they started experimenting on the beast to find a way to get rid of the demigod tier beast, but the reports don't match up. This beast was captured way before the demigod tier even started appearing. Searching for more information, Logan knew there had to be something here since this was the first experiment, perhaps the reason why they were doing this in the first place. Then finally, he had found two vital pieces of information. One was a recording of what happened on the last day of the experiment. There were no more dates after this, and the other was why they were running these experiments in the first place. That's what the facility was being used for? It was a project to upgrade the beasts to create stronger crystals. They were trying to find the most effective way to make the beast evolve to create stronger weapons. It makes sense since, for one, demon tier beasts are hard to come by and very dangerous to kill. Even if they couldn't make a beast evolve to the demon tier level, it is still an improvement for the army to have anything legendary tier and above. In all honesty, Logan couldn't fault them for what they were trying to do. They were just trying to use what they had to their advantage. Although it was cruel for the beasts in a way, what choice did humans have? They were in a desperate time, and if they didn't do this, their lives would be in danger. Next was to play the video, and now finding this out and putting the pieces together, Logan had a pretty good idea of what happened that day. The video started to play, and it was an exact replica of the room Logan was in, only that everything hadn't been destroyed yet. In the center of the room was a circle machine where the beast could be seen inside. It was hard to make out precisely what it looked like due to where the cameras were positioned. On the outside of where the beast was, there were several glass displays with crystals floating about inside. A tube above it all redirected to the beast in the center. Suddenly, all the crystals on the outside started to light up simultaneously. One of the doctors standing in the middle had a smile on his face. When the lights from the crystals disappeared, the beast in the pod started to light up brightly, shining so hard that all of them had to cover themselves. Finally, we did it. We managed to evolve a legendary tier humanoid beast into a demigod tier beast. The man dressed in white said. A few seconds later, and there was a rumbling that had come from within the center container. Several loud bangs were heard after, and the look of panic appeared on the scientists' faces as they took a step back. The next second, the door was ripped off and thrown all the way to the side. When Logan looked at where the door had landed, he could also see that the door was still in the same place. Unfortunately, from that moment onwards, the video footage was corrupted, and Logan was unable to see more. The date on this video. It's only been a month since this happened. It was so soon. Is that why the room still hasn't been repaired yet? And if my guess is right, the humanoid demigod tier beast that the scientist and Pure are after is the demigod tier beast from this facility. Exiting from the room, it was quite the revelation that Logan had found out, but it didn't really change anything. They still needed to get the demigod tier beast for themselves. However, Logan wasn't ready to leave the facility yet. Not all beasts could evolve, and it looked like they had found a way to determine which beasts could evolve. Perhaps this information could be used to help Borden, Ratten, and Vorden. After getting all of the information, Logan realized that there was one thing he needed more to figure everything out. He needed to take a subject back with him, which was why right now, he had moved from the destroyed room where the demigod tier beast was kept and was currently in the room where a king tier humanoid beast could be seen. The beast could be seen behind a large glass wall. When Logan entered the room, its eyes locked onto him, following his every move. Is it acting this way because it's never seen me before? Logan thought. The beast had a humanoid figure but was covered in black fur. Its eyes were piercing red without any white area. On top of that, it had several tails coming out from its behind that were large and fluffy. They could be seen extending to the top of its head. It will take too much time to look for another demigod-tier beast. I can use this one to research how to know which beasts can evolve and which can't. At the same time, we can just evolve this one. Logan thought as he went to the terminal and placed his hand down. Here he had access to many different options, one of them allowing for a special type of gas to enter the glass room the beast was in. The gas was pink in color and filled the room until the beast itself couldn't be seen. When the gas finally disappeared, the beast was seen on the floor lying down. Now, just need to take this someplace safe. I think it might be best to get back and hand it to Fex. We can try to wrap the beast up. With his strings and my equipment, we should be able to hold it. Activating another button, the glass door started to rise. Walking over to the beast, before he knew it, its red eyes shot open and stared right at Logan. "Thank you for letting me out," the beast said. The journey was set for Quinn and the others. At the moment, they were walking towards one of the temporary stations built around the shelter. All these stations had soldiers guarding the outside of them. This was because they were where the special tubes were used to transport mechs and more, taking one to the sink spot locations. What impressed Quinn the most was just how organized and well-controlled the army was. The only person he could praise this for had to be Longblade. It seemed like everyone had great respect for him, even though it couldn't have been long since he ran the place. Most of these men weren't even originally his. A lot of them actually belonged to General Inu. "I must say you run a great place here," Quinn said, wondering just how he did so. "Of course, these people know why we do what we need to do," Longblade replied. "We are the support for the main Earthborn group. Without us, there are no crystals for the war. In a way, we are the fuel that powers the engine. I make sure everyone knows the importance of their tasks. If we fail to produce, then it's even worse for the others." Hearing this made Quinn realize that the people worked so well because they all believed they were working towards the same goal. Defeating the Dalki was essential to the whole of the human race. Still, it was also crucial to make sure that everyone knew precisely their part and how it would contribute to the overall goal. "Our group is the same Q, Bucky." Shiro corrected himself before he said the wrong name. "From what I have seen, many of those in the Cursed had nowhere to go or felt like they had no purpose, but they are given a purpose when they are taken in. On top of that, we have a leader that cares for us, and it feels like he will do anything to protect us." The reason Shiro spoke up was due to the look that was on Quinn's face. He could see he was in deep thought after hearing this. "Are you talking about Quinn, the Cursed faction leader?" Rafer asked. The man who asked the question, full name was Rafer Lyle. He was a large man who wore a heavy set of armor from head to toe. His shoulders were nearly as broad as the length of Quinn's whole body. He was so big. He was one of the sergeants currently working under Longblade, and he was one of the few who did not quite have a bladed weapon. On his back, he had what looked like a lance. However, rather than a single point as its attack, the lance had four bladed edges that ran down to the tip. "I have heard a lot of things about him, about how powerful he is. A man of that strength, I would love to see him fighting up front," Rafer said with a big smile. "But isn't he a V?" Another soldier asked, who was originally a high-ranked class female traveler called Joy. She was on the opposite end of the spectrum, wearing light armor and had two thin blades on her back as well. "Did you guys even know about it before the announcement was made? I just don't know how I would feel." While saying this, Joy also looked towards Layla, as she was one of those reviled on the broadcast. Longblade also looked at Bucky as he was sure he was a V as well. "Some of us knew about it for a long time," Syl answered surprisingly. "It hasn't changed anything in the group. It's really annoying how your people look at us as well." Frankly, nearly everyone was getting tired of how the others looked at them. Even now, when they were walking with Longblade, they would get stares. "He's right," Rafer replied. "It shouldn't matter, and I think if we can work on this together, It will prove that the cursed faction are nothing to worry about. Finally, they had reached the station, where a strange vehicle was waiting for them. It was mostly clear on the outside and shaped like an old-fashioned car. Longblade was the first to get on, and the 5 men behind him followed. Then Nathan did along with the rest. The vehicle itself had seats for them to sit on and looked large enough to fit around 100 people. So there was plenty of room for them all. Then, the vehicle started to move all on its own down the long tube. Now they were traveling down the large hill, exiting from the shelter where it was placed on a hill heading straight for one of the sinking spots. "Okay, I guess it's time for me to explain what is going on," Longblade said in a loud voice as he stood in the middle. "The demigod tier has been found in one of our mining areas as usual. We have cleared all of the destroyed mechs as well as all of them that were mining there. The sinking spots have their own natural tunnels below, as well as the large areas we have excavated. But other than that, there is nowhere for the beast to run. After clearing out a mining area, it seems like the beast goes out to eat in one of the other areas. We have planned a trap, so we have put various beasts in different sinking areas near the mining area where it was located. These tubes with these vehicles are the quickest way we can travel to each area. Currently, combat mech teams have been sent to the other areas while we are going to the original area where the beast was spotted. We will attempt to follow its tracks, and if we get a report of the beast being spotted in another area, we are to head to these tubes and travel to its location." Quinn understood why they were planning to do this. They were using the information they had already received from the lab, that the beast would be in a weakened state after consuming the crystals, which was why they weren't in so much of a rush to actually send the current team to where the beast would be. It's almost as if they wanted the beast to eat the crystals. This has been our plan for a while now, and we have been able to trap it on a couple of occasions. However, at the same time, Pure has gotten in our way just as we are about to battle with the beast, allowing it to escape. Before, we were initially going to be the ones to deal with the beast while allowing the cursed faction to fight with Pure. However, I think you guys are quite dependable, so I will let you choose which one you would like. When Longblade asked this question, he didn't look at Nathan like he would before. Instead, he turned to Quinn. When the question was asked, Layla had tugged Quinn on his sleeve as if she wanted to say something. "Feel free to discuss it with your group first," Longblade said. He could tell something was up and headed back to the others. "What's wrong?" Quinn asked. "I wanted to tell you earlier, but I wanted to talk to you about Pure," Layla said. When she spoke, it sounded a bit painful. "When I went off to meet with the Pure agent, it was because he said he could tell me something about my mother. I know you might not quite understand, but I want to know more about her. Why did she create Pure? What was her reason for doing all the things she did?" What Layla didn't realize was Quinn understood quite a bit. For now, even he wanted to know more about the Talon family, and why exactly the stone tablet had talked to him only. Curiosity was a strange thing, and sometimes one would go to great lengths to satisfy it, especially if it had family ties. "You, Logan, I know you're both right, but it's still strange to ask you guys to get involved with my personal business, when it has nothing to do with you guys. How could I ask you guys to fight for me, protect me just because I wanted to know more about my mother? That's why I decided to go off on my own. I know you would have done the same to Quinn, but what's the difference between you and me?" she said as she paused for a bit. She knew the difference. The difference was in strength. However, Quinn risked his life on numerous occasions, and she was willing to risk hers to find out these answers. It would be selfish of her to ask the cursed faction to do the same. "I just wanted you to tell me these things for a reason. My mother was one of the founders of Pure, and to get my answers, those who are high-ranking in Pure will know. The guy I fought against was called Agent 11, and he said that Agent 2 is currently here as well." Quinn knew from battling with Layla's mother Lucy, and the single-digit agents were strong. According to Layla, her mother wasn't even in her position due to her strength, but it was because she was one of the founders. One of the differences between the leaders and those that weren't was that they knew all 3 chi stages, while Quinn still only knew 2. "So you're saying you want us to face Pure instead of going for the demigod tier beast? Or are you worried that maybe the Colonel can't handle Pure if we leave it to them? Perhaps you want us to capture Agent 2. Layla remained silent. She really didn't know what to do. This might be the only chance they could capture a humanoid demigod tier beast. At the same time, when would they meet single-ranking agents of Pure? They soon were coming up to the sinkhole, and Longblade stood up expecting an answer. It was time for Quinn to make the decision. However, it wasn't quite as black and white as some people thought it might be. As he looked over at Syl, he could see a smile on his face, swinging his legs like a little kid. Ever since being on this mission, his mood had brightened up. Now that he was so close to achieving the goal, if they failed or it got delayed any longer, then perhaps Syl would snap. Although Quinn could control him and face him somewhat, it wasn't something he wanted to do. Syl had waited long enough already. On top of that, the military would most likely just kill the beast instead of capturing it unless Quinn made a request. Now that our relationship has improved with Longblade, maybe if we ask, he will agree. Still, his #1 property has to be to get rid of it. Quinn thought, looking at Layla and everyone there, the worried deep frown on her face. He knew what the right decision was to be. You don't have to worry, Layla. Remember, both groups will be together. Just both have different tasks. Quinn replied, it's not like we're splitting up or anything. Well, try to do both. At that moment, Quinn wanted to comfort her. His hand reached out for hers, but before even touching, a strange feeling had come over him. Again? But before, we could touch just fine. But now it feels like that stupid connection thing is coming up again. Why does it only activate sometimes? Quinn thought. Standing up, Quinn walked over to where Longblade was and was ready with his answer. We will take care of the Pure group. However, I would like to make some requests. Quinn said, I know your group has already done a lot for us, even allowing us to come along. But the cursed faction needs the demigod tier beast. We need it alive. Hearing this, Joy thought this Bucky person was crazy. Why would they agree to capture the beast alive? Not just that, there was a double meaning to this request. If they were asking this, it also meant they wanted to keep the demigod tier beast as well, since the military had no use for it alive apart from its crystal. I would like to put Syl on your team. I'm sure you know about his powers. Quinn said. He will be strong enough to allow your group to subdue the demigod tier beast alive. In return, whatever you need from the cursed faction, we will comply. Although Syl was unstable at times, Quinn could rely on one thing, and that was his power. Knowing how important this job was for him, Syl would make sure it would happen by putting it in his hands. He could see that Layla would go for the Pure members, and Syl would go for the beast no matter what. So in his head, it was who needed more help. Still, if he finished one job quickly, he could help out the other as well. Longblade paused for a few seconds, not giving an answer, while he looked at his people and the others. The demigod tier beast has hurt a lot of our people. They will be upset to hear that the creature is in the cursed group's hands, and a demigod tier weapon would greatly improve our group's strength, especially a humanoid one. Whatever you give in return will need to be of equal value or greater. Longblade said, Do you have the authority to promise us this? Without hesitating at all, Quinn replied, Yes, I do. The largest grin had appeared on Longblade's face after hearing the answer. Then we agree, but I will not force my people to keep the beast alive. If they are in danger, they are to protect their lives most of all. I will also not be responsible for looking after the Blade Boy. Longblade had heard from Oscar, who precisely this boy was, and how strong his powers were. It was a story many of them found hard to believe, but since the report came from Oscar, they had no choice but to. Of course, Quinn said. At that moment, Longblade leaned over. I hope this can improve our relationship. Quinn? Longbald whispered and walked off to his people to make sure everyone was ready. Hearing this, Quinn had a look on his face of disbelief. He didn't understand how Longbald had found out. His disguise was perfect. Of course, he would find out who you were. Vincent said. Who else would have the authority to give something of equal value as a demigod tier crystal? You didn't even hesitate or ask for an okay from the others. It was a slip-up, but Longblade must have had his suspicions after the match. They entered the underground tunnels, and the vehicle they were in was starting to slow down. Eventually, it had come to a complete stop, and 2 giant mechs were seen standing by the vehicle as well as 2 more guards. Their duty was to protect that underground station. Getting off from the vehicle, it was quite impressive what they could see. It wasn't a tunnel like they had imagined. The walls were far wider than they could reach. It could fit at least 4 or more of the vehicles they had come in. It was so wide. The walls were also filled with white lights that would go across the edges, making it easy for all of them to see. The only thing that felt like they were underground was the flooring. However, even that was flattened out for them to walk on. As we mine, we also continue to resurface the place and make improvements, Longblade explained. The planet is full of sinkholes that one can't really travel on the surface. So we thought of moving the shelter underground and traveling via the vehicles when needed. The above shelter will remain as a storage place for the crystals, Longblade explained. After that, he pulled out his katana blade and walked forward. It's time to head to the mining area where the beast was last seen, Longblade ordered. The group split into 2 and started to walk side by side. Quinn out front with his group, and Rafer standing out front for Longblade's group. He was a large, powerful man that looked like a tank. A person who wouldn't fall easy, so it made sense to put him out there. Meanwhile, in the tunnels themselves, in an area that wasn't as well done up as where Quinn and his group had arrived from, there was Agent Number 2. All right, this time I'll be moving out by myself. I'm sick and tired of staying in this underground place. We have news that they have called for help from the cursed faction, but no one of significance has arrived. We need to deal with this before even more help is on the way. After walking for a while, they came across the mining area where blue crystals completely lit up the wall. It was a big area, and even looking up, they couldn't tell where the ceiling was. Yet, they had built machinery to help them extract the crystal from up high. It was as if they wouldn't let a single crystal go to waste. Looking around, it didn't seem like the beast was here. They could only see destroyed machinery and a few parts that had fallen off from the mechs earlier. Just then, Longblade received a message. Everyone, the beast has been spotted in Area C. That is one of the areas where the beasts are located. Hurry, let's head back to the vehicle. We can catch up with it then. Otherwise, it might get away before we get to it. Longblade, is there another way to get to the beast other than using those vehicles? Quinn asked as they were running back. Once they reached the station, they could use another one to take them to the area they were heading in. Longblade then pointed to a hole in the tunnel back the way they were. It wasn't carved out properly since it was a natural tunnel and not one created by them. If it's in Area C, it means it must have used that tunnel to reach it, but we wouldn't get there in time. There is another reason why we had to come to this area first. I don't know how, but I think it can sense when we arrive at the last area. Only then does the beast move to another area, so it must have just arrived at Area C. We have only recently been using vehicles. Even then, we are only managing to catch it on the tail end just as it's in the middle of fighting the last beast. Hearing all of this, Quinn knew what he needed to do, a way for him to solve both of the problems from earlier. All he had to do was capture the demigod tier beast before Pure arrived. You guys go ahead. I'll meet you there, Quinn shouted, turning back around and running the opposite way. Longbald wanted to ask what he was doing, but there was no time to waste. If they didn't get to the vehicle now, they might miss the beast. Or worse, Pure would arrive before them. So far, they had been arriving at the exact same time. It was a race. When everyone finally left, Quinn activated the shadow, putting on the beast gear set that shined a great silver with blue. Armor set skill activate. Nitro accelerate. It seemed as if everyone was off challenging new threats and going on exciting adventures. Yet there was one member of the cursed group that didn't feel this way at all, and that was Fex. The vampire was currently on the roof of the shelter's tallest building, the main military base. It would be hard for anyone to find him up there, as only the soldiers and mechs guarding the shelter wall would even be able to look that high. However, the distance was so great that they would have to have the sight of a vampire to see anything but a black dot. Not that they had any reason to look for him in the first place. What's with my luck today? I thought it was a good day when I got the chance to pilot that mech, but this is the second time today I got assigned babysitting duty, while the others are off to have some fun. Fex clenched his fist in anger, as he looked at the one he blamed for his current situation. With him, on the roof of the building, was Agent 11. He was the whole reason why Fex had made his way up here. The prisoner was sitting on a chair that the vampire had swiped from one of the rooms on the way up. His legs and arms were heavily bound with the red string. Fex had made sure to not hold back, as lately they had snapped so many times that he had started to wonder about their durability. As long as Fex had time, he could reinforce the strength as much as he liked, preventing most from escaping. In a fight he only had minimal time, besides his string ability had always been meant for puppeteering instead of their current utility. Should I perhaps create something like my father had? If I ask Alex, he might be able to create a few things for me from beast gear. Maybe like an empty knight of armor or something like that. Although if we need a living subject, there is one right in front of me. I doubt Layla will mind once I get the information out of him. In the middle of his thoughts, Agent 11 was attempting to move, but he barely managed to move the chair. The strings around him resembled a large cocoon, preventing him from any types of movement except for wiggling. "Who are you? Are you working with that damn traitor?" Agent 11 asked. Looking at the man, Fex sighed. "Come on. Do I really have to explain your current situation to you? It should be obvious which one of us will be the one asking the questions." Looking the agent dead in the eye, the vampire's eyes started to glow red. He then pulled out a sheet of paper with the list of questions he needed to ask him. "How many members of Pure are currently present on this planet?" Fex asked, as he was ready to scribble in an answer. However, contrary to his belief, the Pure agent didn't give him an answer. As Fex looked up, he could see that the other's eyes didn't have the typical look of someone under a vampire's control. As a member of Pure, he had been trained to protect his mind from mental-type abilities, which was delaying the influence skill Fex was using. Still, it felt like it would soon win out and take over him. Those red eyes, so he's one of those V. Is this the mind control that they warned us about? I can't use my chi to break out of these strings, but I can still do this. Controlling his chi, Agent 11 was able to use the second stage to form something akin to a barrier around his brain. Then, using the first stage, he was able to power up his brain even more, dispelling whatever was trying to force him to answer the question. When he no longer felt any power inside him, he looked up at Fex and smiled. "Nice try. Go on. Ask me as many questions as you like. I have all the time in the world, buddy." "What the hell? Nobody told me my influence skill doesn't work on those Pure guys." Fex was shocked, shaking his head. "Shit. I have to do something. What kind of embarrassment would it be if I can't even complete such a small task by the time the others come back?" The vampire pondered what he should do now that his go-to method had failed. He could resort to torture, but the man in front seemed like the type that wouldn't respond to it. In the first place, torture ran the risk of only receiving the type of answer the torturer wanted to hear, with no way of verifying it. Under the influence skill, the victim couldn't lie, which made it the far better choice. "Did you already run out of questions? How about I help you? Why don't you ask me some things I would just love to share with you?" Agent 11 offered with a self-satisfied grin. "You're with that bitch's bastard daughter who is just dying to find out more about Mommy Dearest, and since I'm feeling generous, let me tell you some things. Now those might just have been rumors about her birth. But if that was all they were, there would have been no reason for Zero to forbid anyone from ever talk dash." The next second, Fex had already wrapped the man's mouth. He was tired of his cocky nature, and he had no desire to listen to him badmouth Layla. The vampire walked up to the bound prisoner, lifted up his hand, and before the Pure member could blink, he already felt the sting from the other's slap. The whole chair fell to the side from the force behind it, and Agent 11's cheek grazed across the ground. "You're so annoying. What the hell do I care about her past?" Fex questioned him, not expecting any answer. "She helped my arse back then, so I'm just trying to help her out as well. How strong of a slap was that to have knocked a few of my teeth loose? I was using chi to protect my body from torture, yet he managed to overwhelm my defense that easily? Damn it! We knew about the cursed faction coming to reinforce them, but who knew they were this strong? I have to somehow find a way to warn Agent 2 that we have completely underestimated them." Standing on the edge, Fex looked down on the busy mass of people. Out of curiosity, he placed his hand cupping around his ears to have an easier time hearing what they were saying. The sergeant has told us to get the mechs ready and to move them to Area A where the beasts are located. But doesn't that mean we will have to fight the beasts off? What are they thinking? It's in case the demigod beast decides to change areas and hunt more beasts. The idea is not to kill the beasts but just hold them off with the machines. We just need to wait for the higher-ups to arrive and then make our way out to not get in the way. Alright, I'll meet you in the hangar and we can get our team ready then. Avion explained. What an interesting conversation. So they send mechs down in the underground tunnels where the others are. Well, there's not much I can do with that guy, so I might as well make myself useful. Logan should be fine on his own, since he's just getting information from the lab, Fex reasoned. But there was just one problem he had to deal with. He couldn't leave the guy up here on his own. Carrying Agent 11 under his arm, Fex had a goal. He quickly traveled to the hangar, where the mechs were located. He used his hearing to locate a soldier away from others and quickly found one who was about to board on to a mech. Fex quickly pulled him down, and activated his influence skill once more. I need you to tell me your name, your rank, pretty much everything, so nobody gets suspicious about me piloting your mech, Fex ordered. Fortunately, there was no problem with his influence skill this time. After getting the answers he needed, he tied up the soldier and hid him behind a bunch of crates where he wouldn't be found anytime soon. Soldier Kane. Why are you slacking behind? Avion shouted through the mech's terminal as the other pilots had already started to leave the hangar. Quickly jumping in and throwing Agent 11 in the cockpit, cramping him up against the wall, Fex activated the mech and trotted behind the rest. Hee. This is going to be great, Fex thought with the biggest smile on his face. Fortunately, Logan hadn't gotten too close to the beast before it had opened its eyes. Why did I trust the amount the scientist stated? Logan blamed himself for this grave miscalculation. When going through the terminal via his ability, he had read the report about how much of the pink gas had to be used to subdue the beast. As such, that was also the amount he had used, yet the beast before him showed no sign of being sleepy or even drowsy. Was it smart enough to fool them, waiting for an opportunity such as this all along? It's even able to imitate our speech to a degree where I can understand it, so it's undeniably intelligent. To have learned so much by just observing humans during its captivity. No, if this one is already this crafty, doesn't that mean that Quinn and the others might be in danger? I've never seen you before. You seem younger than the others? The black beast spoke as it sniffed the air. It was around 7 foot tall, a little smaller than a Dalki, but Logan looked even smaller than a middle schooler in comparison. That's because I'm not with the others, Logan explained as he took a careful step back. If the humanoid beast was able to talk, then perhaps he could reason with it without the need for a fight. Then why did you use the gas? If you just wanted to free me, you could have done so without it. You might not be one of them, but all you humans want my crystal. The beast placed its hand around its chest where one's heart would be on a human. You use our crystals to power items like the weapons you hunt us with. To all of you, we are simply tools. Even the armor and that arm of yours must have been created from the crystals from one of our kind. The red in the beast's eyes was getting more fierce as it spoke. Logan didn't know how fast or strong that beast was. There had been some data on it, but since it had fooled the scientists about the guess, it was safer to assume it had been hiding its true strength as well. Not all of us are the same, Logan replied, ready to defend himself at any moment. It still hadn't attacked him, so he didn't want to do anything to make it. There are beasts in nature who attack us on sight. You're the ones who have invaded our home, the beast replied. Wouldn't you attack someone who entered your territory? Just because others of my kind don't possess the ability to reason with you and do what is natural, you justify killing our kind. Are you saying I get to live because I have some form of intelligence? Then what happens when something more intelligent than yourself comes along? Does that mean you all deserve to die? Were it not for the dangerous situation he was in, Logan would be admiring the beast's ability to reason right now. It was the first time for him to come across a humanoid beast. He had never realized just how human they were. Were it not for its outer appearance, it would be hard to distinguish it from one. I know why you're doing this. You need our crystals because your kind is at war. I have heard this numerous times already. One of you confided in me, claiming how she felt bad about doing this to me. However, it was not because she was sorry for me. No, your kind just feels conflicted because I have taken on a form resembling your kind. Just because your kind is fighting against those you call Dalki, you justify what you do to us. You don't even care what you do to our home. The planet is a living thing too, and those crystals you mine are what powers the life force all around us. It creates the nests for us to come to live. Getting rid of the crystals means destroying our home. Throwing out his hand, a swift sound was made through the air. The distance between the two of them was around 10 meters, yet Logan knew the beast wouldn't just swipe through the air for no reason. Pressing his hand on a terminal nearby, his eyes started to glow green. A beast of this level of intelligence, even if it hasn't reached a higher rank, would be a foe that he couldn't go easy on. Activating his soul weapon, several of the tubes that were stuck in the terminals started to move about like snakes. The ones on the ground quickly wrapped around each other, forming a type of shield in front of Logan, while the ones from above came down trying to attack the beast. Good thing I'm in a lab. However, Logan soon saw that the machinery was useless in stopping the beast attacks, as the temporary shield that had been made was ripped through. The machinery that had tried to attack the beast suffered the same fate. The beast started to run around the room they were in, around the edge of the room in circles. Logan continued to use its powers, trying to trap it or slow it down. He even formed a blaster on his hand, firing at it. As each thing came towards it, the beast would use its agility to dodge the cables. Each footstep looked incredibly light, and the amount of time it spent touching the surface of the ground was close to none. Does it have wind powers? Is that what makes it faster than my speed suit? I'm just gonna have to try and create something that can face it while it's being distracted. Using his powers, the terminals around started to deconstruct into spiders, and soon they were forming into other things. Unfortunately, the beast ignored all the machinery and continued pursuing Logan. It leapt up on the side of the wall and pushed using its powerful legs. It spun its body, and several of its tails started to spin with it. All the cables that would come close to it were being pushed away by the power of the wind its tails were creating. Damn it! Before Logan could change his plan, the beast appeared directly in front of him, and the only thing he could do was lift his robotic arm to block its strike. The beast looked confident as it went to grab hold of the arm latching onto it. It ripped into it with its claws, and once the metal was off, the scale-like black arm became visible. For some reason it paused instead of continuing its attack. Not one to let go of this opportunity, Logan slammed the beast into the ground with all his strength. Hitting the ground, the boy pinned the beast down and placed his Dalki hand around its neck, gripping and holding it in place, slowly squeezing. Looks like the training with Brock was worth it. I'm no longer useless in a direct fight. Are you a beast as well? The beast managed to let out, as it lifted its arms and grabbed Logan's wrist, slowly pushing it away. Why are you with the ones that are trying to kill us then? The beast was clearly angry, but Logan's Dalki arm was far more powerful than it had expected. Even using all its strength, it was hard for it to push Logan off. So it resorted to the only thing it could do at the time. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and bit down on Logan's hand. At that moment, green blood started to ooze from the wound and flowed into the beast's mouth. However, that was a mistake. This only increased the energy inside of Logan's body, giving him more force, pushing the beast back down. Your blood. It's not red. If you're no human, there is no reason to fight. The beast exclaimed in surprise. If I knew it would be this easy, I would have let it bite my arm from the start. Now what should I do before it realizes its mistake? It seems to be willing to listen now, so we should get out before anybody comes here. Convincing them to join us might pose a problem, though. That's what I said. Logan softened his grip. I'm not with them. Come with me if you want to get out. The next second, the door opened up. Their fight had created a lot of noise and had attracted two scientists dressed in white robes, accompanied by around 20 armed soldiers. Isn't that the kid from the cursed faction? One of the soldiers pointed out. But look at his arm. Another screamed out, pointing at it. That's a Dalki arm. Maybe it's just a beast transformation skill. A third soldier reasoned. Who cares who or what the kid is? The older-looking scientist shouted. He has broken into this facility and wanted to kidnap our test subject. Kill the boy and capture the beast alive. Seeing how bad the situation had just turned out, there was only one thing Logan could do. He completely let go of the beast and moved to the side. The two of them gazed at each other and nodded as if they had come to an understanding. If they were going to get out of this one, the two of them would have to work together. Deep in the underground tunnels, Longblade and the remainder of the cursed group, apart from Quinn, were hurrying as they made their way to the unique transportation vehicle. They were planning to take it to arrive at Area C, where the bait for the demigod tier beast has been placed. Hey, your friend back there. Is he going to be okay? Rafer asked. Layla looked back to check if Quinn would catch up to them, but there was no sign of him at all. Shiro wasn't much in use in combat and Syl would naturally want to go after the humanoid beast, so was she supposed to fight off Pure on her own? Layla had succeeded against Agent 11, but there was a huge difference in fighting abilities between a double-digit agent and one in the single digits. The girl wasn't conceited enough to not have realized that she had barely come out as the victor in their match. Luck alone wouldn't be enough to defeat Agent 2. He will be okay, Layla answered. I'm more worried about myself, she mumbled. But soon she realized that she found herself relying on Quinn once again. After insisting that she could do things on her own, now here she was hoping that he had stayed with them. I really can't seem to make up my mind, can I? Layla shook her head. Longblade had no idea what Quinn had in mind by staying behind. The quickest way to travel was via the vehicles, but judging by him asking about the tunnels that led to the very place they were going to, he could only guess he was planning to travel on foot, but would he be able to find them since this would be the first time in these tunnels for him? There's no humanly way possible he can reach the area before us, Longblade thought as he smiled. But he isn't exactly human, now is he? They eventually arrived at the station and quickly entered the vehicle. Everything had already been prepared for them by those guarding the vehicle. The next second, they started moving, traveling so fast through the tunnels that they could hardly see anything. Finally, the vehicle stopped, allowing them to get off. They ended up in an area that looked almost identical to the one they had just come from. The shapes of the tunnels were slightly different, but it was hardly noticeable, especially for those unaccustomed to this. However, the soldiers who were protecting the station were nervous as they stood there guarding the place, afraid that the beast could come for them at any second. Has the beast ever attacked the stations? Shiro asked, looking at how nervous the guards were as they walked through the tunnels quickly but cautiously. So far it hasn't, Longblade answered. It seems to be scared. We thought that it might attempt to head to the surface, perhaps attack the shelter, but it has remained down here, doing its own thing, biding its time. Although Longblade didn't mention it, he did have an idea of what the beast was trying to do. Perhaps it was waiting and gathering crystals down below where beasts were plentiful in the hopes to evolve. Then when it was a demon tier with great power, it would come back with a vengeance. Eventually, they could see the tunnel opening up ahead, and this was where the apparent beasts would be. If the beast was in the middle of fighting the others, then they could take advantage of the situation. Still, at the same time, they would have to be careful that the other beasts didn't turn and try to attack them. When Longblade and the others entered, the first thing they did was check the area. They all stopped for a second at the entrance as they didn't quite know what to do, until Longblade had given them an order. Check to see if anything is still alive and moving. Hearing these words, they all started to move, fanning out into two groups. Because of the current situation, Syl had decided to come along with Layla, something she very much appreciated. The scene before their eyes appeared to have come from a nightmare. The room was filled with dead beasts. More than 20 beasts of various tiers that the military had sent down, yet not a single one of them was moving. The beast could be hiding inside here still, so everyone be careful, Joy warned as they poked and prodded the beasts. What they did notice was that all of the beasts had a hole in one particular area. Only the higher-tier beasts had more than one wound. All of them. They all have their beast crystal taken out. Shiro said. This fact was overheard by Longblade and the others, and they all looked at each other smiling. It meant that their plan had worked, and they had created a perfect opportunity to capture the beast. From their research, the beast should be using it as fuel to evolve, making it enter a weakened state. At that moment, Longblade pressed his hand against his ear, as he got a report. All right, everyone, we need to move out again, Longblade informed them. The beast has been spotted in Area A. Avion and his team of combat mechs are there. They should be able to hold it there long enough for us to arrive. It will be the perfect time to strike. Due to how far it is from here, we should reach there before Pure does as well. Most likely, they will have been heading in this direction. Informing them of this, the group was on the move once again, but that's what had worried the others. Shiro, Sil, and Layla were all looking for any signs of Quinn. They had an idea of what he was trying to attempt. With his speed, he was going to try and outrun the vehicle to get here before anyone else. Yet he wasn't here. Now, with the location changing, it would make things more complicated. Layla put on her mask, intending to inform him, but when she tried to connect, there was no answer on his end. A short while ago, Quinn had activated his armor's special set skill, the nitro accelerator that increased his speed significantly. Using this, he ran through the tunnels, and everything became a blur. Things weren't as confusing as he thought they would be since there was only one direction he could head in. I guess this isn't the time to hide exactly who I am, Quinn thought as he used Shadow Equip while running. His hands were now also covered in the 2 new gauntlets he had obtained. The main goal was to defeat the demigod-tier beast as quickly as possible. With the white gauntlet, I can hopefully drain its energy just enough so we can capture it. Quinn had a plan, but there was a slight hiccup. While traveling, Quinn heard the sound of voices ahead of him, and he was heading right on course for a collision into a group of men. He had no choice but to slow down, but it was hard at the speed he was traveling. The vampire lord couldn't instantly stop the muscles in his legs, as he still wasn't used to running this fast. What's that sound? Someone asked. It sounded like a drill going off in the tunnel, but it was just the sound of Quinn's feet hitting the ground at great speed. Stepping in front of his men, the man with a large number 2 on his back held out his hand for a few seconds. Then, for a split second, they could see what had come around the corner. Seeing the group of people, Quinn leapt up into the air to try and avoid them and felt his body slam against something that felt like an invisible war. Agent 2's face squinted as he quickly took down what he had put up, and Quinn was seen skidding across the floor. He soon got up and could see the large number 2 on the person's back. Pure! Quinn shouted out. Seeing the large 2 on the agent's back, Quinn knew he was in for a world of trouble. He had never expected to be so unlucky as to actually run into Pure. Quinn had known that they would be after the humanoid demigod-tier beast as well, but to use the very tunnel he was using right now. Wait, isn't this a perfect opportunity? This should be the majority of them, if not all. As long as I keep them occupied, the others can focus on the beast alone. I just have to trust them to be able to subdue it. No, with Sil there, he will surely do whatever's necessary to reunite with Vorden and Ratton. Making use of the Pure member's confusion, Quinn quickly threw out his hand, releasing a blood swipe aimed directly at Agent 2. If he could take him out, the rest should be a cinch. Agent 2 saw the strike coming his way and just lifted up his weapon. It was similar to a sword in that it had a hilt and a sword guard, but rather than being sharp and thin, it was just a thick, large, blunt object like a pole. Swinging it, he whacked away the blood swipe without any trouble whatsoever. Of course, it would have been too easy if that had worked. I guess even with my new blood skills, the simplest of my attacks won't quite work on him. Quinn was no longer as fast as he was when rushing over here. Having used the armor set skill to arrive here, it was now on cooldown, meaning all of the normal stats the armor would additionally give was now useless. He covered his body in shadow to switch to a different equipment until the cooldown had elapsed. In the middle of his transformation, 2 Pure members came rushing forward, intending to disrupt whatever he was doing. Fortunately, Shadow Equip took less than a second, so there was nothing for him to worry about. What he didn't expect was a couple of arrows to be fired off from the back. Raising his shadow, Quinn planned to block this, but midway in their flight they suddenly sped up, and when they touched the shadow it went directly through it. They went through my shadow? So far Lucy was the only one able to go through my shadow. Quinn was starting to take things more seriously. He grabbed both of the arrows with his bare hands and felt the strong chi coming from them. In terms of chi, he wasn't a slacker in that department either, and with his own strength he was able to stop them easily. Shadow powers? Did the curse teach it to more of their people? Agent 2 wondered, looking at the person in front of him. His hand rested on the shoulders of two men who were about to fire more arrows at Quinn. In the cramped space there wasn't much room for the cursed faction leader to maneuver. I might be unable to use my shadow to block attacks, but I can certainly use it in other ways. Quinn reasoned as the shadow that hovered around his back fell to the floor and started to spread across the whole area, enveloping the tunnel ceiling, the side of the walls far and wide on the ground. Why does he seem so confident in facing us? He is alone and we have him surrounded. No. Crap. Did the cursed faction leader really come down here personally? Agent 2 inferred. Everyone be careful, he shouted. The next second, Quinn sank into the shadow, only to appear from the side of the wall. Coming from such an unexpected angle, he grabbed the head of the closest pure member and slammed it into the wall. Holding out the palm of his hand, Quinn activated his blood spray and the agent next to the incapacitated one got chucked back several meters into the other side of the wall. Ha! The vampire lord was surprised for a short second, mentally prepared for his enemies to either dodge out of the way or stand up any second now. However, his vampire senses made him aware that the two had passed out cold. I guess I've grown too used to fighting strong beasts and Dalki. With the beast gear upgrades, I've become so strong. Quinn couldn't help but glee in his own power, but the next moment he kicked the leg of another pure member who swung a sword down. The kick connected even before the weapon was near Quinn's body, shattering their legs. Even their chi was unable to protect them from Quinn's power. Everyone, get back. You're no match for him, Agent 2 ordered. The archers continued firing arrows, but with their path so straight Quinn could easily avoid them all. Is this truly supposed to be the strength of someone who barely defeated Lucy? What sort of sick joke is that? I have to deal with him now, or we can forget about getting our hands on the demigod-tier beast. Slamming his strange weapon into the floor, a wave of chi dispersed, clearing out the area. It pushed back the shadow, preventing the cursed faction leader from using it to hop around the place. It was so powerful that even Quinn's chi was reacting to it, his body almost shivering. New quest received. Defeat one of the pure leaders. Now you come up and warn me. This power though, it feels like Chris. Quinn thought. That man's chi had been the strongest he had ever felt, yet it looked like this Agent 2 wasn't too far off. Using the other set of Amor Quinn had, his stats weren't the same as the legendary tier gear. He was unable to use his shadow to its full extent, which left him with his natural powers and blood powers. The next second though, Quinn could see a great power lighting up from the pure agent's chest. Wait a second. Isn't this a soul weapon? Aren't pure agents forbidden from having abilities? How can someone like him have a soul weapon? Quinn wanted to step close in order to try and stop it, but even with the second stage of chi covering his body, the energy coming off from Agent 2 was making it so his second stage was practically non-existent. If Quinn couldn't get close, then he would use his blood powers instead. He was a distance away, so he held out his finger and fired out the blood bullet. As it got incredibly close to Agent 2, the bullet just vanished as if it had met something hot that turned it to ashes. 20 HP. The pure leader's whole skin had changed to a bright red color, and it had even reached the outside of his weapon. Despite its blunt appearance, he made a stabbing motion. A loud bang resounded and shocked the whole room. Quinn was unable to see the attack, but a notification screen appeared. 20 HP. Looking at his shoulder, there was now a large gaping hole and one could see directly through it. What was worse, the attack had been coated with chi. His natural healing abilities wouldn't cut it, neither would the blood bank. Quinn would have to get rid of the foreign chi first, but that was a luxury he couldn't afford in this fight. Why does everyone I fight have to have a trump card I've never seen before? I can't use my shadow as a defensive measure. The armor's cooldown needs too long, and his chi blocks my healing powers. Even if I use shadow overload, it won't be much help here. Quinn considered his limited options and came to the conclusion that there was one thing he could do. In fact, it was the only thing he could try: a direct brawl. The hole in his left shoulder had weakened him, so he had to enter into a melee range before he suffered even more. I guess the cursed leader faction isn't as strong as the router said he would be. Have I counted all your moves with just this? Agent 2 shouted as he stabbed the air again, firing off several bullets. They all went through Quinn's body, hitting him in the stomach, the legs, and all over his body. Agent 2 was letting out a chilling laugh, until the injured body turned into nothing but shadows. He could then sense that the real Quinn was nearly upon him. He couldn't see him, but his instinct made him swing his weapon in a certain direction. The weapon connected, hitting Quinn hard on his side. I just needed to use the shadow cloak and clone to get close to you. Now he could feel that this man was several times stronger than he was before. He had a similar strength to the vampire lord, but Quinn had also used blood hardening on his gauntlet to get one punch in. Ignoring the injury he sustained in exchange, he delivered an uppercut to Agent 2, lifting the leader's body slightly in the air and also using the blood spray to further enhance the punch. I have to get rid of him now. Arrows continued to rain down on him, but he chose to focus on the more dangerous target, allowing them to hit him in his legs. 100 HP. Still, Agent 2 smiled as if the attack didn't even hurt him. The strange red skin seemed to make him immune to pain, as he swung the strange sword again. I need a stronger attack. Quinn started to panic. I don't have time to perform any of the hammer series, so I can only do this. Throwing out his leg, Quinn twisted his hips to perform the kick he had practiced so often, mixed with the blood crescent kick. The strange sword and the shin of Quinn's leg both collided, and the powers were great, shaking the tunnel even more violently. The red aura quickly disappeared and the walls started to fall and cave in. The power of both attacks seemed equal at that moment, but there was a clear difference. Agent 2's chi control was better. He fine-tuned his strange sword, making his chi sharper than any sword imaginable, and Quinn could feel it going through his beast armor and slicing through his very bone. He tried his best to cover it with blood, but it looked like it wasn't going to work. Pulling his leg away, Agent 2's attack continued hitting the ground, causing it to be chucked into the air. The whole place began to crumble. 6/100 HP. Activating Emergency Blood Bank. Emergency Blood Bank is only able to do limited healing. 26/100 HP. The HP from using the blood bullet was restored, but as expected it was unable to heal the wounds dealt with using the chi. I won't let you get the last laugh. Quinn stretched out his arm and managed to quickly hit Agent 2 in the chest, sending him flying back to where his people were. With the cave falling, it blocked the way between the two parties. Quinn started to run forward towards Area C as best he could. When he finally got through to the other end, he ended up in a room full of dead beasts. His inspect skill revealed that there wasn't a single one alive inside. Behind him, the tunnel was sealed off. At that point, Quinn just laid there on the floor. Damn it, that fight was a lot harder than I thought. But at least I blocked them from getting here. I hope he will like the present I left him. Quinn thought, a smile on his face as he stared at his purple gauntlet. A team of 6 mechs exited from one of the transporter stations into the underground tunnels of Area A. Due to the large sizes of the mechs, at most 3 could fit the entire width of the tunnel at once, so they proceeded in pairs, with one in the front and one at the back. The one leading this particular group was one of the best mech pilots the world has ever been blessed with, Sergeant Avion. As they paced through the tunnel to silence their loud footsteps, a crash could be heard coming from the back. Avion immediately turned around to see one of the mechs had stumbled and was currently on one knee on the ground. Damn it! I missed that rock there, Fex thought, since he was still trying to get a hang of how to use the giant robot. He had slowly felt like he had been getting adjusted enough so he could fit in with the others, but he hadn't accounted for the change of terrain yet. What is wrong with you today, Private Kane? Avion questioned him. That's the third time something like this has happened today. I understand you might be nervous because of the demigod tier beast, but it's our duty to fulfill our mission. We won't have to fight it, just keep it busy until the colonel arrives. Now get up and keep up if you don't want to end up as scrap metal for some wild beasts. A good pilot had to have a good set of muscles and a strong core, and Fex met all those requirements. The vampire quickly got up though from the ground, his body not having any problems with the sudden G-force from falling, stumbling and moving in the mech. He didn't like being yelled at, but after every mistake Fex made he made sure not to repeat it. He leapt up to his feet in the mech, nearly hitting the top of the ceiling, leading Avion to just shake his head at the sight. Did he hide some booze in his cockpit and drink it to calm his nerves? Soon, the tunnel could be seen expanding into a larger open area. The blue crystals were a clear sign that this section still had yet to be completely mined. They lined the walls and the area in front of them. It would have made for a beautiful sign, were it not for the room full of beasts. Remember, the goal isn't to kill them. We are just here to buy time. Avion shouted as he drew his giant sword that all of the mechs were equipped with. Copying him, Fex did the same and paid close attention to Avion's movements. The experienced pilot dodged the beast, causing them to tangle up. He somehow also found the time to carefully block attacks and parry beast out of the way. At times he would be completely surrounded and would be able to use the perfect amount of energy to lift him in the air and get out of a tough situation. Seeing him up close, and especially when he compared him to others, the difference was clear as day. Avion made it seem as if the mech was a living being, each of its movements connected flawlessly, flowing one into the other. His concentration is unbelievable. How the hell can he move like that without making a single mistake? Fex was baffled, wondering if Avion might have an ability like Logan that made this feat possible. The other soldiers that were with them weren't bad, but they just weren't on the same level as their leader. Their actions were somewhat fluent, but it was more as if they were performing a set routine. Whenever it was time to switch things up, there would be a small gap that some of the higher tier beasts started to take advantage of. This was one of the reasons why mechs had been paired up. If one made a mistake, it was their buddy's job to cover for them. Fex had to do the same with Kane's assigned partner. The next second he got a chance. Fex saw a slug-like creature drop from the ceiling. Running forward, Fex slashed the area above his fellow teammate with his giant sword. Dissecting the beast, half of its body fell on its teammate's head, spilling back blood over it. "God damn it, Kane!" Avion shouted again. "Didn't you hear me? We are not meant to kill the beast. Our job is T-dash." Turning around quickly, Avion could sense something behind him. Not because he had any ability that would allow him to do that, but because the beast's behavior had changed. All of a sudden they all had stopped attacking and turned looking towards an area of the room. Even some of the beasts that had been fighting each other had stopped. They were not focusing on the mechs. When they all turned around, they could see the humanoid figure. The color of its skin was dark brown, with hints of blue reflecting from the crystals behind it. What stood out was the two green-shaped square-looking eyes. As for the body itself, it was strange. Parts of it were hardened, while others looked soft. It also wasn't perfectly symmetrical. One of its shoulders was obviously larger than the other. Its forearm on its right hand was significantly larger as well. "You've come again," the beast spoke with its unnatural voice. "When will you ever learn?" It sounded like something was constantly in its mouth as it spoke, clearly struggling to perfectly imitate speech. At that moment the beasts seemed to be quite coordinated, as they had surrounded the entrance where the group had come from. The fighting between some of them had stopped, and now it looked like they were being targeted by all the beasts around them. "It's the humanoid demigod beast," Avion exclaimed. "It has to be the one ordering them." The beast was a distance away. They were in one half of the room while it was in the other. Avion had no choice but to open the palm of his hand, and started to fire his blaster towards the demigod tier beast. It stood there still, and raised its large arms, which started to transform on the spot, creating a large shield. The blast hit the shield, not even leaving behind a scratch on the beast. Soon the shield had formed back into the arm once again. Seeing the blasters didn't work, Avion started to run forward, but a group of the beasts blocked his path. Leaping up into the air, his mech had its sword ready to slash the humanoid beast down. "You're not so scary," Avian shouted, trying to convince himself. However, the beast transformed its arms once more, this time changing it into two large blades. Avian's blade was knocked away, with a single hand from the beast's despite it being half the size of the mech. Then with its other arm free it thrusted and it slashed towards the mech's knees, one of the open areas that was hard to cover. Luckily Avian had somewhat predicted this, and decided to fire his blasters towards the walls, pushing him back a little bit, avoiding the strike. "It knows about our weaknesses. Good thing we already knew about this from analyzing all the other destroyed mechs." Avian felt somewhat relieved, but there was one more troublesome thought in his head. Why didn't the beast aim for the cockpit? Surely it would be the easiest way to get rid of him, so why had it prioritized destroying the robot over killing him? Behind Avian, the rest of the team were busy fending off the beasts, but it was far harder now that they seemed more coordinated. The remaining 5 had gotten into a circle formation and were firing off blasts hitting the beasts, no longer caring about their no-kill order. Avon had done the bulk of the work, and his fighting prowess had been equivalent to having 4 more mechs with them. Without him, they were finding it incredibly difficult to hold them back, and worst of all, they had already been fighting for a while. The users inside the cockpits would soon be running out of stamina. Trying to catch his breath, one of the soldiers controlling the mech placed his sword in the ground. He was huffing and panting inside. At that moment, a large dog-like beast leaped up, aiming for the cockpit. Although the outside of the mechs was strong, they tried to avoid the weakening of the cockpit as much as possible. After all, if this part was destroyed, they would be open for an attack that would take their lives. Before the beast could reach, another sword came slashing down, cutting off the beast's head. He looked up and saw the number 3 on the mech. "Thanks, Kane. I owe you one." The soldier thanked him. The fighting continued on and beasts started to enter from the tunnels around them. Avian didn't seem like he was making any progress, and the soldiers were getting exhausted the more they had to fight. It was nearly the breaking point for them after fighting for nearly over 15 minutes non-stop. Their heart was beating as if they were in a sprint. The only one that didn't seem affected was Kane. Did Kane always have this much stamina? Then something strange happened. The cockpit of mech number 3 started to open and a person leapt out from inside. When they landed on the ground, the pilots saw that it was actually 2 people, but not anybody they recognized. The beast leapt towards these 2 people, and soon they found themselves being wrapped in string and flung to the ground. The newcomer leapt over another one and punched the beast in the head, killing it in an instant. What was strange about the other person was they had a black needle sticking out of their back. Soon, the man they could see started to move at quite the speed, and the 2 of them were dealing with the beasts easier than when they were in the mechs, and strange lines of red aura could be seen once in a while. Piloting a mech is fun and all, but this seems to be the only true way of fighting, Fex thought, as he continued to wreak havoc with his unwilling impromptu puppet. Lying on the floor, Quinn's body felt a little strange. It was the first time he was experiencing something like this. He carefully pushed his body up and used the nearby wall as support. His leg was still bleeding, but the far bigger problem was the wound on his shoulder that was still present. Quinn gathered up the chi in his body to try and deal with it. Since he had learned the second stage, he was able to move it around freely. Having helped Owen and Layla recently also made for quite the good experience in expelling foreign energy. The weirdest thing about it, though, was the feeling he had. Quinn could tell that all the energy in his body was activating. It was constantly trying to heal him. Yet the strong, powerful chi inside him was stopping that process. It was as if both types of energies were clashing against each other. This wasn't the first time he had been injured by a chi attack, but none had been so powerful to cause such a change in his body. It was a good thing one of his arms was still in good condition. Even though he didn't need them to use his chi, it helped him visualize the healing. Hovering his hand over his shoulder, he began the process and started to reflect on the fight that had just taken place. I should have been more prepared. Layla already warned me that Pure was being led by a high-ranking single-digit agent. I already fought with Lucy, So why did I assume she would be the only one who could block out my shadow powers? This guy was even more powerful than her. She was never able to do something to that degree like the man did, and what was up with that strange red form? The energy that was coming off him was like a soul weapon. My blood attacks weren't strong enough, and chi really is a vampire's worst nightmare other than the sun. I might have been royally screwed without my chi. My blood powers were useless against him, and somehow he managed to overpower me in a physical fight. After removing the foreign chi from his body, he consumed blood from his blood bank, and the healing took place as it should have. Thinking about what happened earlier, Quinn looked towards his silver gauntlet. Maybe I can use this thing more. It might help me out and power my ranged attacks. Getting close to someone like him seems suicidal without my shadow powers. Quinn thought as he looked at the damage that was done to his leg and soon got to work on that as well. As he stood there with shaky knees, Quinn decided to use his inspect skill for a second time. It was quite the strange sight to see, but he was wondering if he could spot something. However, he was shown the same result as did the first time. The room was just full of dead beasts. Not a single one was alive. It looks like the demigod tier beast has already been to this area and is no longer here. Does that mean it's gone to one of the other areas instead? Once Quinn's leg was fully healed, he was nearly back at 100%. The chi energy he had used would take a while to be restored, which was the only downside, but his blood powers and shadow were fully replenished. That pure leader should have used a lot of chi in our fight, and even with his freaky physique he should feel the effects soon. Quinn looked back at where he had come from. The place was sealed up with rocks. The tunnel was completely caved in. Although Quinn could properly try to punch his way through, he was afraid that would just cause more rocks to fall and possibly create a cave-in for the entire area. If I got split up to this side, the pure members are on the other side. There's a good chance that they'll run into the others. I have to find a way out of here. Searching around the empty room, Quinn was looking for any way out, but he was struggling to find one. If worse came to worse, he could use his shadow travel skill, but there was something else that came into his mind before he would do that. Wait a moment. I ran into Pure on the way here and we were in Area B? So that means that surely if there was only one way out from Area C that we should have run into the beast. Then doesn't that mean there has got to be some way out? Quinn thought. At that moment, something strange happened. An object fell from above and soon it just crashed and landed right in front of him. It started to slither on the ground and jumped straight towards Quinn. Grabbing it, Quinn squeezed its head, killing it instantly. Did that just drop from above? Quinn looked up and it was hard to see as the number of blue crystals started to lessen. In this case, his eyes weren't helping at all, as they had a hard time adjusting to light from the crystals. If it was completely dark, he could actually see better. This beast must have come from one of the sinkholes. Did the demigod tier beast do the same thing? Not all of the surface is a giant sinkhole, so it could be traveling on land, then connecting that way. Maybe Pure did the same thing. Thinking of this, Quinn thought that it might actually be better to find out how the beast had left this place, and follow it from there. Seeing what state the beasts were in, he could see that all of the crystal had been taken from their bodies. This was a humanoid beast with intelligence. It would know that it got weak after consuming the crystals, so perhaps it had made or found a different area to fall back to as he absorbed. In the end, Quinn decided the best course of action was to climb up and see for himself. He went up to the wall and started to use his strong fingers to pierce into the wall, then quickly scaled it, trying to see if there were any signs of anything. To his surprise, he was more right than he thought. Climbing up past the blue crystals, Quinn was able to see clearer as his eyes adjusted. There he could see that there were several tunnels, and even deeper inside he could see that some of them had beasts inside. Maybe that beast didn't climb to the top after all. If the military only cared about mining crystals, maybe they never found these extra tunnels up here. Which means the beast can move from whatever area it wants when it wants. So then why doesn't the beast just run away? Why doesn't it go to a new area that they hunt and try to take over yet? It was then that Quinn remembered the message that was played from the lab. Perhaps the demigod tier beast felt like this was more personal. Using his inspect skill, Quinn just looked at all of the tunnels to see if he could spot something interesting. Then something certainly interesting did come up. Pulling himself up, he entered and soon started running. He was now running down the tunnel until eventually he had reached a medium-sized opening. Here he could see that a type of platform from a type of dirt had been formed, tuning it into a giant bowl. Regardless, Quinn was interested about what was in the bowl, as there were just crystal upon crystals inside. Why would all these crystals be here? Wait, is the demigod tier beast just holding these crystals? Maybe it's planning to use them later or all at once. That also means that the demigod tier beast won't be in a weakened state. Not like the military thought they would be. There was another tunnel on the other side of the room, and thinking that this was the beast's he could only guess that the beast went in that direction. Before leaving though, Quinn wondered something. It was about the chi energy that was missing from his body and that he still hadn't recovered from. With the silver gauntlet, he grabbed hold of one of the crystals. Skill activated. The palm of his gauntlet that was holding the crystal started to glow, and so did the crystal. At the same time, he could feel the energy moving inside of his body, growing stronger and replenishing all the energy that he had lost. It worked! I can use the skill on crystal and still replenish my chi. Although the crystal loses all of its energy that way. I can't just leave all these crystals here. Quinn thought, looking at them all. I wonder what happens if I keep absorbing energy from them. Now that Fex had exited the mech, things were starting to look up for the Earthborn group. The beasts that had threatened them all by surrounding them had quickly been tied up with his string. The vampire even had time to reinforce his string due to his new puppet. This pure guy's body is stronger than I had expected. He seems to be quite skilled, and with my soul weapon giving him extra strength, he turned out to be quite useful. Fex thought. Will Layla mind if I keep him? Even if we don't manage to extract any information out of him? Despite Fex taking charge in this problem, the main problem remained that those inside the mechs needed time to recover. Piloting a mech and controlling it during a fight was similar to being in a boxing match, only that there were no guaranteed breaks in between. This was their first break, and even though they could catch their breath for a second, rejoining the fight, they wouldn't be able to fight with the same energy as before until they got a proper rest. This just further proved how amazing Avion was as a mech pilot. The sergeant was fighting with just as much force as he had been doing when he started. The swings of his mech were just as fast, just as smooth, and he still hadn't been hit despite going toe-to-toe with the demigod tier beast. Under normal circumstances, the entire group would have to be used to subdue such a strong beast. Even when fighting against the Dalki, the feat that Avion performed could almost be called a miracle. What inhuman stamina does he have? Fex wondered. And how much stronger could he be if he would turn? As things were dying down in his fight against the beasts, the vampire was able to keep a closer eye on Avion, and that's when he noticed the first slip-up. So far during the fight, both the humanoid beast and Avion had managed to dodge each other's attacks. The few that had been about to land on the beast would be blocked by the demigod tier beast, transforming its hands into a type of shield. Yet for the first time after battling non-stop, the beast didn't attempt to block the attack coming towards it, as it swung down diagonally. The mech's sword hit its shoulder and the beast's body almost transformed as it was going through it. And then using parts of its hard body, it clenched onto the sword. Now using its other arm, it had transformed it into a blade that was as large as the mech's. Bigger than they had seen it used previously, and swinging it sideways, it was able to hit one of the mech's weak points, the joint area of its right knee. Small sparks flew and Avion was surrounded by sound inside the mech as multiple alarms were going off. Warning! Right leg is down to 80% efficiency. Deploy thrusters in reverse. Avion shouted at the machine as he grabbed onto the sword with two hands. He needed that weapon if they had any hope of subduing, much less killing the humanoid beast. Finally pulling it out, a piece of dirt came with it, and the smallest amount of black blood could be seen oozing from the beast's shoulder. Soon though, the body started to reshape and the blood flow stopped as well. From the looks of it, it had returned to peak condition. It can heal? This is going to be a problem. Flying back through the air, Avion thought he was safe from the beast, at least for a few seconds while he recovered and thought up his next actions. But the beast's legs started to change again. The thigh muscles started to grow, and it was the same with the bulkiness of its calves. Its legs were now nearly twice as large as before. Kicking off the ground with its legs, the humanoid beast shot like a spring, and had transformed both of its arms and its shoulder into something resembling a giant arrowhead. If that thing hits me, then I will be dead for sure. Crap. I let my guard down since it had avoided going for me directly. Seeing the beast come at him, the pilot's life almost flashed before his eyes. Instead, a large object had been thrown in front of him. The beast's arrow pierced through the large object, sending bits and pieces of scrap metal flying in all sorts of directions. Although the beast's attack had slowed down for a little, it was still coming his way. For a short second Avion had seen hope. The only thing he wasn't going to do was shy away from his death. He would keep his eyes open till the very last second. And in those moments he could see someone standing there in front of him. The person had a strange black needle sticking out from their back. They were crouched down with their knees slightly bent. Who is that and why is he standing there? He needs to move or we're just both going to die. Avion wanted to cry out as he appreciated the sentiment, but didn't want to be responsible for such a useless sacrifice. Screw you guys for breaking my strings all the time. Let's see you break this. Strings started to rise around Fex and moved towards the palm of his hand. Using blood control, he was able to have finer control of all the strings and was able to create more out at a quick rate, creating something. Then when the beast was close enough, he threw out his hand, a net of red strings flying at it. It surrounded the entire beast, but the strings hadn't broken and were still attached to Fex's hand. If one was to look closely as well, these strings didn't look like Fex's normal blood red strings. Rather than the normal shining light-colored red they would be. They looked more to be encased, twice the thickness with a dark red overcoat. Eventually the beast's pointed arrowhead hit Fex's hand, but controlling the strings now with his blood control, the vampire was able to wrap them completely around the beast, stopping its attack. It worked. Fex was gleeful, as the beast stayed in place mid-air. Combining the blood ornament with the red blood strings and blood control was tricky, especially since Fex still wasn't so great at using blood control to use these two things at the same time. What allowed him to use such a skill was his special soul weapon that was actually more like a blood weapon. After making sure the others were okay from the oncoming beasts, Fex tied up Agent 11 one more time and took the black needle back out from him. In doing so, when inserting the black needle into himself, it gave him the boost and power he needed to fight on. And there was an added bonus of not feeling bad about who the blood had exactly come from. Now having seen what happened, Avion could tell that the person who had successfully stopped the attack was the same one he had fought against in the arena. Not only that, but the weird object that had been hit first was mech number 3. Did you see that? That person lifted up the mech and threw it all the way over there. One of the soldiers asked the others to make sure his eyes hadn't been playing tricks on him. The soldiers were impressed, but there was still one fact that they all had yet to face. They were simply celebrating due to them having been able to stop one attack from the beast. It still had yet to be hurt while all of them were exhausted. Even Avion was now feeling the strain being put on his body. At that moment, Fex's strings also started to change color as the blood hardening started to fall off and break into particles. Did all the blood get used up from the needle already? That's a lot faster than it usually takes. Is it because I had to use so much blood control? Maybe I'm borrowing too much power from the needle rather than using my own. Still, it was all guesswork, but it meant one thing, that the beast was definitely able to break free. The beast no longer looked like an arrowhead, and was back in its human form. With its two bladed arms, it slashed through Fex's strings. Damn it! I knew this was going to happen, Fex muttered, and clenched his fist looking at the beast. I am a vampire noble. I will not be afraid of some beast. A gust of wind swept past Fex's face, moving his gelled hair slightly. It was strange feeling this in the tunnel, but he could tell it was the presence of a person. Then the next second, a loud bang was heard, and the beast could be seen flying through the air and crashing into the cave-like wall. Quinn! Fex wondered, as he only knew one person this fast and could back a punch this strong. But his guess was wrong. Not quite, but someone who is just as strong, Shiro said from behind. It didn't take long to see who had arrived in a quick flash. There couldn't be many people who were strong enough to hit the powerful beast back like that suddenly. When hearing Shiro's voice, Fex could soon see that the others had arrived as well. Layla, Shiro, Nathan, and Longblade with his party of 5. Turning his head back to the front, short blonde hair could be seen. "It was Syl," Fex mumbled. "The demigod tier is present," Longblade shouted, drawing his sword. The sword was a piercing dark black color that looked to swallow the light around it. It didn't look like a typical blade at all. It was still shaped like a katana, but it almost felt like it was repurposed to fit that role as if it wasn't the blade's original shape. Then there was one finer detail just under the small sword guard, the image of a single large eye with wings. "Pure currently doesn't seem to be present. Change of plans. We will ensure our people are safe and allow the curse to deal with the demigod tier beast. Rafer, you are to support the cursed faction." After the command was given, they all got into action as quickly as possible, jumping to kill the rest of the beasts. Moments before they had arrived, a conversation had taken place as the vehicle was approaching the station for Section A. "If Pure isn't present, then let me handle the demigod tier beast." The one who said these words on the vehicle was none other than Syl. Everyone looked at him as if he was crazy. Was he simply asking to handle it alone? No, he couldn't have meant that, so they assumed Syl was referring to the rest of the cursed faction. If Pure wasn't present, they didn't need the whole group to take on the demigod tier. At least that's what they predicted. That is fine. There will be plenty of beasts still in the area that will need to be taken care of. We shall deal with them and then come support you after. Longblade replied. The reason he agreed was because he simply didn't think that the cursed faction would be able to deal with the demigod tier beast quicker than they could the other beasts. It just made sense for them to all work together to then take it down. When they arrived at the station, Syl was off before everyone. Far faster than an average person could achieve, and almost as if he had a speed ability that was at its peak. That's what led to the current situation they were now in. Syl stood there looking towards the wall where the beast was chucked into. It soon appeared from the wall with parts of its body falling to the ground. Then oddly, the parts that fell started to be replaced, forming back to its original shape. Its left hadn't formed into the large shield, and its right hand turned into a blade. "It's a transformation skill," Fex shouted, trying to give as much information as needed. "It can form its arms, legs, and any part of it into whatever it wants. I also think what we're seeing isn't its real body but its power." There was no time to explain further, but having seen Avion make the beast bleed, he could only assume there was a smaller body inside all of that dirt that it was covered in. It wasn't quite like an Earth ability power since it looked as if only a certain amount could be controlled, which was on its body. Still, it looked like Syl wasn't even listening. Soon he went in at an incredible speed. He threw out his fist, going for a punch, and the beast raised its shield. The fist collided into the shield, and although it didn't break, it was pushed back, skidding across the floor. It soon swung its sword, but Syl was nowhere to be seen and had already punched the beast from behind, pushing it forward again with great power. "Annoying! Can't you just leave this planet alone?" the beast shouted, now no longer using the shield but turning the objects into 2 types of whips. Swinging its arms widely, the whips were going all over the place. Somehow, Syl was able to avoid every single one, as he moved quickly to different areas avoiding all the strikes. They would miss his face, duck down, going over his head, hit inches away from his foot. Once again, when he got close, he punched the beast in the stomach once more, sending him off and away. "What is going on? How is that kid so strong? Do we even need to be here?" Rafer said in awe. To their surprise, there weren't as many beasts as they initially thought. Fex and the soldiers in the mechs had dealt with most of them, and now they were all standing along the edge of the wall away from the fight, including Avion. They thought that they would be needed to step in and help Syl, but it looked like Syl was completely overpowering the beast. "Syl, he's so strong," Shiro said, as everyone watched. It felt like if they tried to get involved, they would just get hurt. "He told me," he said, "if he was going to go against a humanoid beast that was strong, then he would need to make his body become superhuman. So he gathered the strongest abilities he could find that would reinforce his body. A speed ability, a strength ability, hardening powers, and then a few high-level ones to boost his MC cells. Last of all, he even touched Longblade. Shiro explained. Now they understood. With Sill's powers, he combined the MC cells to have speed equal to Quinn, a strength equal to Chi users, and a prediction that far surpassed Avion. Because if Longbald was able to see 5 seconds ahead of what was about to happen, then with Sill's powers, who knew how far into the future he could see? Still, there seemed to be a slight problem, but Shiro and Sill had already planned for this. After knocking away the demigod-tier beast again, Sill quickly rushed to Shiro's side. "Are you ready, Shiro?" Shiro nodded. "Everyone, we might be away for a little while, but this is the only thing we can do," Shiro explained. "Protect us for as long as possible." Sill had one problem. He had to hold back using his powers in the fight because the goal was to capture the beast alive, not to kill it. However, with its strong regenerative abilities it almost seemed impossible, which was why they had a plan. Soon, Shiro walked along with Sill, and the two of them started to run forward. The beast had changed his small whips into a large one and swung it, covering the whole length of the room. It looked like a colossal battle rope was coming towards them. Using his hardening skill, focusing it on the side of his body and strength, Sill slammed against it with his shoulder first and made sure he protected Shiro. The two then continued to move towards the beast. With the future sight ability, Sill could prepare for anything coming towards them and stop anything hurting Shiro. Finally, when they had reached the beast, Sill hit its two hands away to the side. Its legs were now enlarged as if it was getting ready to take off, but before it could, Sill slammed the shoulders of the beast, forcing his knees to bend and tumble. "I am getting them back," Sill shouted. Now Shiro got between the two of them and placed his hands on both of their heads. Seconds later, the beast's hands dropped to its side, and so did Sill's. The fighting had been put to a stop. "What happened?" Longblade asked, confused about the situation. Why were 3 people just standing towards the back of the room? Was the fight over? Was it some ability they were using to capture it? "They're going to do it here?" Layla figured it out. They had planned to do the mind transfer here and now, but it didn't seem like it would be as straightforward as they thought. "Just don't disturb them for now, please," Layla pleaded, not really wanting to explain what they were doing. If Earthborn knew, maybe they wouldn't allow such a thing and would have another fight on their hands. Longblade looked at them all, but he was just happy that it seemed like they had captured the beast. It had been a while, and the whole task was a lot easier than he had predicted, thanks to them. They waited a few moments, and Layla expected them to be done by now, but something was clearly happening if all 3 of them stood still. The most important thing would be for no one to touch the 3 of them while the transfer was happening. Just what is happening in there? She wondered. "Everyone, someone's coming," Vex shouted, alerting the others. He could hear before the others the sound of footsteps. Coming out from the tunnel towards their right, they could see a man who wore a large black overcoat, with around 8 of his men. Agent 11, who was tied up and lying on the ground, could almost shed tears seeing this man. He wiggled and wiggled about because he was so happy. "Now I see," Vex said, looking at Agent 11. "That guy is your boss, isn't he?" At the moment Shiro was performing the most important task he had ever received in his life. He knew that everyone was relying on him before. However, now the tension seems to have risen tenfold. The first part of the plan worked out. Sill protected me while we were heading towards the demigod-tier beast. Now I just have to do my part. Currently, he was in the black space. It was the common area in one's mind, an area that he had been in many times before. This time the technique that needed to be performed was slightly different compared to the last. "I've done it once before, but I don't have the same powers as I did when I was using Sill's body. I'm going to have to try and do this as quickly as possible." Doing it once, the second time was much easier, and as he traveled through the dark space, he could see the 2 floating spirits. Now which one should I take? And how do I know who is who, just from floating spirits? Shiro wondered, but there was a larger issue going on. At the moment, he was also latched onto the beast's mind, ready to merge the two together, so they were in the same space. Because he was currently trying to control two mind spaces, his MC cells were being drained twice as fast. I don't have time to enter both spaces. At that moment, one of the floating orbs started to come towards him, as if it wanted to be picked more than the other. From the description of both of their personalities and having met Vorden last time, Shiro only hoped it was Vorden. Activating a glow around his hand, he was able to grab the floating ball, and now it was time for the two of them to enter the beast's mind. Merging both of the minds, something strange started to happen. The black space started to change as the other mind was brought in. One half of the room was starting to form a purple color. Its texture looked like raw meat and flesh, as it was a little bouncy and reactive to the touch. Why did the beast's mind have to be so scary? Shiro shook his head, taking a step forward. Before switching minds with the beasts, he had experienced this before when switching the minds of the beasts. However, unlike humans, who all seem to have a black space and a deeper white space, the beasts differed depending on what type of tier they were at. While the human's mind seemed like one could wander in the dark space forever, a beast's mind was limited the lower the tier. Shiro had a theory that it might have something to do with its capacity to learn. Judging by the size of the mind he could see now, there was plenty of space to put another human mind into it. Walking in the purple area, the floating spirit in his hand started to shine brighter. The further he walked into the other mind, the glow grew stronger until eventually, it felt like it could no longer be continued. Shiro felt like it was a grenade ready to go off at any second. Placing it on the ground, he stepped away. The light was so bright he looked away, covering his eyes. When the flash had disappeared, and he turned to look around, he could hear someone. "I'm finally back, bitches," the person screamed. Vor vor. Vordash, he was trying to make a guess, or more hoping this was the person he had met before. "Please, do you think that wimp would have come forward when seeing the opportunity in front of him? If there were 100 of us in Sill's mind, he would be the last person to have come forward," Ratton explained. "For a shrimp, you sure have an amazing power. Now come on, bring me back. This mind kinda looks disgusting." Ratton lifted his feet and a purple slime followed his feet, soon snapping off. "But it will do. Why does it look like this anyway?" Shiro had been told Ratton was a problematic character, but Shiro thought he would at least be thankful to him and would be able to communicate with him easier than others had expected, but it didn't seem to be the case. What Shiro didn't know was Ratton was being relatively tame because of this very reason. In the end, Shiro explained what he was here to do and what exactly they had planned to do with his mind. "That's great. So I get to experience being a beast, and can hit anyone I like while using my beast form as an excuse." Ratton smiled. "All right, just go and leave me here then. You can go back, and I'll take over this mind." Shiro didn't move, and that's when Ratton noticed that there must have been a second part to this that hadn't been said yet. "The thing is, when we entered this mind, I felt it. The beast's mind also was able to enter into its own space. So it's inside at the moment. If I leave you here, then the beast will still have original control just like Sill did." "Then what the heck do we do, you little brat?" Ratton said, raising a fist as if he was about to punch him, but soon controlled himself and put it back down by his side. In all honesty, Shiro really didn't want to bring a person like this back. How could still be friends with someone like this? I can't imagine the two of them ever talking. I don't 100% know, but there are two things I can think of. At the moment, we have nowhere to put the beast into. We can put it into Sill's mind, but that might cause a disturbance, so my suggestion would be, we either talk to the beast and ask it to use its bow dash. Are you really that dumb? The beast just fought for its life against us. You think if we ask nicely with sprinkles on top, the beast is just going to let us use its body? Then it could take over at any point in time and just attack the others even if it said yes. Nope. Dumb, move over to the next option. At that moment, they could hear the sound of the goo moving. The whole room seemed to react to something. When they turned around to look, they could see that the demigod tier beast had arrived, and it had transformed its two hands into blades. The second option is we take the beast into a deeper subconscious, similar to where Oscar was. To do that, I think I have to touch it again, Shiro said. However, round 2 just didn't seem like it would be as easy with Rattan rather than Syl. Outside, there was no such talk of what needed to be done. Fex being relatively close to where Syl, Shiro, and the demigod tier beast was decided to stay nearby. Chi-infused arrows were firing off towards them, and it was his job to make sure it didn't touch the beast. "Come on, we're going to steal that beast back," Agent 2 shouted, and all of the men soon ran forward. Of course, when we don't have our superhuman boy with us, all these losers decide to turn up. Fex's face was scrunched up and annoyed because the chi arrows were quite dangerous against him, and he had to be careful. The soldiers were in combat with the members of Pure. As for the soldiers in the mechs knew that all they could do was stay where they currently were. Humans knew the many weaknesses of the mechs, unlike the Dalki, and they were already going up against the strongest members in the shelter. Without their mechs, and even with them, they were nothing compared to the others. "Where the hell is your leader?" Joy shouted as she swung her blade and slammed the ground with her foot, raising up a wall of earth between them. "I don't know. I thought he would have been here by now. Maybe he's caught up in something," Fex replied back. As for Agent Number 2, 2 people stepped forward to battle with him, Longblade and Layla. "I see you have a bow. Try to give me support as much as you can, and I will be the one to face him," Longblade said as he charged forward. He swung his large black sword, and Agent 2 swung his strange weapon as well. The 2 powerful forces collided, hitting each other mid-air. But a strange reaction came from Agent 2. "It's nice to meet you. Judging by that ridiculous number on your back, I can see you're a high-ranking member," Longblade said. "It seems you're a bit surprised by something. Is it perhaps that the strange power you have isn't working?" That was precisely what was strange about it. Agent 2 could tell that the chi that he had infused into his weapon wasn't working at all. The first stage he used to power the cells in his body still worked, giving him a strong blow, but the second stage of chi on the sword had completely disappeared. Is it his weapon? Agent 2 thought, and could soon feel the energy of an arrow coming from behind. Stepping out of the way to avoid the arrow, he soon found it following him. The good thing was, the chi that had gone from his sword now was able to come back. "It looks like I was right, but I never heard of such a sword. One that can nullify the effect of chi before." Striking forward at the arrow, Agent 2 was expecting to destroy it with ease. Still, there was a bit of resistance to it until his power eventually won out, destroying the head. "Oh, a chi-infused arrow. When did you learn to use chi as well, little Layla?" Agent 2 asked, looking in their direction. Originally with him here, he thought it would be an easy fight. He had already gotten rid of one of the bigger annoyances, but it seemed like there were still a couple more annoying people he had to deal with. "That's strange. Why is my heart beating fast just after that? And why do I feel a little hot? I should have recovered all my chi energy?" Agent 2 thought as a strange feeling was coming over his body. It was a strange feeling coming over Agent 2's body. He couldn't quite describe the feeling because he had never felt like this before. His body felt slightly weak, but his chi was working just as much as it usually would have done. "Did I not give myself enough time before I fully recovered?" he thought. Before arriving, Agent 2 knew that the others would be in the area before they had arrived. It seemed like luck was on their side as they had someone on the inside that was reporting to them what was going on at the shelter. Because of this, they knew that the beast had already moved. Time wasn't on their side, so in order to recover his chi quickly, Agent 2 did a taboo among those at Pure. However, he had done this more than once before, and his men were aware of the risks. He stole their chi and added the energy to his. The only thing was, forcefully removing chi like so would take someone's real-life force, but it was the quickest way for them to recover. He was sure that he had recovered back to his top fighting shape, but now he wasn't so sure, judging by how he was feeling. The problem was, he didn't have the pleasure or time of thinking it out. Longblade was already on him, making several slashes, one after the other without allowing for a breath. Agent 2 was able to block them all, but he was unable to find an opening. If I can't put the chi in my weapon, he's just as strong as me. What the hell is that sword? At the same time, 2 more arrows came his way, but it seemed like it was easy for him to deal with it this time. He opened the palm of one of his hand, and a strange energy was sent out towards them. The second the invisible energy hit the arrows, they immediately fell to the ground. He can take care of my arrows that easily. I could change into my second form, but I don't think that would be much help with my shabby sword skills. Then there was no choice. She had to go to the third form. She soon found her body transforming as it grew larger, her bottom half changing into a serpent, while her top half remained the same. Now, out from her mouth, the first thing she did was spit out a blue flame, placing it on the tip of her arrow. Firing this, she made sure that it stayed behind Longblade. "Let it hit you," she shouted. Hearing this, Longblade allowed for the blue flame to hit his back, and he felt a surge of energy compared to before. Swinging his blade now when it collided against Agent 2, his hand was swung to the side further than before. What is this? After being hit by that girl, he suddenly got a post, and what is she right now? He thought. The blue flame had a buff effect, increasing one's strength by 5%. Now trying to improve their situation, Layla started to fire out arrows hitting all her fellow teammates, giving them the extra energy they needed. On top of this, for those that were injured, she would change to a green flame, giving them a new set of power. Things aren't looking too good. I need to get rid of her. She might prove to be a bigger annoyance than the others. Agent 2 started to realize. Layla was playing the supporting role but wasn't just supporting Longblade. She was able to support everyone with her arrows. Telekinesis and strange flames made a good combination. In a way, this was far worse than someone who was strong. Even if Agent 2 won his battle, he would have to continue facing everyone else as well. On top of that, the strange feeling that was coming over his body wasn't going away. I didn't think I would have to do this 2 times in a day. When was the last time I had to go this far? This is pissing me off. Agent 2 shouted as he dug his weapon into the ground and a force of chi disappeared outward. Soon energy could be seen forming in front of him. A glowing ball that appeared and went inward. As it did, Agent 2's skin started to turn bright red. A new force was now beaming off him. It was so strong that it nearly knocked Longblade off his feet, that was unless he didn't have his sword with him. Covering his front, the sword was able to disperse the energy as it went around. This power, can I really fight him as it goes on? The sword is a double-edged sword. It even disrupts me when trying to use my soul weapon as long as I'm touching it. I could change to another weapon, but it's the only advantage I have over him. The next second, pointing his weapon towards Longblade, Agent 2 thrusted a few times, and 5 loud bangs were heard going off one after the other. No one could see anything, and it was only after a few seconds Longblade could feel the pain in his things. 2 large holes had appeared, and 2 more on his shoulder. If it wasn't for him holding his weapon upright, it seemed like the 5th would have pierced his head as well. Longblade! Layla shouted as she went to fire green arrows in an attempt to heal him. But before she could even reach him, Agent 2 already was in between the 2 of them. Now it's your turn, Agent 2 said as he fired another shot again. Layla, seeing this, started to shrink her body. He had aimed for the head, hoping to kill her on the spot. With her body changing to the second form, the attack missed and hit the ceiling, making a hole. Still, there was no worry in Agent 2's eyes as he was ready to fire off more chi blasts, until a sudden pain was now felt in his chest. Sweat was now almost pouring from all over his body. He fell down to one knee, and Layla wanted to take advantage of this situation, so she struck him down, hoping to kill him in one blow. Regardless, a simple wave of Agent 2 weapon hitting hers had sent her flying across the room. Layla had even reinforced her sword with chi, but it didn't look like it made a difference. What is happening to my body? The pain is getting worse. It's almost as if it multiplied the second I used the 4th stage. Agent 2 thought. Now closing his eyes, he started to meditate, trying to find the source, and he could see it. Something inside him was spreading through his body. It's already spread this far, but I didn't notice it before, and where did In the middle of his thoughts, he had figured it out. could only be one. After having the fight with the cursed faction leader, that was when the changes started to occur. I can get rid of the energy that's affecting me, but it's going to take some time. Thinking about this, canceling the fourth stage was for the best for now. He had already dealt with the strongest of the group here. I don't need that power to fight off this little runt. But I still need to buy some time. It was going to take an immense amount of concentration. Still, Agent 2 needed to place his hand on his chest, using his chi to remove the poison in his body, while also fighting one-handed and with a fraction of his powers. There was a certain worry of how much Layla had improved. He could tell from the initial strike when he had underestimated her through the arrows, so he needed a plan, and he had come up with the perfect one. Layla, 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 Agent 2 said with a big smile. I never did like you or your mother, but for you, I feel a little sad. After all, you were someone she never wanted, and every time she looked at you, she would treat you with disgust. Hearing this, Layla was being filled with anger. She didn't understand what he was talking about and tried to come charging in again. When the two swords collided this time, there seemed to be an equal power between the two. What's wrong, Layla? Agent 2 continued to deflect the attacks. His plan of making her the aggressor had worked. All he needed to do was defend and heal himself. Didn't your mother ever tell you the truth? I bet you always wondered. Why did she treat me this way? Aren't I her daughter? Tell me, who's your father, Layla? Have you ever met him before? Did she tell you the lie that she would come up with, that he was a fantasy novel writer? Lie she thought. What did he mean? Hearing this, she was losing the will to attack, because she wanted to know the truth. But how could she trust the person that was attempting to kill her? However, who else would know about her father, the father who was a fantasy writer according to her mother? I guess I was bang on, it was only a rumor, but the story got passed around between the high-ranking agents, and one day I saw the reaction of her face as it had been overheard. Now that I see it, it all makes sense. Layla, you were an accident. But not an accident as if you were planned. Oh no, it's much worse than that, for you see, Agent 5 always had a deep hatred for ability users because using their powers they had forced her to have a child. I'm sure you are old enough to know what I mean by this. And imagine being your mother, having to look at you every day, and being reminded of that day. Reminded of why she hated ability users, and why she decided to create Pure. Agent 2 shouted, and at the same time, he had finally pulled out the strange purple energy from himself. Chucking it on the ground, his body could almost feel instant relief. However, when he looked up at Layla, she stood there still, her arms by her side. No, is that the real reason why? The reason she created Pure was because of me. How I had come into the world. My father. He wasn't quite sure if he was seeing things, but a dark-colored smog started to surround her. And when she looked up, her eyes were glowing a dark purple. What is happening to her? Inside the humanoid beast's mind, both Rattan and Shiro were standing opposite the demigod tier beast. Its two hands had changed into blades, and for some reason Shiro felt like the beast looked even more eager to fight here compared to in the real world. Come on, attack it. Shiro instructed the other, hoping that just like Syl, Rattan would be there in a flash. What do you want me to do? Slap it to death. Rattan shouted back. Yet the next second the beast dashed forward, thrusting with one of its arms. Seeing this, Rattan booted Shiro out of the way, causing him to fall to the floor, whereas he leaned back just in time to avoid the first blow. His reaction times were quick, and his face was scrunched up as he was frustrated at the situation. You damn beast! Rattan cursed as he went to punch its arm, only for a dagger to appear in his hand, slicing at the beast. Seconds before the dagger could reach the beast's forearm, it transformed its hand into a shield blocking the blow. The beast then used its shield to bash Rattan in the face, sending him a few feet into the air. What's wrong? Why isn't he using his abilities here? Shiro wondered, but then again, the one that was in this mind space right now was Rattan instead of Syl. However, he could see something in Rattan's hands. Two daggers that weren't there before. Think this is a mind space, and the daggers appeared when he went for the attack. Shiro scratched his head, trying to come up with how the minds worked. Despite losing out in this first exchange, It didn't take long for Rattan to get up again and charge right in. He himself hadn't even noticed the sudden appearance of the daggers, too focused on his desire to pay the beast for what it had done to him. One dagger was thrown at the beast, yet it simply blocked with the still-present shield arm. It then swung its bladed arm, but Rattan slid underneath the beast's legs and was now behind it. The next second he buried the dagger deep inside the humanoid beast's back near its neck. Then he dragged it down halfway before the beast moved again. Stepping away, Rattan now had nothing in his hands. Wow, it looks like he's good in close combat. His fighting style is completely different to Syl's. Even though they look the same right now, I guess they really are two different people. Shiro analyzed. But then how did he get those daggers in the first place? I don't remember seeing them on him. Tell me, how the heck do I use my powers here? Rattan shouted at Syl. They had appeared when he wanted them, but now that he was out, he didn't know how to get more. This here isn't the real world. The two of us are currently inside the beast's mind. You've already done it twice. Just use your imagination or something. Shiro explained, himself not completely sure about the rule. Think of what weapon or what powers you want to use. This was the only thing Shiro could think of. When Rattan needed it, he thought of the weapons and they appeared in his hands. The only thing was, it seemed like it was based on what the person could actually do in real life. Perhaps a limitation set by the person's original mind itself. Otherwise, the demigod-tier beast could probably allow something similar to its original form, and Rattan could properly make anything come to mind. It was at that moment that lighting started to appear from his hands. So I can use any power that I can imagine? Is that right? Rattan smiled. I may not be as strong as Syl, but with that sort of power, I should still be able to beat this. Two more daggers appeared in his hands, slightly larger than the last ones and with a more curved edge. Sparks started to lighten up, most likely from a lightning ability, and Rattan ran towards the beast unafraid. Shiro was just glad that things were working out for him at the moment. The two were in a tough battle as the demigod tier best was faster than Rattan, but for some reason he chose to try and fight toe-to-toe with the beast. During their fight, Shiro noticed something, that the beast seemed to avoid going for vital areas. It used shallow cuts or bashes with the shield. Its strikes were more aimed at areas to incapacitate Rattan, but not in a lethal way. Why is it doing this? He wondered. Suddenly, Rattan was able to get a clear strike in as he had been closely paying attention to the beast's movements. He was making use of his experience in fighting and had managed to pierce one of the daggers right through the beast's chest. He had gotten a hang of this world quicker than Shiro could ever imagine. As he threw blades, making them Reaper in his hands, creating other weapons on the fly, even making them return to his hand. Rattan was like a sort of god in this space, most likely stronger than he could have ever been on the outside. Are all of Syl's friends such monsters? With the lightning dagger inside its body, Rattan let out its powers inside the beast. Several little small white orbs that started to float from the ground. It was something Shiro had never seen before, but it was clear it was due to what Rattan had just done. What are these things? Shiro thought as he reached out his hand. It looked harmless, and in some way he could tell that it wouldn't do any harm to him as he touched it. The second he touched it, his head felt heavy, as images started to flash through his head. We will make you stronger, a voice said, and he could see a man in a white suit. He could see a beast trapped in a container. It wasn't the demigod-tier beast, but it had some resemblance to the one currently fighting Rattan. Are these memories? Shiro theorized. Now knowing that they wouldn't hurt him and what they were, Shiro was intrigued. It was too busy with Rattan, so Shiro continued to touch the special white lights. Finally, we have created our first demigod-tier beast. The same old man was seen, but the beast itself was looking at someone else. A female doctor with round glasses who nodded. Who is that girl that the beast is looking at? Touching another memory, Syl had found one with her in it. I know I don't like what they are doing to you either, which is why I'm going to help you escape this place. This time he could see that the female in white cloak was the only one in the room talking to the beast. These memories, I don't think they are in order. The next scene was showing the demigod beast down in one of these tunnels, and the beasts all looking up to it. as if it was some type of king. Soon one came up to the stage and stood directly in front of it. Was ready to brace itself. At that moment, the demigod tear beat the beast and pulled out the crystal. Although no words were spoken here, through the memories Shiro was able to tell what was happening. The beasts sacrificed themselves for the sake of the demigod tier beast. They wanted to help it to get rid of the humans. Looking through more and more memories, slowly Shiro was getting a clear picture of the events that had transpired, and now he understood everything that was happening, at least so far. The beast was originally a humanoid one from this planet, and had been captured by the military. They had run experiments trying to make it stronger. During that time, the beast got close to a scientist who disagreed with their methods, and wished to help it. When the beast finally evolved, she created a situation that had allowed the demigod tier beast to escape. However, the beast seems to have remained near the shelter, still stopping the humans by attacking the mines and taking the crystals. In doing so, the other beasts were willing to sacrifice their lives and crystals in order for it to evolve once again. What Shiro still didn't understand was why the demigod tier beast was so obsessed with stopping the soldiers from mining the crystals, and why it didn't attack humans. There was one last memory, and in touching this, Shiro finally found his answer. The White Doctor could be seen again, and in some other memories the two of them had conversed quite often, but this time she was shedding tears. "I'm sorry about what we are doing. I didn't know it was doing that," she sniffled. "Okay. I'll help you, but please promise me something. I know we are foolish and we don't understand everything that is going on, but we are just scared and fighting for our survival, so please forgive us." After seeing the last message, Shiro somewhat understood, and just maybe there was a way for them to get through this without the need to fight. Shiro was sure of it, that they might be needed out there soon. "No, that can't be true. Mom cared. She must have cared for me. If she didn't, then why would she have risked her life for me at the very end? There has to be another reason for how she treated me. Yes, it must have all been for the sake of pure. To make me stronger so I could take over the organization one day. Right?" These haunting thoughts kept repeating themselves. Layla's mind went over all her interactions with her mother, the images of those times vividly flashing before her eyes. They reminded her of all of the things she had tried to block out and those she had buried deep inside. Layla couldn't help but focus on Lucy's face in all of those memories. The strange look on her face whenever daughter and mother had interacted. As it turned out, looking back, Layla realized that the few times her mother had told Layla anything about her father, like him being a fantasy writer, she had only done so while facing away. Had she done so because she hadn't wanted to think about Layla's father? Was Agent 2 right, that the father she knew she had was actually just something her mother had come up with to hide the truth? A smog of negative emotions started to spill out from Layla's body. Normally only her subrays should be able to perceive them, yet they had seemingly reached such an intensity that those around her could see hers, and all took a careful step back, afraid since they had no idea what it was. Her mind had become numb and her eyes were now glowing a slight purple. Layla had still been in her second form, yet she slowly started to change. Her giant tusk-like fangs started to shrink into smaller ones that could fit in her mouth, and the horns on her head also started to grow smaller, until they were barely visible through her hair. In an instant all the smog flew back into her through her mouth, her nose, and even her ears. It was a scary sight how that foreign substance appeared to have invaded the girl. The next moment red marks began climbing up from her neck and down her arms, as if all the veins in her body were now pulsating and alive. Everyone stared at her with a weapon in their hands, yet they all shared one thought at this time. What a beauty! Her skin now looked softer than snow. Her hair was flowing lighter than air, and even the red markings seemed to form a sort of tattoo which further added to an exotic charm. "What's happened to her?" Nathan asked, looking at the one vampire in the room that might have an answer. To a lot of them, Layla changing forms came as a shock. Still they held back from attacking her, choosing to trust her as a member of the cursed faction. As long as she was helping them, they could always try to figure out things after this fight. Unfortunately, they weren't completely sure if everything would go that way. Layla had started emitting a strange energy, which made all of their legs shake slightly. Then, there was also the look on the girl's face. Her eyebrows were deeply furrowed and her mouth was slightly open, baring her fangs. Luckily, the pure anger and frustration was currently aimed at the one person responsible for her change. I have no idea. I don't know much about Hanyas, so this must be one of her forms, Fex replied. Of course, he didn't tell him that this was the best-case scenario. Truth be told, he was worried that the pure anger and bloodlust coming from her had made her enter a state similar to a bloodsucker. To be on the safe side, he made use of this moment when everyone was distracted to attach his strings to Longblade. The colonel was injured and unable to stand, bleeding out slightly, but the vampire could still hear a heartbeat. However, if he was to be caught up in whatever was about to happen, today might very well end up being his last day. Before Layla started to act, the vampire pulled him out and placed him down by the side of Shiro and the others. He proceeded to carefully move over, all while keeping his gaze on the furious girl. Layla, please don't make this into a situation where we will have to deal with you as well. Fex silently prayed, as he readied Agent 11 for the worst-case scenario. Layla herself would be unable to explain what was happening. But one thing was for certain. She had just finished transforming into another form. A form that no one had ever seen before. The one thing all her Hanya forms had in common was the need for powerful negative emotions. Layla had become quite proficient in controlling her emotions and harnessing them to help her evolve into any of the three at will. To do this, she would usually recall a painful memory, creating negative emotions in herself. However, this went beyond any negative emotions Layla had ever felt before. She was experiencing pain beyond what she could have ever imagined, which had allowed her to unlock a fourth evolution. One which should be called the true Hanya. No wonder. Such a bastard has joined the cursed faction. Agent 2 thought. We would have been better off if Lucy had allowed us to just get rid of her. Well, at least I got rid of the poison during her temper tantrum. But this doesn't look like it's going to be easy. Unwilling to take any more risks while fighting against those abominations from the cursed faction, Agent 2 was forced to activate the fourth stage of Chi once more. He banged his sword into the ground and his skin started to turn red. The usual energy that was felt from the sudden surge in Chi was felt by everyone there. Those who had been engaged with Pure and had already stopped their fights during Layla's transformation moved out of the way so they wouldn't be affected by the overwhelming force. Ultimately, only Layla stood her ground, not moving. Instead, as the wave of energy came towards her, she opened her mouth and let out a loud shrieking sound, almost pushing the energy back. The others were frozen in place as the sound pierced their ears. This is like that damn banshee's scream, Fex thought, doing his best to cover his ears, yet his sharper senses turned out to be a detriment this time. He could feel blood flowing out of them. The space between Layla and Agent 2, as well as the air itself, was shaking from the colliding powers. How is it possible to use sound as a medium for Chi? Just what sort of freak has she turned into? Agent 2 was baffled, but he didn't have the time to think about it. Instantly, he started to use his weapon similar to a gun, firing off quick, sharp blasts of Chi. Layla's movements were still as fast as before, allowing her to evade 3 of the shots. Unfortunately, the fourth one managed to hit her forearm. However, the blow hardly did anything to Layla apart from leaving a dent marking on her arm. That's impossible. Even that cursed faction leader was left with a giant hole. Wait. No, how could someone as young as her have even more Chi than me? Slight signs of panic started to emerge on Agent 2's face. Not giving him any time to rest, Layla retaliated with several black balls, before she too dashed forward. The pure leader had no clue what these black balls would do if he came into contact, but whatever it was, it couldn't be good. The fourth stage of Chi had reinforced his whole body, allowing him to move at the same speed as the girl. The only thing he didn't account for was that Layla still had access to her normal ability. So despite all of the balls missing, she changed the direction of the closest one, making it connect. The second it touched Agent 2, chains started to form from the ball and burrowed into ground. These were the spiritual chains she was able to use as a Nominari Hanya. The pure leader tried to break free with his strength, but these were no normal chains. Each of them were reinforced with the extra power of Chi. Damn this. I can't move my hands or weapon. Layla was already upon him and swung her sword vertically, aiming to slash his head off in a single strike. The sword touched the outer layer of his skin but was unable to pierce through. Agent 2 had focused most of chi there to prevent the otherwise fatal injury. I don't know what type of deal you must have made to become this type of monster. The pure agent suddenly smiled. And I don't know how you were able to obtain this level of chi at your age, but it looks like your strength is still nowhere near the level of mine. The chains started to weaken and disappear, which would allow Agent 2 to continue his own attack. However, Layla didn't distance herself from him, on the contrary. Her free hand grabbed onto his shoulder and she opened her jaw wider than would be humanly possible, making the girl resemble a snake about to devour its prey. The next second, fiery flames came out from her mouth, scorching Agent 2 from point-blank range. The flames were strong and lit up the whole area of the cave, melting part of the area behind the pure leader. Despite this, a kick suddenly came forward aimed at her stomach, which sent her flying back. The flames soon died down and revealed Agent 2. His hair burnt off, and several burn marks on his face, contorted into an expression of immense pain. He had concentrated most of chi to prevent the sword from cutting off his head, leaving him with far less to block the sudden and unexpected flame attack against his face. You bitch! I planned to kill you, but that would be letting you off easily. You only deserve to be tortured for the rest of your miserable life, and I shall make sure to make you crave the sweet embrace of death. Fex was impressed with Layla's capitalites so far. She wasn't as fast as a vampire leader in this form, and her strikes didn't seem as powerful as his father's or Bryce's. But her versatile skills made her a foe he would never wish to face himself. From what he had seen, her current form appeared to be a mixture of the other three she had displayed before. She was still able to use her spiritual chains, but also keep her second form speed and power, and now he had also seen Layla use the fire breath from her third form. Without an inspect skill, Fex didn't realize that she was in fact even stronger than that. All of the chi inside her body was currently running wild. Just as Quinn had stated, her body was unable to handle the large amounts of chi that her mother had left her with. But the same wasn't true for this form. Every one of her attacks had been amplified with a massive amount of chi. Nevertheless, Fex was very concerned about the look in her eyes. Her now purple eyes didn't seem alive, merely focused on one thing: getting revenge. However, would defeating Agent 2 be enough to quell her anger? Layla had quickly recovered, but there was a visible wound around her stomach. Noticing this, her right arm started to spew a green flame which she pressed against the hole. It healed at a speed that the onlookers would follow with the naked eye. The next second she charged back in. Not backing down, and now filled with anger himself, Agent 2 came at her. Suddenly, another scream filled the area. However, this one wasn't human. Suddenly, the onlookers saw a third figure heading towards the center of the area, where Layla and Agent 2 were charging towards. At first they could only make out the outline of the new challenger, making them wonder who exactly would be crazy enough to join the fight. When Fex looked back, he discovered that the demigod-tier beast they had come here to subdue had disappeared. No, more accurately speaking, it had just moved and was about to join the clash of those titans. Why didn't it just flee? Now was the perfect time, so why does it look like it wants to fight? Fex wondered as he noticed Shiro collapsed on the ground. Syl was still touching his head while trying to recover or get over what was happening. He was dazed looking out of the room, and something in his head felt a bit strange. Syl, buddy, I need you to tell me what happened, Fex requested while gently checking if he was okay. He was breathing, but his consciousness didn't seem to have fully returned yet. Layla and Agent 2's weapons clashed in the air. The humanoid beast had stopped a few meters before that point, but instead it had skidded on the floor and sliced at the legs off both fighters. In the end, a demigod-tier beast was still one of the strongest beasts in existence, and the power in its body was more than enough to overcome their chi defenses, causing them both to stumble to the ground. The next second the pure leader felt a large shield whack him across the face and a kick in his chest followed. Everything had happened so fast, and so unexpected that Agent 2 honestly hadn't even understood what happened. The demigod-tier beast slashed downward at the lying Agent 2, The pure leader quickly thrusted his weapon a couple of times towards the beast, hitting him in the chest and shoulder. Although it had left behind circular holes in its body, a strange earth quickly formed over them again, as if the attacks had never occurred. Meanwhile, the demigod-tier beast pierced Agent 2's shoulder, and was cutting through his flesh, drawing blood. But the sound of someone else approaching made it turn around its head. That's when it could see who it was, and the sword strike aimed at its head. Changing its arm into a shield, the beast blocked the attack. Yet the strength behind the attack was so powerful that it had to remove the sword from Agent 2's wound to use it to support itself. "Stay out of this," the beast growled, as it slashed at Layla's sword, only to see her mouth opening. Instinctively feeling that it was in danger, the beast placed both of its hands together to form a giant tower shield, right before the flames hit it. By the time the flames eventually died down, Agent 2 had already rolled to the side and gotten up. He looked to be in a terrible condition, but his posture made it clear that he wouldn't run away from this fight. What the hell is happening? How has this turned into a three-way fight between them all? Rafer asked the question that was on everyone's mind. As someone who had personally fought against the humanoid beast, Avian noticed something about it was different. It was still undeniably strong, but its fighting style was completely different. Its movements flowed better, and if it could have been described as passive and careful about conserving someone's life, now it was aggressive and out for the kill. Finally, someone who could shed some light on this situation came to. Only it wasn't Sil, but Shiro. His eyes opened only ever so slightly, but for Fex, who was close to him, he noticed immediately. "Shiro, are you okay? We're a bit short on time. You need to tell me what's going on." Fex demanded to know. He didn't want to be harsh, but every second was precious. Fortunately, Shiro was able to see the fight without having to move his head. He had already been worried something like this might happen. "We succeeded," Shiro whispered barely audibly. "That's Rattan. I'm on your side, you two-horned bitch," Rattan shouted towards Layla. It was only when he took a closer look at her that he noticed the lifeless look behind her eyes. The Hanya was fighting more on instinct than actual conscious thoughts. While her subconsciousness or instincts made her body act, her mind was still trapped, surrounded by her own memories and the pain and suffering from the realization that she didn't really know anything about her past. "Should we help?" Fex wondered. "Can we even help? Going up against one of them would require most of us, but more." The three titans stood in a type of triangle formation, cautious about who to attack and who to defend against. For a short moment they remained in this Mexican standoff. The onlookers all seemed to have the same thoughts again, whether or not they should intervene. The pure members had realized that they were on the losing side, so they decided to move and stay behind their leader. None of them showed any signs of wanting to come close to the center of the room for risk of getting caught up into this mess. "I don't understand why the demigod-tier beast has joined the fight as well, but this isn't good. This whole thing has gotten way out of hand. Should I just abort the mission?" Agent 2 was pondering over a possible strategic retreat, but before he could come to a decision, Layla decided to act, forcing Rattan and therefore Agent 2 to do the same. None of the onlookers actually knew how incredibly powerful that demigod-tier beast actually was. After how easily Sil had managed to take it down, it had created the impression that it wasn't that strong. In reality, Sil was just that much of a monster to be able to take down the demigod-tier beast. Now that Rattan was in control and didn't shy away from hurting others, it was a real powerhouse. "Get a grip. My patience is running thin. Next time you attack me, I'm going to slash your neck," Rattan shouted, but found himself locked by her strange chains, unable to move. Seeing this, Agent 2 decided to go in for the attack, but soon had to jump back as more of the black floating balls flew his way. It was unclear whether Layla had perceived his threat, or had just remembered that there was someone else who deserved her wrath more, but she changed her attention towards the pure leader. Finally, Sil was coming to as well. The pain in his head had stopped. He immediately looked over to the others fighting, and could see such skillful fighting skills coming from Rattan. "He's back, he's finally back," Sil mumbled, smiling more than anything, seemingly unaware of the dangerous situation they were currently in. "Sil, you need to stop them. Now! Fex shouted at him, grabbing him by the shoulders. The worst-case scenario was one of them dying. If Rattan ended up killing Layla or vice versa, the vampire would be unable to explain things to Quinn. Their entire operation of helping Syl would have failed. Fex didn't even dare to imagine what Quinn would do if one of his friends perished here. Rattan won't hurt Layla, Syl stated calmly without a hint of a doubt. And now that Rattan is back, I won't hurt him ever again. We don't have time for this crap, Fex thought angrily, looking at the Syl who continued to have a goofy smile on his face. It was then that he realized that Syl was an unusual person. Someone who was truly selfish and only cared for certain people. Unfortunately, Layla wasn't one of them. Fex was convinced that if it had been Shiro, Borden, Vorden, Quinn, or Rattan, Syl would have acted in a heartbeat. But now that Rattan was back, it was clear he didn't care what happened to the girl. Fine. Get rid of Agent 2 then, Fex screamed at him. Shiro, still not comprehending the situation, looked over to Syl, but his friend had overused his ability. He had barely been able to speak, and right now he couldn't even lift a finger. If it's like this, will I have to get involved? Fex contemplated. He might be strong, but against these monsters, he was certain he wouldn't be able to make it out unscathed, and he was sure how severe his injuries would be. All three of them seemed to be preparing for an almighty attack to decide the outcome, no longer wanting to play around. Layla had conjured a total of 8 black spheres that were now surrounding her. Yet for the moment they remained unmoving. She was concentrating on her ability, trying to move them with one hand at the same time. Rattan had put both of his hands together and was forming a large weapon, seemingly a scythe. Lastly, Agent 2 was putting more and more chi into his weapon to the point it started to become redder than his own body. All three started to run into each other in the center of the room. The onlookers could care less about who would win this power struggle. They were all too afraid of the consequence. It would be impossible for the area to not cave in, yet it was too late to stop them. I'm sorry, but all of you need to calm down, a person who had appeared out of nowhere shouted. Throwing out his arms and kicking in front of him, he pushed all the back, their attacks dissipating mid-flight. The entire area rumbled as they got buried into the wall. Fortunately, after a few seconds it stopped without any cave-in, making everyone let out a sigh of relief. Surprisingly, there was one clear winner in this major battle, and it was none other than the person left standing alone in the middle. Quinn, you made it, Fex shouted. However, something was different about him. How'd he get so strong he was able to do that to all of them? Layla felt a shooting pain from the back of her head after her whole body had crashed through the wall. When the girl opened her eyes, she could see the person who was standing in the center, and for a brief moment her mind went blank. All the negative emotions and memories in regards to her mother were replaced for ones with the person in the middle of the area. Her first encounter with Quinn as part of the same testing group for military school, the time he had sucked her blood in the library, the time that the two of them had hugged after finding out CIA was a part of Pure, the time when Quinn had tried to cheer her up after CIA's death, and of course when she had openly expressed her feelings towards him. It was a welcome distraction from the horrible situation of her own past as a member of Pure. The memories of what she had done as a true Hanya were quickly coming back to her. Yet the purple glow started to dim from her eyes and her physical form returned to her regular human self. Layla looked down on herself to check for any injuries. Her own barrier chi had shattered from Quinn's attack, even before she had hit the wall. Yet she still felt fine, making her wonder how exactly he had achieved such a feat. At the same time, Rattan smashed his way out of the wall, chunks of dirt falling to the ground. When nearly all of it had fallen off, the demigod-tier beast's true form was visible underneath the dirt, and it was much more human than the others would have thought. Its original body was a dark brown in color, with parts of its flesh having parts of earth sticking out from it. The earth still remaining on the beast was more a white color, compared to the mud it was covered in. With a closer look it appears the parts were stone. When looking at the head of the beast, this too was all a white stone in color. They were clumped together, giving the beast an appearance that it had white spikes for hair. Damn that kid! How long have I been out of it? For him to have grown this strong. This new body is stronger than anything I have ever felt. So how did he just take away my powers? Ratton wondered, displeasure on his face. He had ended up close to where Fex and the others were. Syl was the first to approach his beast-like form, and just smiled at him like a kid seeing the dog his parents had bought him for Christmas. The Earthborn soldiers didn't understand what was going on, and were ready for another battle to break out at any moment between the beast and the monstrous body from the Blade family. But instead they saw Syl bawling. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Because of me, everything that happened to you for so long. It's all my fault." Syl apologized in between sobs, his face covered in tears that just wouldn't stop falling. "Damn it! Shut up!" Ratton berated him, as he raised his hand intending to flick the other's forehead. But then, seemingly recalling the power of this body, he slowly put it down again. "This might not be a human body, but this whole beast thing is pretty cool. I'm just glad I don't have to share with you or that loser anymore. So don't worry about it." There was still confusion amongst the Earthborn group, but there was one clear difference now. It was the fact that although the beast could communicate with them before, it was doing so perfectly. Ratton still had slight trouble with certain words, since his throat wasn't really designed to produce those sounds, making it seem as if he had an accent. With Syl's current state, he wouldn't be able to fight anytime soon. Ratton looked ahead and thought that there was no longer a need for him to get involved. Since Quinn had been able to deal with 3 of them at once, he had everything under control. A few seconds later Layla had also returned to the group. Her gaze pointed downward, trying to find the right words to apologize for what had happened. Her body wasn't as sore as when she had fought against Agent 11 earlier. However, Layla's energy was at an all-time low. Her vampire powers were somewhat still active, but she had trouble feeling any chi whatsoever. "I liked your other look more," Ratton commented sheepishly. It was somewhat awkward for all of them all to have a demigod-tier beast so close to them and to listen to it make quips as if it was part of the group, but it was just something they had to get used to. Layla ignored Ratton's remark and made her way to Longblade. His eyes were still open. The Colonel had even the power left to lift his head, and he had eagerly spectated the wild battle. "You did a great job." The military man praised her with a hint of a smile on his face. Layla blushed at this sudden compliment, but focused on treating Longblade's wounds. Fex had done some work on him by wrapping up certain parts with his string to stop the blood flow, and had also applied pressure to the wound. But it wouldn't be enough. They didn't know how much longer they would be staying in the cave before they could receive help from above. "I'll need to transform into my 3rd form, and then I can use the green fire to heal it," Layla thought. But when she was about to recall some of her bad memories, her mind blanked out. This was the first time something like this had happened. Yet her hand was shaking as if she was scared by something. It took her a moment to realize why she might have subconsciously stopped herself from transforming. "Will I change into the 4th form again if it becomes too much?" Layla wondered, biting on her bottom lip. The girl took some deep breaths and decided to trust in herself and that even if something were to happen, with Quinn present, he would be able to stop her. Instead of using her own thoughts, Layla chose to consume the negative emotions of those around her. For one, there was Longblade who, despite his stoic outer appearance, was afraid that he might not be able to make it out alive. She also took in the feelings of fear towards Ratton that the Earthborn group had to varying degrees. With all of that combined, Layla felt that she had enough energy to change into her 3rd form. Some gave her some cautious looks as they watched her transform, especially when she summoned the green fire. However, it softened as soon as they saw the effect on Longblade's wounds. It didn't look to be more powerful than the healing abilities most had seen, but it was enough to ensure the corporal would make it out alive as long as there were no other complications. During this fight, she could tell that everything inside her was spent. That would be the last time she could transform. All her energy was spent, but it was okay because he was there. Now there was only one thing that was left for them all to do, as they stared towards the center. Quinn had yet to make a single step from where he stood, only going down on one knee. What the others didn't realize was that he was actually in incredible pain. "I made sure to kick Agent 2 away and the others haven't attacked me either. So why does it feel like my whole body is suffering from chi? Is there some type of problem?" Quinn tried to make sense of his body's condition, as he concentrated and took a look inside. It didn't take long for him to figure out just what was happening, and it was certainly a strange thing to say the least. It had taken Quinn some time to absorb some of the crystals that he had found, but with each one he had felt the ball of chi inside his body expand ever so slightly. He was growing with strength, making him not quite the same as he was before. The energy he could control, the amount of chi his body had been getting larger by the second. This was all due to the beast crystal he could now absorb with the power of the gauntlet. At the time, the energy he had gained when using the active skill on the dragon only had a temporary effect on him, so he was unsure if it would be the same with the crystals. However, if he was to meet Agent 2 and the rest again, there would be a need to have a stronger chi output. In the middle of absorbing the crystal, though, he had to stop. The only reason he had stopped was because his bond had made him aware that something had happened to Layla. Placing the rest of the crystal in his system, he had rushed off towards the battle. Quinn had arrived just before the three had gone all out. Aware that he had to stop their suicidal charge, he had appeared in the middle and given them a taste of his improved chi. Of course, he had paid attention to not overdo it for Layla and the humanoid beast, not really caring about Agent 2's fate. The power was far greater than he had imagined, that just using the first and second stage, it acted more like a powerful third stage of chi, hitting their bodies so strongly. He had never expected it to work so great, but that was wherein the problem was. Quinn hadn't really considered the consequences of his actions and had created an imbalance. His body's chi was overflowing with power, but unfortunately this had started to affect the red vampire energy inside of him. Before, he had been able to use the chi to enhance his vampire powers, but now one was far stronger than the other, and it seemed to be trying to either expel or absorb the other type. I need to lower my chi output. Around 70% should be fine without affecting my body too much, but then that also means I won't be able to make use of my power without experiencing this live torture. I need to find a way to fix this problem in the future. Vincent, is there a way to increase my vampire energy in a short period of time? Although I understand your train of thought, Quinn, a body can only hold so much power. I'm afraid if you intend to recklessly consume beast crystals and increase your vampire powers, your own body will tear apart. Vincent cautioned. You might be a vampire lord, but that makes you powerful, not invincible. Even you should have limits. If you push them too hard, your current pain might just end up a joke in comparison. Quinn could follow Vincent's logic, but he hadn't forgotten the system's quest. There appeared to be something beyond a vampire lord, and at least his system was convinced Quinn had a way to become whatever that was. Maybe that new form could hold the creator body, or pushing his body was the way to that next evolution. Agent 2 had been unable to get up on his own. The other pure agents had to pull him out. Their leader's skin was no longer red, as the fourth stage of chi seemed to have come to an end. Looking in front of him at the one who had appeared out of nowhere, he recognized the cursed faction leader. Agent 2's anger only grew at this. He touched his face that was still hurting from the burns he had suffered. The one responsible for such an injury that would likely never heal was sitting in the distance peacefully, apparently helping Longblade recover. So, Pure is the only one to suffer a loss here? Agent 2 asked nobody in particular as he placed his hand on one of his subordinates who had helped him out. The poor man held on to his superior's hand and begged the single-digit agent to let go. He could feel his energy being sucked out. He began visibly aging. His skin and muscles were losing their vitality. His hair was whitening until he eventually fell to the floor, his body lifeless, like a dried-out corpse. Before any of the pure agents could flee, Agent 2 grabbed on to the next one. You want me to win, right? Then this is the sacrifice we must make. Pure thanks you for your service. I shall make sure that you will be hailed as heroes back at the base. Agent 2 solemnly promised. Not everyone seemed too willing, but with each one consumed, their leader finished the process in a faster time. With the chi of all of them, Agent 2 felt stronger than he had ever done before. If he were to make an estimate, his strength had at least doubled from his peak performance. It was a strange phenomena, but with each heartbeat in Agent 2 everyone could feel the wave of energy leave him. This energy level is beyond Chris, but what is going on? Quinn thought. Agent 2's look of triumph had just as quickly changed to one of horror. Quinn was still in the middle of trying to balance his energy, as he dispelled some of the excess chi that had spilled from his chi center, and was now trying to allow the vampire energy to balance itself like before. He was just about to finish, but he was now faced with this. Then something strange started to happen. Agent 2's eyes started to bulge, getting bigger by the second. His muscles started to go out of place, with his right arm becoming twice the size of his left. What is? Agent 2 needed a bit to understand what was happening. But once he finally became aware of the situation, he started to laugh maniacally. So that's why Zero told us to never use this. My body can't handle all of their energy. My only regret is not being able to enjoy this a little longer. But all of you will have to accompany me to hell, Agent 2 shouted. Sensing the energy inside, Quinn had an idea of exactly what was happening. This should be what Vincent had meant when he had warned him about going over his limit. The pure leader's body couldn't contain all of this chi, as he was a human at the end of the day. His attempt to go into the fourth stage had just made the situation exponentially worse, and all of that chi was about to explode. Quinn! Longblade shouted, no longer caring about keeping up appearances. The next second his blade was being chucked over to the cursed faction leader, who instinctively grabbed onto it, but when he saw it was a sword he wondered what exactly the man wanted him to do with it. However, as soon as he touched the sword, Quinn realized that his chi was gone. It didn't feel like his energy was being consumed by the sword. Just where Quinn's hand was touching the sword, no chi could be produced, as if he never had the ability to use it in the first place. Use it! Longblade screamed. Agent 2 had already ballooned up to almost twice his size. It was obvious that an explosion was imminent, so Quinn had to act fast. His shadows alone couldn't contain a blast at this magnitude. Using the shadow, he changed the armor on his body to the wolf set. Fortunately, the cooldown period was over. Activate skill. Nitro Accelerate. With all his stats focusing on speed, there was no need to focus on skill. Quinn rushed forward and drew the blade. Using his speed and power, the weapon sliced through the balloon man like a knife through hot butter, and in doing so, the chi was being negated, yet it seemed to only affect the places the sword itself cut. Faster, faster. I have to keep cutting him until all of the chi is gone. Quinn hyped himself up, as he continued to slash at him as if he was carving out a pumpkin. The others watching couldn't believe what they were seeing. Heck, some couldn't even perceive what was happening. They just noticed the newcomer turn into a blur and the bloated man started to disappear. Quinn continued to slice, not letting up, consuming every bit of chi energy he could find until eventually the time on his active skill for his armor set had run out. Now in front of him, there was practically nothing. But as Quinn turned around huffing and puffing, his silver armor was now mostly scarlet, covered in the late Agent 2's blood. Seeing this sight, even with a world full of abilities, people who had superior powers and having learned of vampires, they felt like they were looking at some type of god of war. Quinn looked at the sword in his hand. He couldn't believe such a thing would have a skill to dispel chi. Ha! Quinn was surprised, curious as to what level the sword was at and what its powers really were. Now that he had time, he used his inspect skill on it. Current quest line active. Learning more about the Talon family. The sounds of alarms sounded out from the lab-like facility, informing the rest of the shelter that something was going on. Logan and the humanoid beast stood side by side, aware that their situation was getting worse by the second. The army still has a gripe with the cursed faction, so they will use this incident against us. I can't let them catch me on top of that, otherwise everything will be against us. Logan analyzed his situation. Although Logan's training meant he was more skilled than the average soldier now, getting out of a military place with countless ability users, especially without killing or injuring any of them too much, would pose quite the problem. He was just glad that the beast by his side seemed to agree that they had to work together. The first one to attack was one of the soldiers in the front by using his telekinesis ability to throw a heavy black ball, a beast weapon, towards the duo. Lifting up his Dalki arm, Logan easily grabbed the ball, stopping its rotation without breaking a sweat. Remember, you were the ones who attacked first without giving me any chance to explain myself, Logan stated as he looked at his spiders that had been recording the whole situation. Everything I do now is just an act of self-defense. Taking a small step back and pivoting his other foot, he pitched the ball back at a speed faster than the telekinesis user had chucked it at them. At that moment, another soldier came forward, this one with a hardening ability that he used to intercept the ball. The force behind it made him slide a few feet back, but otherwise he remained unharmed. Logan had used this time to inform his partner in crime about his plan. A little spider had hopped on to the beast's shoulder and had whispered a few words to it through its microphone. At the same time, Logan had summoned many of the spiders to his position and was covering his whole body in a defensive armor as the soldiers came towards them, firing off their abilities and drawing their bladed beast weapons. The humanoid beast by his side was quick and light on its feet thanks to its wind-like powers. It was able to move around the place avoiding the attacks, and was great at utilizing Logan's suggested hit-and-run strategy. Even better for them, the majority of the soldiers had prioritized the beast, aware of its importance to the scientist. However, there were still some that focused on Logan. With his whole body covered in a special defense gear, he was confident in fighting off that number. His experience fighting against Brock several times turned out to be very helpful, as Logan was getting better at predicting their next moves, avoiding their strikes. When the opportunity presented itself, he grabbed one of the soldiers with his Dalki hand. Logan didn't like doing this, but his situation wasn't exactly one where he could abstain from using such dirty tactics. Since they were allies, the other soldiers hesitated attacking Logan and his human body shield. Unsure what to do, some of them circled around him, attempting to attack him from multiple sides, hopefully rescuing his hostage as well. Alas, Logan would summon his laser, firing towards them to incapacitate them. This made the soldiers freeze up, as they were unsure what to do. Although busy with his own set of soldiers, the spiders kept Logan up to date in regards to the beast's situation. 2/3 of the soldiers had gone after it and had managed to somewhat trap it at the back of the room. "Now!" Logan shouted into his helmet that was covering his head, and the little spider forwarded it to the beast. Putting their plan into motion, the cursed faction member chucked the one he had held in his arm at the group of soldiers in front of him to create an opening. His suit started to change from the defensive type to the speed type, starting with his feet. Running ahead, Logan had a little surprise for them all. Using his sole weapon, he turned some of the terminals into little mech soldiers of his own to hold them back. At the same time, the giant tubes and machine from above were attacking them all. It came as a complete shock, and they were unaware if there were people piloting these little mechs. Using this moment of confusion, the beast used its wind powers to propel itself onto the side of the wall again. Using its strong, powerful legs, it pushed itself off the wall and started to spin. Both the beast and Logan were headed off in the same direction, towards the exit. They had managed to reach the exit, and when turning around they could see all the soldiers that were mostly still at the back of the room. This had been part of Logan's plan all along. Perhaps they could have lasted against the soldiers for a while with their skills, but fighting so many of them at once they were bound to lose, and being chased around the facility wasn't a good idea either. Placing his hand on the terminal, the door started to close. A few soldiers with a speed ability ran around the small mechs that Logan had built, but the king-tier humanoid beast dealt with them by firing off strikes of air. On a closer look, it looked to be a little different to just a person having a wind ability. With its beast-like body being a humanoid and elemental type, it had all the traits of growing into something strong if it continued to evolve up the ranks. The door eventually closed, and Logan had naturally changed the access code. "It will be a long time until they get out of that one, but I'm sure there will be others outside and inside this place trying to get to us," Logan said. Fortunately, he had left behind some spiders in the hallways of each floor, allowing him to keep an eye on how many people were moving where, when and how. At the time, Logan had been too busy fighting the king-tier beast, so he failed to notice the soldiers who had entered the room first. But now he could use half his screen to observe the situation. "We should escape into the tunnel. I've overheard those humans speak about another one of our kind that has escaped. He is supposed to be far stronger than me and seems to be on his way to reach his next form." The beast shared its opinion. Hearing this, Logan could only assume that this beast was talking about the formerly legendary tier beast that had evolved and escaped. Did the two of them know each other? It wouldn't surprise Logan too much if the scientists had brought both types together to see how they would react. My team should currently be looking for him. Maybe we should just find a place to hide until we can contact them, Logan suggested. He didn't like going into the tunnels, as he didn't have enough information on them. There was also the possibility of them missing Quinn and the others. Even though the beast trusted him for now, Logan wasn't sure how long it would take for him to realize that it wasn't one of its kind. For now they remained in a tough situation together, so he was hoping the beast would agree after seeing the success of his last plan. Getting out of the facility wasn't exactly the problem with the use of Logan's spiders and the beast's wind ability. There were a few times where they had to move through a certain area with great speed, and the beast helped Logan by taking him on his back and rushing through some areas. At the same time, Logan was able to slow down those in the facility, not just by watching them, but messing with their systems, locking them in certain rooms. Eventually, they exited through an emergency door and headed towards where Logan thought Fex would be, on the roof of the main military base. Unfortunately, Fex was nowhere to be seen, only the remains of the coffin, yet without Agent 11. On top of that, although the soldiers seemed to be busy dealing with them at first, they soon were moving towards a particular station for some reason. The one you mentioned doesn't seem to be here. It might be better for us to part ways here, the beast said, ready to move out. While the humans are distracted, I will be able to escape easily. Wait! Logan shouted, as he looked in the distance and could see it. Using his helmet, he zoomed in a distance to see what was happening. And that's when he could see Quinn, Longblade and all the others exiting one of the tubes. The beasts, wondering what was going on, stood on the edge and looked out. It had great eyesight and could exactly see what the commotion was. Then the next thing that happened had shocked them both, for after the two of them had come out, a mud-like humanoid figure came out after all of them. Seeing this, the humanoid king-tier beast realized that he would have to change its plans, while Logan was smiling on the inside. It looked like they had succeeded. Quinn and the others had arrived at the transportation area. They were in the first vehicle while at the back the mechs were following them, being transported on some type of rail system. As long as the robots' feet weren't injured, they could attach themselves to the rails and travel upward as well. Seeing the vehicle and through the glass who was in it, all the soldiers started to cheer, thinking that they had successfully captured the beast. For the time being, Fex had tied up the beast with his string, so the Earthborn group would believe they had captured the beast. Letting Ratton accompany them without it would just be a recipe for disaster. Exiting from the place, the people cheered, yet Longblade was quickly taken away to be treated. Just as they were about to take Longblade away, he gestured for Quinn to come over. We will have a meeting about your request and what you plan to do with the demigod tier beast when I am back up and running. It shouldn't be too long. But in the meantime, Rafer will look after you. When their group stepped off from the transportation vehicle though, all of a sudden a group of soldiers surrounded them. The sergeant who had been left in command drew his weapon towards the cursed faction. What is this crap? Ratton grumbled, dissatisfied. What's the point of tying me up, if they were going to attack us anyway? Sergeant Till, what is the meaning of this? Rafer asked. Did you not hear what Colonel Longblade just said? I am the one in charge of them until he gets better. Put your weapons down and explain yourself at once. No can do, sir. Till refused to comply. Not until we figure out why one of their own broke into our research facility and freed that special beast we had left. Worst of all, we have reports claiming that the one responsible had displayed traits similar to a Dalki. We already know the V and the Dalki are working together, so this case seems no different. They are the ones who have killed Head General Inu. They could be doing the same to us right after helping complete this task. From the sounds of it, everyone could tell that the person that had been described could only be Logan. They were wondering what exactly had happened while they were away. Don't point your swords at my brother. You will regret it. Syl shouted at the men who were coming in close. This comment only worsened the already hostile situation. Quinn had been looking forward to catching a break after having nearly been blown to bits. Who could have imagined that he would have to sort out such a situation before he could even take a single step on the surface? Rafer could actually see the fear in his fellow soldiers' eyes. However, Longblade had entrusted him with the cursed faction's safety while in their base. No one had expected Pure to value the humanoid demigod tier beast to the point they had sent out their second strongest fighter. Without the cursed faction's help, Longblade and all of them would have perished, instead of only sustaining a few injuries. I understand all your worries, but Colonel Longblade is still the highest-ranked soldier and leader of this base. The injuries he received were not from anyone of the cursed faction. In fact, all of us owe our lives to them, Rafer explained to Sergeant Till, as he looked back at the demigod tier beast and Syl, wishing the young boy had kept his mouth shut. He was still unsure what exactly had happened to the demigod tier beast for it to cooperate with them, as not much had been explained to the Earthborn group. From what little they had told him, it appeared that after subduing it, that boy named Shiro had tamed it with an ability similar to Mona's. On top of that, he was more worried about the soldiers pointing their weapons at Syl and Ratton. If they had seen how easily the boy had subdued the beast, they wouldn't be so brazen. If you are truly afraid about their intentions, I shall accompany the members of the cursed faction to a safe house for the time being. They have bravely fought against not only the demigod tier beast, but have also defeated Pure. The least we can do is thank them by allowing them to rest. Me and my team will keep a watch on them until the colonel has recovered. Any objections? Sergeant Till. Till looked at Rafer for a few seconds, and at those from the cursed faction. As someone who had been very loyal to Inu, he had shared his idle suspicions in regards to the cursed faction. After learning they had broken into the lab, he had actually been worried that something had happened below as well. However, as he hadn't been there, he had to take Rafer's word for it. At least it was true that the colonel had come back alive. Fine. But the demigod tier beast has to be returned to the facility until we get to the bottom of this whole mess. No! Syl immediately stood in front of the still-tied humanoid beast. He stays with us. If any of you try to take him away, I will make you pay. Some of the soldiers smirked at his threat. How could one person possibly stop them all? But the concerned look on Rafter's and Jay's face that had seen what happened said it all. The first mech squad will also guard the safe house. If the demigod's tier beast stays with them, you will have my men ready to protect the place. This should be enough, right? Avian intervened also on the behalf of Quinn and the others. With a few high-ranking members vouching for the cursed faction, it was getting harder and harder for Till to refuse, without turning this into a personal matter. He thought at least one of the men that had gone down with them would be on his side. Especially Jay, who didn't trust the cursed as much as he did. Just what happened down there for them to put so much trust in this group? He wondered. Take them all to the safe house. They will be on watch at all times until Longblade is ready. Till ordered, not hiding his frustration about the outcome of this situation. The group was safely being escorted to the safe house, and Rafer and the others made sure to surround the exhausted members of the cursed faction, acting as a sort of buffer to prevent anyone from doing anything stupid. Many of the guards on duty didn't exactly trust them, and Rafer wanted to prevent anyone from escalating this entire situation. Whatever Quinn and the others might be, it was clear to him that they were on the same side as them. Instead of the infighting, the soldiers should focus on the war against the Dalki, in his opinion. Although it was referred to as a safe house, that place had originally been designed to detain soldiers who had gone too far. As such, it was more like a report prison, although it could also be used to capture any members of Pure. Entering the place wasn't as bad as they had initially thought. There was a large room that would have been able to fit around 30 or so people inside. There was also a kitchen with working water inside and several rooms for them to sleep in. The only thing was, the place didn't have any form of entertainment, or windows for that matter. The entrance was the only way in and out, a really secure and sturdy door with several guards placed in front. Do they really think this place can hold us if the whole thing isn't made for Glathrium? I mean, even if we couldn't destroy the door, we could just break some of the walls instead. Fex said, still frustrated at the kind of welcome they had received after saving everyone's butt. Let's just wait things out. Logan must have had his reasons for doing what he did. No need to add fuel to the fire. However, Till had left 20 of his own foot soldiers as guards. The soldiers had the whole building complex surrounded on all ends. As for Avian's mech team, other than their leader, everyone else got replaced so his guys could get some rest. but only after collecting their missing teammate that was found safely in the hangar. Not wanting to do anything else, Quinn decided they would wait for Longblade to wake up. In the meantime, they would discuss what exactly would happen between them. "Come on, get me out of these damn things," Ratton demanded, as he was swinging his body around. Currently he was in his mud-like form, since they had learnt that the mud was actually what the beast powers allowed him to control. His real body would avoid being hurt and he could constantly replace the mud, while his true body was his weak point underneath. "Oh please. We all know you could break out of it yourself," Fex argued, but he undid the strong binding, knowing full well how strong the beast was from when he had fought it for a few seconds. "Fex, what exactly were you doing down there in the first place? Weren't you meant to stay with this guy?" Shiro asked, pointing at Agent 11 who was in the corner still wriggling about. Unless there had been any stragglers, Agent 11 was now the sole survivor after Agent 2 had consumed the rest. Due to him being wrapped up like the demigod beast, they had just assumed he was part of the cursed faction along with them. The one perplexed by everything going on was Nathan. He wasn't a true member of the cursed faction but for the time being was being treated as one, and he found it odd how all of these people acted with each other. So he just stood at the back on his own and let the situation play out. How do these people get along with each other and get things done? Nathan wondered. Fex went on to tell his tale of how he had stolen a mech from the others in order to go down underground, and then went on to explain his battle with the beasts. Although Fex had been unable to get any information out from the double-digit agent, at least they still had a hold of him, which was the good thing about this story. "It was a good thing you saved Avian's life. After what Logan did, we are going to need all the people we can on our side to solve this diplomatically," Layla said. "Layla, I wanted to ask, what the hell happened to you back then? I never knew you were so strong. If I hadn't seen it myself, I would have never believed you could fight the second strongest pure agent toe-to-toe. Heck, I doubt I could do that even with a puppet. Has your subclass always been this strong?" Fex excitedly spoke. Quinn was also inclined to learn more about what exactly had happened to her. Layla started to explain, nervously rubbing her arm up and down as if she didn't really want to recall such a situation. "Quinn told me that my body has a lot more chi than is usual. I just haven't figured out how to access and use most of it. However, when I was in that form, it had come to me naturally. But I don't know if I can do it again. I'm not even sure I want to use it again. I wasn't really myself and I'm afraid I could hurt any of you if I lose control again." Fex assured her that it surely just was something she had to get used to. The vampire then went on to describe in great detail to Quinn just how amazing and crucial Layla had been in the fight against Pure, since she seemed to have downplayed her importance. Hearing it all, Quinn was quite surprised. This new form was able to match Agent 2 when he hadn't been able to before his boost. It seems like her mother really had pulled through at the end. After the discussion between them had died down and they had shared all of their experiences, Quinn decided to get in contact with the one person that could shed some light on why they were in this mess in the first place, Logan. Through the mask, it didn't take long for them to get an answer either. "Logan, what happened and where are you currently?" Quinn asked. "Don't worry, I'm safe. It looks like the soldiers have stopped actively looking for us and have started to just pat-roll around the facility." "Quinn, I apologize for all the trouble I have caused you. However, I think I can fix this. I have already contacted Sam about the situation, and he is currently doing everything he can to get you out of the situation," Logan explained. Honestly, Quinn wasn't too worried about their situation. From what he had gathered, Longblade was a good person, so Quinn thought they would be understanding about a few things. "I need to tell you some matters that have happened though. At the moment, we are observing your location." Paying attention, Quinn focused on the word, "we." The only person that wasn't here was Logan, so who could be the other one? Logan then went on to recount his experience from the moment they had split up, and how the humanoid king-tier beast, who had wished to save his comrade, was currently trapped with him. It certainly was a strange and difficult position to be in, but not the worst one. "I think we can do something about it. Make sure to remain hidden and we will meet up with you guys at midnight. Let's meet outside the shelter west from here. I will contact you later for more details," Quinn said, having come up with a plan. He didn't quite want to tell the others what he had planned to do yet, but just explained to Rattan, Shiro, and Syl that they would be leaving this place around midnight and for them to get ready. During this time, the group was so relaxed that they decided to get some nice shut-eye for the rest of the night. All of them had worked hard, however. Shiro had approached Quinn, who was up against the wall in the corner of the room looking at everyone. Quinn, I need to talk to you. I know we're going to have a meeting with Longblade and the others, but I think it's important for you to know this before then, Shiro said with a concerned look on his face. He stared in the direction of where Rattan was in his beast form, talking to Syl as the two of them caught up. Quinn didn't really have much in common with Rattan. He hardly even knew who he was. The one he was more concerned about bringing back had always been Vorden. Now, knowing that Logan was with another humanoid beast, although a weaker one, they could bring him back as well. Go ahead, Quinn asked. Shiro gulped before replying. Rattan isn't alone in the body. The situation is similar to how it had been with Syl, only that the beast is still active in its body right now. Can take over Rattan whenever it wants to. The only reason why it hasn't so far is because I struck a deal with it. I'm sorry, I didn't ask you beforehand, but I kinda promised the beast we would do something for it. Shiro smiled nervously. Judging by the look on Shiro's face, this deal wasn't anything simple. After listening to the content of the deal Shiro and the demigod tier beast had made, Quinn didn't consider it to be as bad as the other had made it out to be. In a way, they might even be able to use this information to strike a deal with the humanoid king tier beast. Thank you for letting me know, and don't stress yourself too much about it. I believe we can solve the situation. It just means that I might need to put in a special request to someone. Quinn replied with a smile, which calmed Shiro's initial worries. After all, if they were unable to complete the request, Shiro was sure that the beast would eventually end up rebelling, and then they would have to go through the same mess they had just been through all over again. Soon, the others started to fall asleep one by one. Quinn noticed that every 60 minutes one soldier would open the door and check in on them. From the looks of discomfort, they seemed to belong to Sergeant Till. Fortunately, they appeared to have been instructed not to stir up any trouble, so after confirming that everyone was still inside, they would quickly leave. After nightfall, this patrol had changed to every 2 hours. As long as they came back within that time limit, preferably within 1 hour, in case they would come back earlier, there should be no problem. There was still some time before Quinn needed to leave, and he started to think back to when he had used the inspect skill on the strange sword that belonged to Longblade. After the quest information had popped up, Quinn had taken a closer look at the sword details. Yet he was unable to find anything too strange about it. The most prominent thing had been the marking on the sword of a singular large eye with wings. Unfortunately, his system hadn't revealed anything else. Still, it was the first real hint he had discovered. Another strange thing was that the system hadn't even assigned the sword a tier ranking. Back when Longblade had gifted him the indestructible katana weapon, he had done so because he had claimed to have a weapon of a similar tier that suited him better. Quinn was sure that he had been talking about this blade. Based on its strength and strong passive skill, Longblade must have assumed it to be of at least that tier. Its sharpness was definitely not worse than the indestructible katana. I wonder if something would happen if I took the sword to that tablet. That is where I got the quest in the first place. Maybe the voice could give me some information on the sword. When using Inspect, it didn't give me any information on what its ability was either, but it didn't just stop chi, it also stopped me from producing my shadow as well. While having the sword temporarily in his position, Quinn had attempted to use his shadow powers on the weapon as well, but it had failed. Couldn't even be stored in his dimensional space. It was as if the sword had the ability to negate everything, including chi, abilities, and perhaps even more. Quinn slightly regretted having handed the blade back to its owner. Longblade had already given him a valuable gift, so it would have been strange to keep it. Still, once he was in a better state of mind, perhaps he would allow Quinn to borrow it, if he couldn't provide him with more information on it at last. Damn, I'm going to be asking him for far too many favors at this rate if I ask for the sword as well. Maybe we can swap, Quinn thought. The last thing that Quinn had forgotten about was the quest reward, something he had received for defeating Agent 2. He had received the usual level up, with a stat point, but there was one addition to the skill that he didn't expect. Your ability to store chi has increased. The amount of chi in your body has permanently increased. It was strange, but he could tell that the system had granted the request almost immediately. For the extra energy his body had felt from absorbing the crystals now felt a part of him. However, there still seemed to be an imbalance. It felt more like the extra energy for the crystals would have disappeared if it was not for the quest reward. In the middle of his thoughts, another soldier came to check up on them, doing his best to not disturb anyone's sleep, which was surprisingly considerate. They waited for the guard to come in and do his usual head check count, and when it was over, it was time for them to leave. Ratton in his beast body, Syl, and lastly Shiro would accompany Quinn during his meeting with Logan. Using shadow travel, everyone was able to hop in, and they could travel under the walls and head to their destination. The good thing was, with it being nighttime, it was next to impossible for anyone to spot the shadow travel that would move across the ground. They traveled at a fast pace through the shelter walls, and when they were a distance away where they couldn't be seen by the others, Quinn connected with Logan to check where he was. The other was located behind a mud hill in the west direction. Since they couldn't fall through the sinkholes, it was easy enough to reach. Quinn imagined that Logan was able to cope with the tricky terrain as long as the beast with him was helping. Eventually Quinn spotted the mud-like hill. It was far smaller than the one the shelter was placed on, but it was enough to give them cover, and when going around the hill, they could see Logan standing underneath its shade with a dark-colored beast. Popping out of the shadow, all of them came out at once, with Quinn at the front in case the humanoid beast would suddenly attack. Syl was also staying close to Shiro. After what he had learned, there was always the chance that Ratton could be taken control of and they would be suffering from a pincer-like attack. It's nice for everyone to meet, I guess?" Quinn awkwardly said, staring at the other humanoid beast. "Are these the comrades that you spoke of?" The king-tier beast asked Logan as he sniffed. "They seem to be human. For the most part." It was clear that there was a lot of explaining ahead of them, but Quinn was glad that the beast hadn't outright been hostile at their appearance. Before any of them could speak up, the demigod-tier beast stepped forward. Just from the way it walked, Quinn could tell that the one in charge was no longer Ratton. The humanoid beast then leant forward to the side of the king-tier's ear, and the two of them stood aside, conversing in hushed tones, to prevent the humans to listen in. However, they were unaware just how good Quinn's hearing was. He noted with interest that the two of them were actually conversing in the human language. When thinking about it, it made sense since the way normal beasts communicated shouldn't be too suited to explain more complicated things, and it wasn't exactly a language, they were too primitive for that. Since they both had learnt this language, they could talk to each other more freely. As for what they were talking about, it was the special deal that Shiro had made with the demigod-tier beast. It seemed like Shiro had also already explained that they had another friend that they wished to save and needed the body of another humanoid beast. After hearing everything from someone it trusted, the king-tier beast looked over at Quinn. "I understand that you are the leader of all these people here?" It addressed Quinn, who merely nodded. "If you can really fulfill that promise, then I shall agree to host someone else in my body for as long as you need to. The lives of too many have already been sacrificed in hopes of us stopping the humans. It is clear to me that even if we grow strong enough to fend off the ones already here, more of your kind will just come in. They will just send more and stronger reinforcements to capture or kill us. If you have the power to break the cycle, then I ask you to do so. In return for helping us, you will have our bodies. If I do not, then you are free to have your bodies back." Quinn answered immediately. With the agreement between them all having been made, it was time to get to work. Shiro stood there placing his hand on Syl's and the king-tier beast's head. It was silent for a while, until one person started to complain about who had come back. "Wait a second. Did that beast just agree on the spot so they don't have to have a massive fight, risking their life in that dreaded place? What sort of bullshit is this?" Ratton complained. In the middle of his complaints, Shiro was doing his part, and looking at the beast's eyes, they were no longer as fierce as before. Instead, they started to water up slowly. "It's been a long time since I last saw you. Welcome back, Vorden. It's good to see you again." The bond between Vorden and Quinn couldn't be described by mere words. The second they saw each other, memories started to flood both of their minds of the days they spent with each other. Vorden, one of Quinn's first friends, who had always been by his side. Even when finding out he was a V, when he was betrayed by another close friend of his, Vorden was always there. It felt strange when he was gone, especially since he was unable to say any last words, which was why Quinn was adamant that they would bring him back one day. There were very few people that Quinn had this close of a bond with. Soon another approached Vorden, one who had missed him dearly. It was none other than Syl, who grabbed Vorden's hand and fell to his knees. Vorden! Syl let out almost a shrieking sound as the tears came out running down his face. It wasn't too long ago that he had been crying over another. Is it just me? Or is he crying more over Vorden than me? Ratton thought. Not that I care anyway. There was one person who felt a little left out, and that was Shiro. Sure, he was happy that Syl and Quinn had gotten their long-lost friends back, but he couldn't feel the same happiness as they did. Thank you, Quinn said to Shiro while Syl and Vorden had their own little catch-up. Without you, none of this would have been possible. Remember that you brought us all back together. You have helped out the cursed faction so much in the little time you have been here. Shiro wanted to hide his expression from Quinn, looking at the ground, his face full of smiles. He had finally returned the favor back to both of them, for saving him from the cruel life he had experienced at school. Once all of the initial emotions were out of the way, the group sat down as there was quite a bit of catching up. Even Shio was interested, and since Shiro had already helped them out so much, Quinn wasn't shy about revealing specific details to him about the vampire world out there. Despite at any time being able to refuse to help or run away from the situation, Shiro had helped every single time. There was a bond of trust that had been built up between them all. It was interesting to Shiro to know that Quinn was a leader of not just the human world but also the vampire world. It was expected with how powerful a person he was, but learning that there was a whole planet filled with a different hierarchy system and society was quite amazing. Some things simply went over his head, but he was trying his best to follow. When Quinn started to talk about Blade Island, Hillston, and all the others, both Ratton and Vorden were listening intensely. They even clenched fists in anger when learning of the part where Hillston had attacked them all. Finally, when the tales of everything that had happened were over, the two boys looked over at Syl. You actually did that much, you little runt, Ratton said. I think what Ratton is trying to say is, it seems like you have grown, and you did a lot to help others even without us, Vorden replied. It was strange for both of them. They had talked to Syl so much inside of his mind, and for them to be able to communicate with each other in the open like so, was just strange. What is the plan for now? Logan asked, noting that they had already used up almost an hour of the time they had left. Vorden started to attempt to use his body to some type of degree as he wasn't quite used to it, but one thing was clear, that he and Ratton no longer had the ability to copy other abilities. Even the beast powers were a little strange for them to use. Will you be able to eventually learn? Quinn asked. My beast says that he will be happy to guide me on how to use the body, Vorden said. The beast seems like a cool guy, my style. Ratton didn't say anything, but they had seen he had adapted quite well to his beast, already knowing how to use its body, perhaps even better than the beast could. The next thing they wondered was whether Syl could still use and store up to 6 abilities. It had been a while since he had touched ability users, so most of his abilities had now disappeared. I think it should be okay. When Ratton left my mind, my powers seemed to all be there, so I can still move the dragon if need be. Syl mentioned, knowing that was one of the requests that had been made. It was a thought that Quinn had put off for a while now. Still, he did eventually want to go back to the island, for more reasons than one, even to look at how his little demon tear seedling was doing. For now, I think it's safer if the two of you stay outside and just stay out of trouble. Resolving the issue is one thing, but they might ask for a few of their own requests. So if we just say the king tier beast has escaped and there is nothing we can do about it, it would be better for us. There is one thing I want to check though, Quinn said, as he first looked towards Ratton. Inspect. Demigod tier humanoid beast. Evolution possible. Current evolution at 9%. Judging from the beast I saw in the lab, it means that Ratton is currently 9% of the way there. Into evolving into a demon tier beast. I wonder how many crystals he would need to get to the next stage. Quinn thought. Inspect. King tier humanoid beast. Evolution possible. Current evolution at 76%. 76%. Vorden's tier level is a few steps below even Ratton's tier, so perhaps it doesn't need as many crystals. Vorden, would you be up for trying something? Quinn suggested. Opening up his system, soon crystals started to fall from his hand on the ground. A large many crystals, all different tier levels. My crystals! Ratton shouted out, but they soon realized that it was the beast talking and not Ratton. I'm sorry, but while traveling through the tunnels, I got lost and came across them. I couldn't just leave them there. Anyway, I was wondering, Vorden, if you consumed these crystals, I think we could evolve your breast's body to the next stage. Quinn suggested. The beast that had now taken control over Ratton's body looked at Quinn for a second. He soon realized that many of the crystals had gone missing and was wondering just what was going on. I know you wanted to evolve yourself. Quinn glanced at the demigod tier beast. But these crystals wouldn't be even close enough to evolving yourself, while your friend's body is at a closer stage. Helping him level up will be beneficial to us both. Vorden then picked up the crystals and looked at them, wondering just what he would do with them to help him level up. According to the information I obtained from the lab, there are several ways beast can evolve using the energy of the crystal, but for you the easiest way for where we are right now is just to eat them, Logan explained. Eat them? Vorden wondered, looking at the crystals. He soon found himself opening his mouth and chomping down on the crystals. His jaw was many times stronger than that of a human, and the crystal had broken in half. It wasn't as bad as Vorden expected, and soon the whole crystal had been consumed. After consuming the crystal, a warm feeling was felt in his belly, and energy was rising in him, but soon after the rise in energy, he felt quite weak. After consuming the crystals, the beasts seemed to go into a type of hibernation as their body changes slightly, Logan explained. Even without the system, he was able to gather information similar to what Quinn had. After eating a few more crystals, Quinn could see it with his system. Vorden was getting closer to his evolution until eventually, the evolution started to begin. Vorden was transforming from a king-tier humanoid beast into an emperor-tier humanoid beast. If these two can keep evolving up until the demon tier level, the two of them will be the strongest in the cursed faction. Quinn thought. Vorden in his beast form was wriggling from pain. He was unable to stand on his own 2 feet and fell to the ground as he let out a silent roar. When using his inspect skill, Quinn could see that the evolution possible had turned into an evolving. The scene reminded Quinn of himself whenever he himself would go through different evolutions as a vampire and how each one would be more painful than the last. Poor Vorden had just been given a body and suddenly he was being tortured. Holy shit! This hurts so much. Come on. Tails, this is your body. How about we swap for a moment? Vorden pleaded amidst his grunting and moaning. The one he was speaking to was naturally the humanoid beast. The answer to that was fairly obvious, so Vorden continued to endure the pain. The process takes a while for them to evolve. Logan explained. I imagine you guys need to get back soon before they find out. This was the large difference between the two evolutions' time, and Quinn honestly didn't know how long Vorden would have to suffer. It felt a little strange that they would be parting so soon and had to leave him in his condition. But they knew that once this was all over they could more or less return to the status quo. After getting back, Quinn asked the others if a guard had showed up yet, but thankfully it seemed like everything had worked out for once. There were no extra troubles, no unexpected news, nothing. So to celebrate this, Quinn decided to tell the others that transferring Vorden over had been a complete success. There were smiles and cheers around the room. Quinn even wanted to tell Peter because he knew he would be over the moon as well, but something was on Layla's mind about the whole thing. Quinn, I know it's beneficial for them to be strong humanoid beasts at the moment, but do you plan to keep them in them forever? What about after the war with the Dalki? Layla had to ask. Of course, this was something Quinn had thought about, yet it would be mostly up to Vorden and Ratton how they wanted to deal with it. I've thought about putting them in the body of some criminals, like people who would be sentenced to death. However, I don't really want a person's death to be on their hands. I also know that these beasts have intelligence, far beyond what we had imagined, so it must be tough on them to live as Vorden and Ratton did before. I'm hoping that Eno or Logan can come up with a perfect clone when everything is over, a body without a prior consciousness. Technology keeps on advancing, so someday, right? In the end, this was a long-term permanent solution. There was no need to worry about a clone's body dying on them, but if they wanted to return to being human, it would be another task, just like Quinn had the task of figuring out how to turn all of Paul's men and the others back as well. The next morning, the one who entered the safe house turned out to be Rafer. Judging by the huge smile on his face, he came with some good news. Colonel Longblade has successfully made a full recovery, and has therefore called for a meeting ASAP, to discuss the matters and rewards for the Cursed faction in helping us complete the assigned task. He would like to meet the highest-ranked representative of the Cursed faction, and has requested for the humanoid demigod tier beast to present as the matters pertain to it. I'm sorry, but I have to ask anyone else who will not be vitally important for the meeting to stay here for a bit longer. Rafer bowed his head in front of them. On paper, the one in charge of the Cursed faction group would be Nathan, but the way it was worded made it clear that Longblade wanted to meet Quinn. The Cursed faction leader had already taken off his mask in the tunnels, and some of the soldiers had recognized him yesterday. The fact that Quinn had come undercover would surely only worsen the public opinion of the Cursed group, but he didn't care for that now. Lead the way, Quinn requested. Aside from Ratton in his demigod tier beast body, Quinn had instructed Shiro to come along. The young boy was necessary since he was supposedly the one that was controlling the beast, which in a way wasn't a complete lie. He didn't take anyone else though, since he didn't want to make it seem as if he didn't trust the Earthborn group. Syl, Layla, Fex and Nathan naturally weren't too happy about being left behind, but they understood the necessity and opted to wait for Quinn to return and tell them all about this meeting afterward. Eventually, they reached the main military base, where Quinn's entourage was escorted to the main room. Something the vampire lord noticed was that people acted cautious around him, stopping their conversation as soon as he came into sight. Are they catching on to the difference between vampires and humans? The report did say we have enhanced senses. Quinn wondered. Not that it stopped them from taunting us when we had just arrived. Longblade had put on a smile as soon as they entered the meeting room with a large circular table inside. Other than him, Avion, Jay, Till were already seated. As the last sergeant under the Colonel Rafer took a place next to his superior. There was only one more open seat, leaving Shiro and Ratton standing. For people also had quickly surrounding the demigod tier beast. Ratton, as well as the beast inside him, would have very much enjoyed snapping at them. But for once he knew what the best course of action was. When you told me that the Cursed faction's goal was to capture the beast, I never thought that you intended to tame it. No wonder you yourself came down here to lead this mission. Now, allow me to start off this meeting by thanking you and your group for everything you did. Colonel Longblade stood up and bowed his head in front of the Cursed faction leader. I have already prepared the rewards for you and your group. On the table he placed the black sword that Quinn had seen. I have thought long and hard how I could repay you for saving not only my life but that of my subordinates as well. This is for the Cursed faction in general. No, let me correct myself. The sword I gave you before was for beating me in the duel. This sword is my gift for the beauty of a girl by your side. By the time I arrived at the hospital I had already lost a ton of blood. I'm certain if it wasn't for her healing ability, I wouldn't be here right now. Although it pains me, she has earned the right to wield this sword. If she wishes to pass it on to the Cursed faction, then so be it. Of course I haven't forgotten about your companion who used the strings to stop the bleeding. He appears to be quite the mech enthusiast, so I have prepared a special mech for him. It is the old one Sergeant Avion used in the past. He has agreed to this as well, so I refuse to take a no from you as an answer. So far the meeting was going excellent for Quinn. The black sword was something Quinn had been unsure how to request, since he didn't really know what he could offer the Colonel in exchange. With that out of the way, I'm afraid that there are some pressing matters that still need to be dealt with. Sergeant Till was in charge of guarding the facility during my absence, and he claims that a member of your cursed faction has broken into one of our research facilities, allowing another humanoid beast which we had been taking care of to escape. Given the state of things, can you please confirm whether that person is someone from your faction? Is there any possibility he's one of the enemy v? Longblade asked, surprisingly offered Quinn a way out. No, the one your men have seen is Logan Green. Please allow me to explain the reason for his actions, Quinn requested. The military leader nodded, granting the request. As you can see for yourself, we have already managed to subdue one humanoid beast. However, Shiro's ability isn't exactly taming a beast in the traditional sense. Instead, he is able to speak with them on a level that goes beyond language. I'm aware that most of the Earthborn groups still don't trust us, despite you vouching for us. You must be aware how great a skill this boy has and how others would wish to utilize it, so I hope this matter can stay between us. During our fight, we had captured an agent of Pure who had revealed information to us about the lab. Logan was simply trying to break out one of the beasts so we could ask it a few questions. We never intended to harm anybody. Something that should be obvious by the fact that not a single one of your men has suffered any life-threatening injuries or death. Quinn pointed out. This was true, although some had been injured quite severely to the point they were unable to move. All of them would be able to recover in due time. This was something that Longblade found strange about the other demigod tier beast as well, that it never once killed any of those it attacked in the mine. Then what about reports of the infiltrator being a Dalki? Till asked. A transformation ability. Please ask your men whether they saw a Dalki or a human with a Dalki part. When have we ever seen a Dalki with the ability to get rid of their scale-like features or to make themselves look human? Never mind one as small as Logan. If you don't believe me, then I also happen to have video footage recorded by him personally. That will answer the question. Till decided to back down as this was something that he needed to check before he made more accusations, but perhaps his people had just been too afraid and shocked to differentiate the truth of the matter. You say that Shiro is able to speak with the beasts? Then I have a few questions of my own for it. The one on top of my mind is why has it never attacked us directly? Also, Quinn, despite my goodwill towards you, I have trouble believing that as long as something as powerful as a humanoid demigod tier beast isn't tamed, that it would willingly agree to side with you. Am I correct in assuming that there is something it wants for its cooperation? Longblade asked, quick on the uptake. Quinn glanced at Shiro for a second, suggesting that it was best that he himself explained this situation. He cleared his throat before speaking. The demigod tier beast can be considered the leader and representative for the many beasts on this planet. Its request was for the Colonel and his people to cease all mining operations effective immediately, as well as for this planet to remain human-free. Shiro spoke out loud as if reading out an announcement. The sergeants looked at each other, before turning to Longblade, who seemed just as troubled. This was a request that they were unlikely to comply with. The reaction on the table was as expected. The sergeants and Longblade had seemingly forgotten about Quinn being in the room with them and had started to discuss how to tackle this request. Sergeant Till had naturally instantly wanted to refuse it. While the others had insisted to think this through, it was apparent that they were not too enthusiastic about just leaving. Quinn wasn't too surprised given their reaction. He too had initially been shocked when Shiro had told him about the promise, as well as the memories he had experienced inside the demigod tier beast's head. It was commendable how much the beast cared for its home planet to the point it was willing to give away its body. In some ways, it was similar to humanity's attachment to Earth. Despite being able to live on shelters on relatively safe planets, none would decline if given the chance to live on that one planet. As long as they were able to fulfill the wishes of the humanoid beasts, Quinn didn't doubt they would keep their promise. Back in the lab, the scientist had pleaded the beast to forgive them before freeing it. After regaining its freedom, it could have easily taken revenge against those humans who had taken it prisoner and tortured it. And yet, it had repaid her kindness by not killing any humans, trying to make them leave in a non-lethal way. In some ways, those beasts are more honorable than humans. Quinn thought. I'm sorry, Quinn, but that is not something I can do for you. Longblade stated after the military leaders had come to a conclusion in their discussion. This planet is one of the major mining points that supplies the entirety of the Earthborn group with beast crystals. Especially in the current times, we can't just give up such a strategic point. Planet Humding seemed to have more natural beast crystals inside it compared to any other, and on top of that they also had the facility that was used to experiment on the beasts as well. Quinn had already been prepared that things wouldn't be that easy, yet he still remained calm. The demigod-tier beast was now looking his way, its eyes formed to slits. It was clear Ratton wasn't in control, and he wanted answers. The soldiers surrounding the humanoid-tier beast became nervous and were ready to act if it became violent. Colonel Longblade, do you know what would happen to this planet if you continue mining those crystals? Quinn questioned. Ever since beasts were discovered, scientists have wondered how they are created. They lack reproductive organs like other mammals have them. According to my friend here, I now know the answer. The beasts originally stem from the beast crystals that are produced by the planet, the ones we mine. You take all of the beast crystals, then will it also mean you are taking the beasts' lives? With all the crystals gone, there will be no more beasts and the planet will die. Quinn shared what he had learned. According to the humanoid beast, each planet had a special type of crystal he called a nest that would produce those beasts, letting them grow. That nest could survive in any type of environment. Surprisingly, the military never seemed to have found those nests, which made Quinn wonder if they were hard to come by, or that might be information only someone like Oscar would have known. That's touching and all. But in case you've forgotten, we still have a war to fight. Till challenged Quinn's point. You wear beast gear yourself, don't you? Doesn't the cursed faction kill beasts as well to create stronger tools? What's the difference between killing beasts and destroying the planet they live on? Well, he isn't exactly human. Joy mumbled, a little afraid to say it out loud. He agreed with Till to some degree. Although he understood there was a huge difference between killing beasts and destroying a planet, they needed the resources if they were to stand a chance against the Dalki. If it meant ruining a planet, well, that was a small price to pay for the future of humanity. I'm not here to argue about whether your group in particular or any of the other groups mining for crystals in general are right or wrong. Quinn stated. This was the agreement that we made with the humanoid demigod-tier beast in order for him to work with us. And I do intend to keep this promise. Till chuckled at this fact. Making promises to beasts without caring about humanity as a whole. What else should one expect from someone who is a V? In case you've forgotten, this planet isn't under your jurisdiction. Although Longblade didn't like the way his sergeant was talking to his savior, he wasn't wrong. I apologize for the rudeness of Sergeant Till, but he has a point. You might be one of the world leaders, but each one of you is only responsible for your own planets. Only someone with higher authority than Head General Inu or himself could order us to leave. Quinn just smiled politely, still calm. Well, why don't we ask someone like that then? The cursed faction leader placed a strange circular device in the middle of the table. Logan had handed it over before they left him at night. It had a large green surface on the top, with a few touch buttons around the edge. When placed on the table, Quinn pressed a couple of buttons, and it started to glow for a while until it eventually displayed a holographic figure. Recognizing the person, the military men immediately stood up. Head General Satch, I hope you are doing well. Longblade saluted his superior. At ease, Satch replied. When seeing who had called him, Satch made sure that he would answer it, but he didn't expect to be called in the current situation they were in at the moment. What do you need help with, Quinn? I can't imagine you called me here in front of others for no reason, Satch asked. Nobody missed that the head general seemed to be on a first-name basis with the other. However, even more surprising was the fact that Quinn somehow had the personal number of the head general. Just what was their relationship? Quinn, is this why you didn't seem to be worried? Longblade wondered. Although Head General Satch does rank above us, we were technically under Head General Inu before. Even if he orders it, we can't comply until a new leader for our group has been selected. Usually, there would be a vote and a meeting for others to come and select a new head general. Or a recommendation from a rank higher, the Supreme Commander. The Supreme Commander could also appoint someone on their own to be in charge, but nothing had been heard from Oscar either. I am currently on Humding and I wish for all operations on this planet to stop. If possible, it would be great if it could be handed over to the Cursed Faction. In exchange, I'm willing to offer you one of the Cursed Faction planets in return. I know they're not in the same vicinity, but this is important to me. Quinn requested. Helen should be able to select one, with a similar crystal output. It didn't take long for Satch to give an answer like the others had suspected. I will comply with your request, Quinn. I think it's a fair deal, and I believe the leader of the Cursed Faction must have his reasons for doing so. Satch nodded. Head General Satch, excuse my interruption, but I don't believe you have the authority to agree to such a thing. Longblade had to step in. He didn't want a dispute to arise just because of this, but they were all military men. They had to follow the proper procedure, and it had to be given by someone who was allowed to do that. I guess since the announcement will go out in a few hours anyway, I might as well be the one to tell you all. There was a majority vote from the 50 seats. I, Satch, have been voted in as the new Supreme Commander. So, yes, Colonel, I believe I have the authority. Satch stated with a large smile. The others were wondering if they might have misheard or possibly they were dreaming. They didn't understand why there was even a vote in the first place for a new Supreme Commander. What is going on? Is this really Head General Satch? Till asked. Satch just gave out a sigh, prepared that they might not believe him. If you wish to wait, you should soon get a confirmation. Quinn, there will also be a few other announcements. One of them will be about what Head General Inu had attempted to do to you. There were a series of events that had led up to Satch becoming the next Supreme Commander. One of them on the Bertha ship with Oscar's remains. The parts of his body floated about in the container, and standing outside was none other than Samantha. Is it true, Father, that there really is no chance of bringing you back? Samantha asked, seemingly hoping for an answer. The girl was aware of the futility of this action, as this wasn't the first time she had done so, after recovering. Although recovered seemed too generous of a term, the head general was awake, and was eating without anyone else forcing her to. But the bags under her eyes were heavy and dark, telling tales of her struggles to get some rest. Jane, Oscar's top assistant, had informed Satch as soon as Samantha had woken up again, who in turn had explained everything that had happened during the Cursed Faction's visit. Why was it that you wanted to speak with Quinn in your final moments? Why not me, your own daughter? How can you just leave everything in the hands of us? Us who can't even come together when the sake of the whole world depends on it. Walking up to the glass, she banged on the container. It was a weak hit, one with hardly any power. It was the only thing she could do to relieve some of her frustration, unable to understand what her father had been thinking. What's worse, it was up to her to pull the plug. How could a parent ask that of their own child? Yet at the same time, it felt like she was the only one who should be the one to do it. Alas, the one thing Oscar didn't account for was that Samantha still hadn't given up on him. Doctor, are you certain that you can bring him back? Even if he might not be fully himself, you have a way to help him. Samantha asked to reassure herself as she turned around. Could you explain further? The older-looking gentleman had remained at the back of the room, allowing Samantha a semblance of privacy. Despite being called a doctor, he wasn't wearing a lab uniform like others who had entered before him. Indeed, I can do things that others can't, but it will take me some time. If you trust in me, then I will take him away. My only condition is that the world must know that Oscar, as he is currently, is no longer. As for your other question, you already know there are things out there that are no longer human. It would be similar to that. The man replied. Samantha was biting her lower lip, still struggling with herself between following her father's wishes and her own selfish desire as his daughter. The alarms inside the facility went off once more, and soldiers, guards, and doctors came running in, entering the room. When they entered, they could see several pieces of broken glass on the floor amidst some liquid. Not only that, parts of Oscar's body were also lying out on the floor. Yet there was one part that was obviously missing, the head. What happened, General Samantha? Was there an intruder? Sergeant Faye asked, as her ability had allowed her to be the first one on site. No, there was no intruder. Samantha replied lifelessly. It was my father's wish to no longer be kept alive, so I complied with his request. Since I wanted to do it with my own hands, I apologize for not asking someone to turn off the alarm. Faye, who had been looking over the girl during her recovery time, thought this was for the best. Leaving Oscar alive would only give her false hope. She could only truly forget about it once he was allowed to pass on. "Where the head?" the doctors surveyed. "I got rid of it," Samantha answered, although those around Samantha told her that it's best to rest and get over and take time to get over her grief, perhaps prepare a funeral for her father. She had argued that it was best for her to move on. When working, she had plenty of time to forget everything that was to happen, and wanted to know what the next set of affairs were. After reading everything, she sat in her office. "So the board has decided to cast a vote on who the next Supreme Commander should be, and they have considered me as one of the candidates. Well, that is to be expected. They must think my father raised me to fit this role." The board consisted of those in the military who had a legacy position. They were a group of 10 men whose family lines had been there since the very beginning, long before the creation of the new style of military. In the old world before the Dalki attack, these were people who had great power and influence. However, as things had started to change and the world started to care about power, positions changed. But these men who had originally sponsored the current state of power had been granted a legacy position and were placed in charge of making certain decisions. In total there were 10, but even then they were unable to make decisions on their own. All those who belonged to the military, a total of 50 of them, would be given seats. These seats acted as votes for big decisions such as this one. As for the seats themselves, they worked similar to a local election, voted by those in the military. Unfortunately, even this system wasn't without corruption. It was an open secret that those in high positions would often use the higher-level ability books or other incentives as a way to obtain votes and rise up in the ranks. Those naturally stronger would also obtain a lot of votes, which was how Oscar, who had been hailed as one of the heroes of war, eventually got to his position as well. Soon, Samantha had made a call. "Hello there. This is Head General Samantha White speaking. I would just like to inform you that I would like you to remove me from the list of potential successors to my late father's position. Who do I think would be best suited for the role?" Even if Samantha didn't want to be Supreme Commander herself, she still had a vote as well. She knew she would have a lot of supporters, and the votes themselves were made public. So others knew who voted for them. The followers of Samantha would also choose to follow who she believed would be fit to be the next leader. Head General Satch was the one who rushed in when we were on the joint mission together. He didn't exactly listen to my advice and was too confident in his abilities, but he remained there and tried his best to help. Someone like him should be the one to lead the Earthborn group. "Yes, I have a nomination," Samantha said. Not long after, the votes were counted, with each person giving their reason why they were most suitable for being the Supreme Commander, but they understood that it was mostly for show. At this point, no words would sway the others. Everyone already cast their votes. As most had expected, the one with the most votes turned out to be Head General Satch. To most, the head generals had always been the 3 most likely candidates. With Inu having disappeared and Samantha giving up her position, there really wasn't anyone else to compete with him. There were the other generals, some even former head generals under the old system, but the votes for them were split, making it a no contest for who would get on top. Yet while all of this was happening, ironically none of them were aware that Head General Satch was currently learning the ways of AV at the Cursed Faction ship. This was when he had received the call from Quinn, just as he had said as well. Now that a new Supreme Commander had been elected, the humans and world would learn of the news to come. The emergency broadcast system was used once more, only the 1-1 on screen was none of the world leaders. What came as a surprise to all was that Bonnie, the world-famous reporter, stood there, pieces of paper in hand, as if she was a news anchor. "Greetings everyone. It's my honor today to share with you some urgent information that the world deserves to know. This breaking news has to do with the Earthborn faction, the Cursed faction, and the V you all know of. Firstly, I would like to report that as of today, Supreme Commander Oscar has retired from his role, and his successor has already been selected. The world broadcast had ended, and it had 2 main messages it had delivered to everyone far and wide. The first was the fact that Oscar, who had been the supreme commander since the First Dalkey War, had retired, giving up his position. Of course, there were only a few people who actually knew the truth. It made Quinn wonder why they chose to lie about such a thing. Perhaps they were afraid that it would demoralize the human race knowing about Oscar's death. No, what was worse and what they didn't want to get out to the public was that Oscar lost. To the public, he was the figure that was the strongest figure in the world. Not Hilston, not Quinn or Owen, but Oscar. He was their hope, so it was information they had to avoid at all costs. With that announcement made, it was then time for Satch to introduce himself as well. After taking up the role, there was a short speech from Satch. It was one that tried to be inspirational. It was set up so the human race didn't have to worry that everything was going to stay the same. There was no reason for the change apart from Oscar's retirement. However, those that worked higher up knew there was something up. Even if they hadn't been told of Oscar's death, they knew there was still Samantha and wondered what had happened to her for her to give up her own nomination and vote. The world broadcast ended there, and then a separate broadcast went out to all of those in the military that were part of the Earthborn group. This message was about Head General Inu's death. Something impossible to hide, considering it had already spread amongst certain people. The good news was, Bonnie had done her best to show Quinn in a good light. There was footage from when they were first attacked and showed that Bonnie and Void were both on the ship at the time. The scene at the very end showed that Inu was a V, someone addicted to blood. Despite the video being shown everywhere, a couple of people were suspicious about what Inu really was. Satch, who now already somewhat knew the truth, Samantha, and several people close to Oscar who were now under Samantha had suspicions about the video. Oscar and Inu were in the room when they had set up their unique trap. The pouring of the blood, at the time, Inu showed no such reaction, which was why it was a little strange for them to see him show a reaction there and then to the small amount of blood. Still, this news hadn't gone out for some reason, and instead, the talk of the military focused on these 2 points. Satch was chosen. What about Samantha? She was Oscar's daughter after all. I heard from one of the seats that Samantha wasn't an option. It appears that she decided to reject the nomination. Still, Satch should do a good job. I worked under him before, and he is skilled even without his ability. But that came as a surprise, didn't it? What about Oscar suddenly retiring? I mean, he was a bit old, past his prime back in the day, but his abilities are still strong. Maybe he won't be Supreme Commander anymore, but we could still see him on the front line. Are you crazy? He deserves his rest. He had already done so much in the First War, but I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about Head General Inu, about how he was a V. If a head general could be a V, doesn't that mean anyone could be a V working with the Dalkey? That's a scary thought to have. No wonder they decided to not broadcast it outside. I actually thought the cursed faction had attacked him for another reason, but it was clear in that video. They were ambushed and lucky to get out of there alive. How strong do you think the cursed leader is? Did you see that strange power he was using? No one could even get close to him. The discussions didn't stop there, but the Earthborn group couldn't stay quiet. It was a world-changing day after all. Back on Mudding, things were moving smoothly. After learning that the role of Supreme Commander now belonged to Satch, things moved smoothly after that. An official order came through, and Longblade got to work immediately. Longblade and his team were still in the middle of leaving the planet as it was. It would take a while as large transport ships were coming and leaving from the island, which also meant that it was time for Quinn and the others to take their leave as well. They had achieved everything that needed to be accomplished, and now the cursed faction was to go on board the ship they had arrived in. Seeing them off personally was Cornel Longbald, Sergeant Rafer and Sergeant Avion. It took a lot of work to put that mech in that ship, so I hope that your group will treat it with care, Avion said. Fex, you're polite. Far better than I was when I first started to use that thing. I think maybe we had a rematch, we wouldn't know who the winner would be. Thanks, Fex said, smiling back. I'll keep practicing. I have some strong opponents on the cursed ship who I think I could test this thing on. Hey, I could even try fighting the beast again if I really wanted. Pointing his thumb behind him. It wasn't too much of an odd sight to see, a beast with humans, since they also saw those with the Bree family ability do the same. What felt strange was the beast that Avion was fighting with his life on the line was standing just behind them. Quinn, I want to apologize for the other sergeant's behavior, but I also don't want you to blame them. Times are tough for the whole human race. Rafer said, I think now, with news having come out, your situation should become a bit better. At least good enough so you no longer have to hide your identity. Still, there will be those out there that treat you different. Even if you weren't a V. Something Quinn knew well. It felt like he had been treated as an outcast his whole life, not just when he had become a V. I guess it's finally my turn to say my goodbyes. First, I'm glad to see that my prized sword has ended up in Layla's hands. Although your skills aren't the best, I did see you have heart when fighting against the pure agent. I also know that you have a teacher far better than I on the cursed ship. Longblade said with a smile. Can I ask, where did you get the sword? Quinn wondered. Unfortunately, that tale is not as heroic as I would like. I assume you are wondering what great beast I defeated to obtain it, but that wasn't quite the case at all. I saw a few weaker beasts carrying it around in their mouths and just happened to come across it. But if anyone asks, be sure to tell them I defeated a mighty dragon of some sort. Longblade chuckled. I'm sure this won't be the last time each of us will meet. The Dalki haven't acted fully yet, but there may be a time when we are all fighting side by side. I wish you and your group a safe trip. Saying their goodbyes, they took off on the ship and exited out of the shelter. They had also picked up Logan and Vorden, who would be in hiding a short ride away. Truthfully, Vorden couldn't wait to get back and see the others as well. When the world broadcast was sent out, the humans weren't the only ones who had gotten their hands on information that a new supreme leader had been selected. At the moment, inside the dark cave-like room, Graham was sitting down at a table. So the humans have decided to replace their leader after what happened to him. Slicer also has been quieter than I thought it would be. I guess that means just one thing, Graham said, standing up. It is time that I finally make my move. It is time for the full war. Apart from Quinn, Shiro and Syl, the others had yet to see the new humanoid beast that now housed Vorden's consciousness. Once he had boarded the ship, the cursed group was finding it hard to keep their eyes off him. His beast form looked similar to what Quinn had seen the previous day. He was still mostly covered in black fur with a seemingly gigantic tail on his back. But his evolution gave his appearance a few slight changes. As a king-tier beast, his tails had been bunched up together and similar to a flower. It had made it hard to tell if it was one piece or not. But now that the tails had grown longer, they started to resemble a scorpion's stinger. They curved up as they were inches off the ground and hovered around the shoulder area before curving back down again. On top of that, there were now what looked like hard pieces similar to a fin sticking out from the beast's forearms. Yet there was soft fur on top of them. It looks like with each evolution his form will continue to change and grow. I guess it will be harder to tell with Ratton since the demigod tier beat's ability covers what his real body looks like. Quinn thought. You look damn cool. Fex exclaimed excitedly, sticking his hand out, trying to stroke Vorden's body. A lot better than Muddy over there. Tails is a lot cooler. Muddy? Tails? Layla repeated, slightly confused. Nicknames for the beasts. Their minds are still in the bodies as well, so I thought it might be a good way for us to differentiate between when the Blade Boys are in control and when the beasts are. Fex explained. Now that was a good point to make. It would be hard to keep track if they were to constantly call them the demigod tier beast and the emperor tier beast. The only problem was whether or not the beasts were okay with these nicknames, but at least they hadn't protested so far. Inspect. Emperor tier humanoid beast. Evolution possible. Next evolution 0%. As expected, after evolving they would need to consume more crystals to continue to get stronger. Unfortunately, a lot of crystals from Muddy Stash had been used by Quinn to allow Tails' body to evolve one stage. With the crystal shortage in general, it was hard to gather the amount they would need, even for the Cursed faction. To solve this problem, Quinn had asked Alex to prepare the blood crystals that they had received from the vampire world. He was hoping that perhaps the beasts could process those crystals as well. It was a heavy investment, but Quinn was sure that if they could evolve to demon tier beasts it would all be worth it. After everyone had the chance to inspect Vorden's new look, he went on over to where Layla currently was. The two of them looked at each other. "Hello, Layla. Long time no see, I guess," Vorden said, trying to crack a joke. Back at military school, the two of them hadn't started off the best way. But soon they had grown closer through their experiences together. The girl walked up to Vorden and gave the humanoid beast's body a big hug without hesitation. It was quite an experience to feel the soft, fine fur, and her head was on the level of the beast's hard abs. "It's good to have you back." Layla moved a few steps away to smile at Vorden. In that brief moment, she had realized something. The spark that she used to have for Vorden had disappeared. Layla wasn't sure if it was due to Vorden inhabiting Tail's body, or if it was because of the time they had spent apart from each other. But looking at him and speaking to him, she didn't have the same feelings that she felt for someone else. Perhaps due to her coming clean about her feelings, her mind had made its own resolve. "I guess this means I know who I really like now. Unless I'm really that shallow and can't have feelings for Vorden now that he is in the body of a beast." Layla looked towards Syl, but even looking at him she had never felt anything. So she couldn't have been going for Vorden just due to his looks. Arriving at the cursed ship, everything seemed to be as they left it. There were no signs of sudden attacks or trouble. Quinn had been half expecting Pure, the Dalki, heck maybe even some stragglers from Inu's group to attack them while he, as the leader, had been away, but luck seemed to have been on their side for once. As their ship landed, there were already a couple of people more than eager to welcome them. Sam, Peter and Borden stood at the docking bay, waiting in anticipation for them to arrive. Exiting from the ship, they saw Quinn, the others with the addition of two powerful humanoid beasts. Sam's instincts were kicking in, telling him he should be running for his life, his hands even shaking in fear. "My brother!" Borden shouted as he leapt forward and jumped on top of the mud beast's shoulders. "I could sense the strong power coming off from you. As expected, I knew my brother wouldn't just accept a normal body. Only the best is suited for him." "Borden," Syl called out. "Wrong one. Get off me, you little runt," Ratton complained, as his arms moved to grab Borden, attempting to throw him off from his shoulder. However, the two of them entered a power struggle as Borden used all his strength. "You tricked me. I thought you were my brother," Borden shouted. "Borden, it's nice to see you again." Borden spoke, and hearing his voice, albeit distorted, Borden quickly pushed off his legs, breaking some of the mud on the beast's shoulder, and leapt over to Tail's shoulder instead. Ratton grumbled, yet his damaged shoulders healed at a visible speed. "Little Borden, you haven't been slacking off, I see. I'm happy to see you as well." Borden patted Borden's head. There was such a heartfelt, pure smile as the two of them looked at each other, that one person in particular didn't really know what to do. Another walked up to him. All he did was give a slight punch to Borden's stomach. "You can't leave us like that," Peter spoke up. "If anyone deserves to leave this world before you do, it's me, and at the moment I'm pretty hard to kill, so remember that. Come with us. There's something we need to show you." Hearing this, Borden seemed to smile, but Vorden had no idea what it could be about. He had been told the extent of things that had changed, but actually seeing it all was a different thing altogether. "It should be okay. I have informed the cursed members that we have two beasts tamed under us, so they shouldn't be too shocked. Just don't get too close to the others, please," Sam cautioned, knowing how his own body felt. Perhaps others would faint just seeing them. Soon, Peter and Borden were practically dragging Vorden with them. Ratton didn't care for whatever they wanted to show him. He was more interested in just getting some rest in. For now, he would look after the little bomb, Syl. As the two continued to drag him through the ship, Vorden twisted his head left and right at all the amazing sights he could see. When he had split from Quinn and the others, it had been so long, and he had been trapped on that island. "Quinn, you became a world leader, and you're really starting to change the world. I wish I had a goal like you. What do I want to do?" Vorden thought, and eventually they had reached a hallway where the sound of excited talking was being heard from outside. Sliding the door open, a room full of kids could be seen, but they weren't just any kids. "Do you remember them? These are all the kids from Blade Island that you wanted to save back then. We've been taking care of them ever since." I think it would be good to know that they can finally say thank you, Peter explained. Back with Sam, there was a lot to be done. Still, after such a trip, he granted the group a break period. For Quinn, the job list felt endless. He wanted to discuss a few things with Layla about Pure and her powers, check up on Nate and the faction, catch up with Sam about the Cursed Planets and Helen, and check up with Alex and the Demon Tier weapon. So what exactly do you plan to do now? It seems that Syl still has his powers, so he should be able to move the beast. Although the person in the tablet did warn you he wouldn't be strong enough for that. But we still need to comply with Eno's wishes. Vincent asked. I still don't think I'm strong enough to fight that dragon. When I used the gauntlet on those crystals, now comparing the two powers I could tell, and there are still problems with those that are part of the Pure group when fighting, but what I want to do more than all of that is bring the last person back, you Vincent. It could already be considered a blessing that the cursed group managed to find not one, but two humanoid beasts on the same planet, allowing them to fulfill Syl's wish in one go. Finding 3 humanoid beasts, especially ones of such a high tier, would have been too much to ask for. Of course, this was only possible because of the Earthborn group. If one hadn't escaped, forcing Longblade's group to request backup, the cursed group might have never found out about Muddy, and it was solely because of Logan stumbling around that they met Tails. After hearing Quinn confirm for the 3rd time that he wanted to bring him back, Vincent had something to say back about it. Quinn, I already made it clear that if I had the chance I would support you. After watching you fight for so long, it would be my honor to help you not just by guiding you and giving you advice, but by actively fighting by your side. That being said, I have already lived my life, Quinn. At the end, I even gave up being a vampire so it could eventually end. I was sure that everyone I cared about had already left this world, and I never imagined that there would be someone new I would care about. Which is why I don't want you to waste too much effort on me. Let's just take up Eno on his offer, or see if Logan can create a clone. Quinn wanted to interrupt Vincent, and argue back for many reasons. A clone was known not to have a long life, and trusting Eno with such a thing was a big mistake, especially since he should have been unaware that Vincent had been still in the system. I know you don't trust him, but Eno's clones are still able to use their vampire powers. You've seen it and have felt it. I would be far more helpful if I would have access to my full power, instead of having to learn to use the body of some humanoid beast. As for the 10 years, it should be enough time for me to help you win this war, achieve what you wish for, and leave you my family line of Eno. I know you're a Talon, but you have Eno blood in you. Having experienced Vincent's life from his perspective, Quinn had shared the old man's feelings at that time. His descendant knew that his ancestor wasn't going to back down on this. He had already made his decision. Fine, but we'll ask Logan about this first. If he is unable to create such a body, I will attempt to request one from Eno the next time I meet him, hopefully without him finding out about everything. Quinn reluctantly agreed. Finishing this tough conversation, Quinn was ready to just get the rest of the worst parts over and done with. He decided to find Layla next. On their flight back, Quinn had noticed that she had seemed down. Given the circumstances, it had been impossible to capture Agent 2. And just like Fex, Quinn had been unable to break Agent 11's mental barrier to force him to speak up. He still didn't know the whole story of what had happened before he had arrived. But since this was a rather delicate and personal situation, he had refrained from discussing it with her on the ship. Fortunately, finding specific crew members wasn't too hard for Quinn. Layla was one of those he had personally turned, creating a bond that allowed him to sense her presence within a certain distance, after which it would weaken. As useful as this was, it had nevertheless led to another unfortunate consequence for the two of them. Quinn knocked on the door of one of the smaller personal training rooms, where he knew Layla to be. Waiting for a few moments, he heard a female voice allowing him entry. Inside, he saw the girl seemingly meditating. Do you need to do that because you have a lot on your mind? Quinn asked Layla, whose eyes were still closed. She had placed the black sword Longblade had gifted her in front of her. I was actually running a few tests with this sword. I'm amazed that it has the ability to disrupt certain abilities. Just by touching it, I'm unable to gather energy in that arm, but the rest of my body is still able to use its powers. I was testing if it could be used to control my emotions so that, I won't endanger you guys if I ever take on that form again. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. However, I can still use it to get rid of the negative smog that covers my body, so in a way it does help me. This information was similar to what Quinn had gathered as well. The sword only affected what it touched, so it didn't stop the vampire lord from using his abilities, but only through the sword itself or trying to use it directly at the sword. I think you know that this wasn't what I meant when I said you had a lot on your mind. The others told me what Agent 2 said before you changed. Do you want to talk about it? Quinn asked, trying to find the fine line between asking as a leader, her friend, and perhaps something more than that. So you've heard it as well? Layla sulked and placed her head down. I don't know what I want to do, Quinn. On one hand, I want to learn the truth about my father. I want to speak to Pierce leaders to find out what really happened. However, after what Agent 2 said, I knew that she had differences with the other leaders, but for them all to hate her. Maybe he was just saying those things to rile me up? But for some reason, I can't help but feel that some part of it might be true. You might be surprised how much I can sympathize with your desire, Quinn replied, stretching out one hand to put on her shoulder, but stopping midway, afraid of the possible backlash. I just want you to know that whatever happened has already happened. I don't know what really happened, but at the end of the day, your mother had you. Lucy might not have always shown it to you, but there's one I'm certain about: your mother loved you to the bitter end. Whatever the truth may end up being, you don't have to shoulder it yourself. We, your friends, will be there for you. I will be there for you. Thanks, Quinn, Layla weakly replied, her head still hidden. His sharpened senses told Quinn that she was sobbing lightly. Unsure whether his words of advice actually helped or worsened the situation, Quinn decided to leave the room for now and return to her at a later time after she had a bit of time to think about it. The next stop on Quinn's list, since it was nearby, was to head to the large training room. Here, while walking through the halls, he could hear the sound of a loud bang and the shaking of the ship. Entering the room, Quinn soon saw the reason for it. Standing at the front, Nate was demonstrating a set of moves, which the others followed. The explosion was actually everyone using chi in their attacks all at once. When the trainees soon saw the cursed faction leader enter, they quickly stopped what they were doing and bowed down to him. Oh, boss, you come at the perfect time. I would say I've done a pretty good job teaching them, right? Nate had a smug smile on his face. You gave me a task and I did everything I could to complete it. Every single one of them knows how to power chi through their bodies and their weapons. Even if they have weak abilities, they will become a force to be reckoned with. That is good news. I guess now it's time I show you something else. Quinn nodded as he pulled out the sword that had been given to him by Longbald. He slowly raised the sword up and started to spin the sword until it was around 30 centimeters of the ground. Everyone was looking carefully at the demonstration. Looking at the floor, they could see it. Quinn had purposely moved the sword slowly so they could watch his minute actions. A scratch mark was being left on the surface of the floor despite the blade not touching it directly. This is the second stage of chi. I'm going to show you a few things, and I hope you can teach others as well, Quinn requested with a smile. In the past, Nate would have complained about being given such a task, but he was actually more excited than usual. Chi was perfect for someone like him who studied martial arts, and he had developed a strong interest in the strange power. While trying to teach Nate how to use chi, Quinn was thinking back to his battle against Agent 2. All of the agents had also been capable of using chi. They didn't have any numbers that made them out to be double-digit agents, which led Quinn to believe that Pure had started teaching all of its members this technique. Unfortunately, Pure seemed to have more knowledge in that regard. The cursed faction leader only had limited experience with the third stage, and he was certain that whatever the Pure agent leader had used had been an even stronger stage, so they might end up being more powerful. I trust you with this. Quinn patted Nate on the back and left the room. After dealing with his unofficial duties, he decided to visit Sam to check out his official ones, which would take the most time to deal with. Once he was in the command center, Quinn asked just what Sam thought would be the next best thing. Well, I recently received an update from Alex. The good news is that they were able to complete the blood weapons for you. Unfortunately, your demon tier weapon will still require a bit more time. Once it is done, they'll return to the cursed ship. The ones who need the weapons the most are Helen and the others on the front line of the faction planets. They have scuffled a few times with the Dalki, since their attacks are starting to spread. They fought with the Dalki? Quinn was quite surprised since he hadn't been called or alerted. At the moment, all the groups are suffering from their attacks. Don't worry, they have been at a level that we have been able to deal with on our own. Don't forget, you're not the only one who can fight in the cursed faction. You will be called if needed, Quinn. Anyway, public opinion seems to be back on our side after the video of you being attacked by Head General Inu has been shared, especially amongst those within the cursed faction. I think this might be a good chance to boost morale. You would just have to visit a few planets as their leader, bringing them the weapons they need right now. They will surely remember that. Thinking about it, Quinn didn't know what else there was for him to do. He could train his shadow and blood abilities, but there wasn't a strong partner to do that with. The device Logan had picked up had yet to discover any more demon tier beast, and he was still waiting on the current weapon to be made. I guess that's not a bad idea. I'll give Helen a visit and deliver the blood weapons. It should kill sometime before the demon tier weapon is complete. Amidst a large dark forest where the leaves were colored purple and the night sky showed more than one moon, a lone silhouette could be seen fleeing for its life. The beast known as a bloodsucker had no time to slow down, and the quickest choice seemed to be to simply destroy everything in its way, leaving behind a path of destruction, hoping that it would hinder those who had come for it. It wasn't used to feeling like prey. Usually, it was the predator, hunting down any vampires that would leave the settlement to get their precious blood packs. Unfortunately, today it had chosen the wrong target. When he had attacked the strange girl who had been on her own, she had retaliated and cut off one of its arms. A little blood pack should have been enough to regenerate it, but even after consuming the blood it carried with it, nothing had happened, informing the creature that something was very wrong. I have to get away from this monster, the bloodsucker instinctively thought. The bloodsucker stopped for a brief moment, as it had no clue where it was. It just knew that it needed to return back to its own hideout where it had been gathering supplies. Alas, the forest was vast and easy to get lost in. The only orientation on this planet were little landmarks, yet if there had been any other signs, it had destroyed it during its escape. Ready to move on, to hopefully find something, the beast felt chains wrapping around his legs. The next second it was yanked on, causing it to fall to the floor. Grabbing a tree nearby, he thought perhaps he could use his superior strength to pull himself away. But instead his hands just ripped through the tree and his body continued to get pulled across the ground. Doing whatever he could, he soon pulled against the chain that was around his foot, his veins building around his singular bicep as he tried to use his mighty strength. The yanking stopped, making him believe that he was saved for a short moment, until he heard ruffling through the trees. It looked up to see that the chains led above, all the way to the girl with the scary-looking yellow eyes. They grew closer and closer until his vision faded, and he was no more. Aaron unraveled the chains from his foot and placed them around her forearms once more. She swung her sword, allowing the blood to fall to the ground, before she wiped off any that remained. "You're getting better at using the chains as a fighting tool," Leo commented, appearing close to her. They both looked at the bloodsucker's body as they needed to figure out what to do with it. "Did you find his hideout?" Aaron asked. "Yes, but it worked alone. This bloodsucker was constantly luring out vampires who would leave the settlement and stealing their blood packs, and judging by the bones in its hideout, also killing some of them. You shouldn't feel much guilt for killing one of its kind," Leo answered. "The real question is, did killing it help you sate some bloodlust?" "To a degree. It feels less satisfying than killing a normal vampire. I can control myself even without the suppression chains, but they have proven useful for fighting and are a good tool to slow down the rising urge. Your method seems to be working. I think I'm able to control it bit by bit, as you said," Aaron told her teacher. Having looked after Aaron for a while now in the vampire world, Leo had experienced a number of different things. First, they had traveled far out to get away from the settlement. This was a large planet, and while most of the vampires were concentrated in one place, there were others. Many vampires had left the settlement, and some of them had turned into bloodsuckers like this one who were roaming outside. The one thing they craved was human blood, but since there weren't any humans on the planet itself, they couldn't stray too far away from the settlement. Leo's plan had been to lengthen the time between each kill to satisfy her urge, waiting until the damper couldn't take it anymore. The problem Erin had suffered was due to her having suppressed the urge for the longest time, meaning it had come too sudden and too strong. Previously, Erin didn't even have time to get used to the feeling, and the suppression chains could only postpone the issue, not remove it. Which was why Leo had opted for this method, and from the looks of it, it was working. Fortunately, with Erin being the way she was, and by using Leo's ability, it was easy enough for the duo to track down stray vampires and bloodsuckers. As a side effect, Erin seemed to be growing in strength after each fight. These bloodsuckers, or vampires that had escaped from the settlement, could only do so if they had a certain amount of strength. Being able to survive this long, they were quite powerful. At first, Leo had stayed by his protege's side, aiding her, but eventually her power had grown enough that she could take care of one on her own. Erin had been evolving in front of his eyes. Before, it would have worried the blind swordsman, but since it looked like she would be able to control herself one day, it settled his mind. "How much longer will we have to stay here?" Erin asked. "We are in no rush. I know you want to go back to see our friends, but given your circumstance, we should stay patient and make sure you really have your condition under control. If there is something they can't handle on their own, I'm sure Quinn would have called for us." Leo looked back through the forests, and although he was unable to see it, he was looking straight at the direction of the vampire settlement. On the top floor of the 10th castle, Paul was filling out some paperwork. The whole castle and its men had gone through the daily tasks so many times that they were working like clockwork, leaving the vampire knight with little to do. Thanks to the help of Timmy, Xander, and also Ashley, who had volunteered to take off some of his burdens, there was even less. If only the human race could be as peaceful as this one day, Paul thought to himself. The next second, his daydream was interrupted by the sounds of someone knocking at his office's door. "Night, Paul, you have a visitor," Timmy spoke after entering. He had quite the worried look on his face, which could only mean that it was someone of importance. For a moment Paul thought about whether he should entertain the guest in the throne room, but that didn't seem proper since Quinn was still the cursed family's leader, even if most of the tasks were being handled by the vampire knight. After hearing who it was, Paul wasn't too worried and instructed them to be brought to his office. A few moments later, Kaz was escorted inside. "It's nice to meet you again after all this time," Paul greeted her, standing up, offering her a seat opposite his desk. She accepted the seat and sat down. "I'm sure your unannounced visit isn't just to reminisce about the time when the two of us were in the cursed faction together. Isn't it against vampire etiquette for knights to meet outside formal meetings? So what brought you here today?" "I'm the leader of the first family now," Kaz quickly corrected him. It was meant to be a temporary measure since Bryce was elected king. Usually knights weren't allowed to become leaders, but there was no one more appropriate at the moment. Besides, the king's castle was busy, so a new first leader had yet to be selected, which was why Kaz continued to do this job for the time being. "Then, doesn't that mean I have even more reason to worry why you are here?" Paul smiled. "So why are you coming to me out of the blue so suddenly?" For a moment, Kaz remained silent as she wondered what to tell him. Would it even change anything if I informed the 10th castle about what my father is doing? Why exactly did I come here? Paul could see that whatever matter it was, Kaz seemed to be struggling to tell him, so he remained silent, pouring her a cup of tea, waiting for her to come to a decision. Kaz had witnessed her father slowly changing. There was a time she had looked up to him as a righteous man that cared about the good of the vampires. Sometimes his actions would be criticized by the others, but she knew that her father was always doing it with the interest of the whole settlement in mind. However, lately she wasn't so sure anymore. Punishing criminals was one thing. Kaz knew that sometimes the rules had to be bent, especially with a strong enemy on the horizon. Yet she couldn't understand how her father could just sacrifice the lives of his fellow vampires without letting them even know about it. She had seen it when she had been in that room where the vampires had been working hard to learn the shadow ability. They were doing so, convinced that it was all for the sake of helping the king, to protect their loved ones, yet once they succeeded and attained a certain level of proficiency, Bryce would rob them of everything. Initially he had told them that it was for the greater good, but as the process repeated she could see him changing. The fact that Kaz was unable to see even a sliver of remorse over what he was doing. Unfortunately, by the time she realized that someone needed to put a stop to her father's deeds, it was too late for her to do anything about it on her own. Bryce had managed to find supporters in his goal, and with the absolute blood powers of the king, there weren't many that would be a match for him. Eventually, while mulling over her thoughts day by day, and with no one to talk to, a certain person came into her mind, Paul. During her mission to stay and look over Quinn and Paul, the former general had taught her many valuable lessons that her father never had. The two of them had discussed many other things, and he had made her see certain things in a different way. If anyone could tell her what the right or wrong thing to do was, she thought it would be Paul, but now sitting opposite him she wasn't sure anymore. She took a sip of the tea he had handed her. The warmth did wonders to calm her down. If my father ever found out what I attempted to do or what I've done, then Paul, no, the whole cursed family will be affected by this as well, she thought. Quinn isn't here, and what can Paul actually do on his own? Thinking back, she wondered how strong the vampire knight before her actually was. From the reports she had heard that he had managed to best Jill, one of the leaders, in a one-on-one fight. Apparently he also hadn't struggled too much in that fight. Still, fighting was not the leader's forte. However, Bryce had several people around him. Even if she tried to gather allies such as Mukka and more, there was the risk that one of them would inform the king of her intentions. Even if everything proceeded smoothly and she managed to gather a few of the vampire leaders who weren't involved in this whole mess, what could they do against her father? All of them together had been unable to stop Cindy, and Bryce had already grown far stronger than the traitorous second family leader, having grown used to the absolute blood powers for a while now. There was one that managed to beat her, Kaz recalled. How about we go for a walk? Paul suggested, thinking that a change of scenery could loosen her tongue. Finishing the hot beverage, Kaz just nodded. Heading out of the castle, they walked through the 10th area, which was more alive than ever. It was strange for Kaz to see so many vampires living in the inner area. They were mostly Paul's men that were stationed on the outside of each of the gates, the strong reinforced walls and the towers. They made sure that only those from the 10th family could head inside. The reason why the 10th had more people in the inner area was because, as Quinn had requested, they were abolishing the class system treatment, where only 100 vampires could enter the inner area and learn an ability. Instead, Quinn treated the cursed family with great care to help the family as a whole, including those that were loyal. The place is different from how the other families run things, Kaz mentioned. I see a vampire whose skills are only good for cooking with no great power living in a mansion. In the inner areas, outside one of the large mansions, a giant outdoor kitchen had been made, and Z was currently cooking there with a few helpers. That is Z. It is a pain to just consume blood all the time, and it seems he has great skill adding flavor to the meats we eat. He helps the soldiers from Earth remember what they originally were. He brings joy and is essential for our 10th family's morale. He deserves to have a big house, and as you can see, he is more hard-working than ever. Paul introduced the cook. Saying that, she could see that Z had a huge grin on his face, and was slaving away over the stove. Everyone who went to him seemed to treat the cook with respect. Maybe this only works because the 10th family has no ability to give, Kaz commented. Do you personally think so, or is this just the vampire side of you talking? Afraid to change the traditions that you have grown up with? Change is scary for some, and different doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. I know what it's like to just rely on strength, and I don't really think it's a bad thing for certain situations. If we didn't have the strength, then humans would have lost the first Dalki War, but I wonder. Paul paused after that. A lot of the ideas that had been implemented wasn't his design, but things pushed by Quinn and Timmy. Lately, he had been seeing more smiles on family members' faces, and he was enjoying that more than anything. It really made him feel as if he belonged to something greater. At that moment, one of the family members that was running towards him didn't look to have a smiling face on. The one who had rushed over to his side was none other than Xander. When he stood in front of Paul, it was clear he had something to report, stopping as he spotted Kaz by the vampire knight's side. Probably the worst person that could have been there. "Knight Paul, I have important information that I need to pass on to you, and you alone," Xander said, still looking at Kaz in the corner of his eyes. He also needed to do his best not to offend. Otherwise that could get him into serious trouble since she was the first family's leader, after all. Paul could tell what Xander was thinking, but at the same time, he knew Kaz hadn't just come to him without prior notice for a general talk. So something needed to be done. "Just give the report. Don't worry about who is around," Paul ordered. "Why yes, sir. There have been reports of the first family people being seen around the 10th area. They haven't gotten too close, but when a group of ours tracked their movements, we could also see them following members of the 10th family who are not living inside the 10th area," Xander reported. Hearing this, Kaz knew exactly what those people were attempting to do. They were most likely trying to convince them to come and join the king, picking people that others wouldn't really care about or seem suspicious if they were to go missing. There had already been a number of people that had been picked from the other families. Now it looked like they had moved onto the 10th as well. "Isn't this too risky, even for the king?" she thought. "He should know that Quinn cares about his people more than the other leaders." "Sir, there is worse news as well. It's not unusual for family members to get killed off, go missing, or to even fall in battle, but the 10th family have not suffered from any such things during the time of our takeover. Which is why I find it strange that during this time, that 4 members in our family have suddenly gone missing." Xander continued. "Give me information on those who have gone missing. Even if they don't belong to the inner family group in the 10th family, they are still our responsibility. Perhaps one of the other families has gotten bold thinking that we won't do anything to act, but I will personally investigate this matter myself," Paul ordered and started to walk towards the castle, until he felt someone grab him by the wrist. "Don't, Paul, please listen to me. If you want to live, don't go investigating those missing people," Kaz said, her face almost shedding tears. After learning that the blood weapons were already complete, Quinn got ready to travel to where Alex was. Most of those that had stayed with Alex on the planet carried the shadow ability, making it easy for Quinn to get to where he needed to be. Due to Quinn's request being complete, he messaged them beforehand, telling them to turn their shadow active skill on. Since there were multiple shadow users, any one of them would do, but there was a reason why they didn't just leave them on all the time either. Since Quinn could travel to anyone with the shadow ability at any point in time, it also meant that Arthur could do the same. Nobody wanted for the original Punisher to suddenly appear in front of them. Quinn soon appeared next to Alex. There were around 200 blood weapons consisting of all types of different weapons, all laid out across the floor on pieces of cloth in his foraging room, each one crafted with care. "Impressive, right? I think my right arm grew about 2 times its size making all of these," Alex declared proudly, picking up a mace and demonstrating a few swings. "And don't worry, I haven't been slacking on your demon tier weapon. Well, technically it will be a demon tier accessory. It's just with the crystal each process takes a long time, so during the waiting periods I managed to do all of these." Hearing this, Quinn was worried about whether Alex had even gotten a wink of sleep, but looking around he could see that the forger had recruited a few helpers from amongst the Orbis faction. Quinn picked up one of the blood weapon swords and used his inspect skill on it. Made with a medium-grade blood crystal. Not active. +10 strength. +3 agility. Looking at a few more of the blood weapons, Quinn was wondering how much they would help with the situation the others were in. The weapons had a mixture of 3 different types of crystal. Low, medium, and high. Quinn assumed that there might be higher crystal tiers, just none out of the batch that had been given to him. Depending on the quality of the crystal used, the weapon would naturally have better stats, but they were still substandard when compared to beast weapons. However, as soon as Quinn poured some blood from his flask on top of one of the weapons, things changed. The strength boost it provided nearly doubled in power, and a couple even received very interesting active skills. It was an amazing effect. Unfortunately, it only lasted until the blood energy on the weapon ran out. These weapons don't seem to be the optimal choice when hunting beasts, but they should prove useful for going up against the Dalki. Quinn concluded, putting his hand out above them all. You could always tell them how they work. Even if they run out of blood packs, people could always start using their own blood to fight. Alex suggested. As long as Quinn explained these weapons, they might become more popular, but the cursed faction leader was worried that people might think this was some type of vampire curse he was using to trick them to get their blood. Unfortunately, he couldn't really blame them. If he was in their shoes, he might be thinking the same. The cursed faction had just gained some positive reputation. It would be unfortunate to lose it so soon again. The next second, all of the weapons disappeared into Quinn's dimensional space. He was the best person to quickly transport them where they were needed. His next stop was to head off to meet up with Helen on one of the cursed faction planets. Yet before he did, there was one last thing he wanted to do. Before I forget, do you happen to have any more blood crystals left over? Quinn asked. Did you need one? Oh damn. I'm sorry, but I used them all up. I thought we needed the weapons, so I concentrated on making as many as I could. It was already hard to forge the ones you collected with those crystals, and I didn't want to waste any of them. Alex replied, worried he might have ruined Quinn's plans. It's no problem. I was merely curious about something. You did a great job creating all of those. Quinn replied, giving him a smile. Once Alex was done with the demon tier beast gear, he had to make sure to reward the forger adequately. When touching the blood weapon, Quinn had tried to use the gauntlet to absorb some energy from inside it. Unfortunately, nothing had happened when he did. He had been hoping that it might allow him to increase his blood energy. It seemed impossible to do so with a processed blood crystal, yet he had no way to try it out with a raw one. It was a shame that they had all been used up. Unlike beast crystals, blood crystals were nearly impossible to get his hands on. He borrowed a ship and headed off into space. The cursed faction planets were closer to this one, so it made more sense for Quinn to travel this way. Felt a bit strange to go out alone for a change. In fact, many people had offered to come with Quinn, especially Vorden. Having been out of the loop for so long, he had practically begged to be taken along. Quinn would have loved to exceed his request, but bringing along a humanoid beast was just a magnet for all kinds of trouble. In the end, Quinn didn't really see the reason why anyone had to come with him this time. There was to be no fighting, no large enemy. Quinn was just going for more political reasons than anything. He didn't even think he was going to be there long if need be. Due to this, he had taken a small spacecraft, but there was still ample room for him to move about in, and a kitchen as well as a toilet area. After setting the ship on autopilot, Quinn moved to the center of the room and pulled out the indestructible sword. The passive skill on this sword, being unbreakable, really suits my style a lot. Due to my strength and my surge in chi, I'm not sure how many swords could take my full strength, especially if I was to go up against things like that demon tier crab. Soon Quinn closed his eyes and started to focus on his chi. He was careful not to overuse it and made sure to keep a perfect balance between the two powers inside of him, before he decided to slowly increase the chi output to the blade itself. When fighting with Agent 2, I learned something. Channeling chi into a blade is probably the best choice, especially with the second stage of chi, since a person can sharpen and elongate their weapon when needed. While my gauntlets are powered by my blood abilities, hand-to-hand combat is best for this explosive power. Quinn threw out a punch while imagining it in his head. Both of these powers are useful in their own situations, and mixing them has its benefits as well. Maybe if I learned how to use the sword decently, it could improve my chi powers. At least while my chi is stronger than my blood powers, it may be something I need to look into. Quinn thought as he started to swing the sword a few times, picturing some of the moves he had seen Leo do before. He was able to imitate them quite well, but training on his own and using them in battle were two different things altogether. While thinking about improving his sword abilities, Quinn took a chance to check out how all of his current stats were doing at the moment. Level 67. With each level up, Quinn was still gaining one stat, but the EXP requirement was now a number larger than Quinn could even figure out with just one glance. It seemed like the only way to level up was through hard quests, and by putting himself in dangerous situations. Strength 71. Agility 70. Stamina 73. Charm 60. Blood control 184. These were Quinn's regular stats without the aid of equipment. Of course, when powering his body with the first stage of Qi, although the number didn't change, his body would get a boost on top of this, and there was also the legendary tier set that he had. For now, Quinn was planning to upgrade his strength as high as possible. Due to the set, he already had agility points beyond the point where it felt like he was actually getting to move any faster. He also still had the active skill. If anyone was fast enough to react or put a stop to that some way, Quinn felt like a single stat point here or there wouldn't change the outcome. Next, Quinn looked at his blood abilities. Blood Swipe level 5. Blood Spray level 5. Crescent Kick level 4. Blood Wall level 3. Blood Bank level 3. Blood Bullet level 3. After reaching level 5 with his Blood Swipe skill, he had also unlocked Blood Barrage. It was the same with Blood Spray, which made a new move. Blood Barrage level 1. Blood Shotgun level 1. On top of this, Quinn could use blood control to the degree where he could perform moves such as the Blood Drill, and could combine attacks creating a Blood Hammer Strike and such, but these weren't skills that could level up and seemed to increase in strength depending on Quinn's blood control level. This was also true for Blood Hardening as well. Then lastly there were Quinn's shadow abilities. Shadow Control level 4. Shadow Cloak level 4. Shadow Void level 3. Shadow Equip level 5. Shadow Eater even 1. Shadow Hop. Shadow Path level 2. Shadow On. Shadow Link. Shadow Sync. Shadow Clone. They were powerful on their own, but they were even stronger than he combined them together, such as when he was using Shadow Control and Blood Swipe able to create the Shadow Size. He also had created the Shadow Discs that worked great with his Soul Weapon Shadow Overload, and there were still skills he had yet to perfect or find the right time to use, from the tablet he had discovered at the 14th Casil. After finishing looking at his stats, the last thing he wanted to do was look at his ongoing quests that were yet to be completed. Become the Vampire King. Quinn was a bit surprised the quest hadn't been marked failed, after Bryce got elected as the king. Was he supposed to wait until the next election? Or did his quest want him to usurp the position? Learn about the Talon family. Quinn would love to solve this one, but so far he only had that strange symbol and the black sword. Hopefully, bringing it to the tablet might reveal more. He was becoming more curious as he found more things related to his seemingly normal family. Then there was the last ongoing quest. Discover something beyond the Vampire Lord. Were it not for the separate Vampire King quest, Quinn would have believed that to be the thing beyond a Vampire Lord. However, since he had received this one as well, there should be something else. Did the system want him to become an original? Or something else entirely? Whatever the case, Quinn had no idea how to go about it, or how close he might be to achieving it. Right now, he noticed that a planet came into his view. Before Quinn was to meet with Helen, he decided to do a bit of reading on the reports that had been given to him from Sam. The reports themselves gave details of each planet that the cursed faction owned, the crystal output of each one, and the quality of crystals from each faction. On top of this, it had a rating set for the different shelters based on the planet. All the factions that they worked with and were technically allied with the cursed faction. Looking at the holographic screen before him, Quinn was trying his best to memorize what he could. 18 planets in total and 3 A-rank plus shelters, one of them which used to belong to the Daisy faction. Quinn was trying to remember the details. I never realized how big the cursed faction was or how much work Sam and the others have been doing. The information has even been put in a way for me so it's easy to understand. It was true, Sam had worked with Logan in order to sort the information so it could visualize the importance of each planet. It was set up like each planet was a game with different stats. Different shelters had higher and lower numbers of people living in them, but they were all just important. Sometimes, travelers' families wouldn't live on the same planet and opted for a safer one. At the same time, they worked on the more dangerous planets. Crystal output was greater on lower-tier planets, yet high-tier crystals planets had a lower output but higher grades. Even with the factions themselves, the strength wasn't as simple as Quinn first thought. The planets with more dangerous tier beasts had higher-level shelters. Usually, only one faction worked and reported to Daisy on these, which in turn reported to the cursed faction. Still, for other planets, there would sometimes even be multiple factions. I can imagine all the arguments that they would have to deal with already. Quinn thought. What came as a surprise was as soon as Quinn had come close to the planet, there was already a fleet of ships surrounding him. Seeing them reminded him of a bad feeling since the last time this had happened. They were attacked. However, this was vastly different from the time before, especially since the design of the ships were unique, to say the least. Each one had been personalized beyond what others would usually do. All set in bright colors that stood out with painted pictures, or stickers, whatever they were, all over the ships. Straight away, Quinn knew that these were from the Daisy faction. Soon a request was put in for Quinn to accept an incoming message. It's nice to meet you again. I hope you can stay for a while this time, so I can give you a well and proper tour. The voice on the other end was none other than Helen. The small ship docked inside one of the larger ones that picked Quinn up, and now he was traveling in the Daisy ship. When Quinn descended from his spaceship, he was surprised to see that only one person was there to welcome him. I didn't want you to be scared since I know what happened with the Earthborn group. Well, I think everyone knows what happened, so I thought this whole tour would go better with someone you trusted a little more, Helen said. When looking at Helen, Quinn couldn't help but stare at her for a few reasons. For one, he would often see her in some type of battle outfit. This time was no different, but the armor allowed for one to see a bit more skin than Quinn was used to, especially in the upper department since she was wearing a tight like corset's beast gear that pushed up a certain pair of twins in the chest department. At the same time, her pink hair was vibrant as ever, as if she had just finished having it colored. Quinn, I would be a little careful with this one, Vincent commented. I think she knows exactly what she's doing. You look nice, Quinn finally said, not knowing what to really say, and two of them were soon seen walking off. When Helen met with Quinn, she expected more of a reaction from him, but something was off. She couldn't imagine what he had been through, even after seeing the videos, and they didn't show everything that was going on either. Is it because of my reaction from last time? Is there really no way to fix this? She wondered. It was crushing her a little inside to know this. Epically, since one person had an advantage over her. The fact that she could be by his side through all of his struggles. That was sure to win her some brownie points. Eventually, Quinn had arrived at the Daisy faction. The shelter was unique. The outside on the walls itself were covered in vines, and there was plenty of greenery inside, while the exterior was full of fields with different colored flowers. Helen had given Quinn a schedule when he arrived, as an announcement had already been made for everyone to gather at the center. A stage was also busy being prepared, and he was chucked in the center of things, needing to get to work almost immediately. Quinn was waiting on the floor grounds for the preparations to be complete, while Helen would give him a few more words of advice. We will try our best in the next week or so to visit the other planets. I have split the time up so we can visit 4 planets a day. Also with ample time for you to relax and get to know the shelter and people together. We will use the teleporters as a one-off to travel between each of the locations as well. With the weapons you bought, Sam told us that you have roughly 200. We have decided that the best thing to do is for you to personally award them. We have gathered the top 11 or 12 fighters from each planet, where you can personally award them. Here is a list of their names. Helen handed out, seeing how well organized everything was. Just because Quinn had planned to visit him was a surprise. What was even more mind-boggling was he had no part in it. He didn't ask people to do this, nor was he part of the hassle and trouble involved to make it like this. This was because Quinn still had yet to realize just how much of an influential figure he was. This was the start of him learning about it more. When the stage was ready, and the crowd of people had gathered, Helen was the first to go onto the stage. There were loud cheers, mostly coming from female voices since many of those at the Daisy shelter were travelers and mainly female. Soon after, Helen introduced Quinn to step on the stage as well. When he appeared, he could hear or whisper going around. He looks pretty human and handsome. I never knew he was so good looking in person. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad getting my blood sucked by him. Helen told us that it's because of him. There wasn't much change to the Daisy faction. In fact, Our lives have been a bit better as we share resources and don't fight with the other factions as much as we used to. It was strange for Quinn to hear mostly positive things about him for once when coming to see a place. Looking over at Helen, he smiled at her for the first time since he had arrived. I know the struggle you all have been having on the front line, hunting beasts every day for the sake of this war. You are an essential part of this cursed faction, and you have continued to support and help all of us. Honestly, I don't like using the word faction. For me, I prefer to use the word family. For me, it makes it so our bond is stronger. I didn't really have a family growing up, but the fact that there are so many people around who are willing to help fight for the family that I made. Then in return, I will do the same. No matter what, I will support you, Quinn said. At first, there was silence. It wasn't because they thought what Quinn said was wrong, but it just wasn't what they were expecting. For a leader to come to them and say these things, they weren't sure if cheering, a slow clap, or what was appropriate. When Helen started to clap and cheer, the rest followed, hearing his speech. Next, it was time for Quinn to read out the names. In total, there were 2 men and 10 women who were to receive the blood weapons. However, their excitement dwindled when they laid their hands on the weapons. They could tell that, unlike the beast equipment, although the weapons were strong, they didn't infuse them with the same type of energy. Because of this, for those that received the awards, not everyone was exactly happy with them. What is this? A person said, throwing the weapon on the floor. It was the last person to be called up onto the stage who had openly shown her disdain for the rewards, a young woman by the name of Irie Johnston, not much older than Quinn. Her weapon that was given to her was a long spear, scarlet red in color. Not all blood weapons had this coloration, but the ones Alex had crafted were special in that the blood fairy had added a drop of his own blood during the process. Of course, this made them a liability since these weapons could one day be used against the cursed faction, but at the same time, the way Quinn saw it, if the 2 forces were to ever clash and he wouldn't be around, humanity would stand a chance. Still, it was future-proofing himself. Everyone who had received one of these weapons had quickly come to the conclusion that they weren't as great as their current weapons. They did appreciate getting a reward in public, and decided to consider it a sort of trophy rather than something that could be used for battle. What are we supposed to do with these toys? Why even waste precious crystals to create something so useless? Irie confronted Quinn, unhappy with the spear. I thought that the Daisy faction might take all the blood weapons for themselves, but since they are splitting it like this, I should have asked Helen to explain it to those who receive these blood weapons beforehand. Quinn thought in hindsight. Gasps sounded throughout the crowd and Helen was about to storm the stage and give Irie the biggest beating of her life. But the cursed faction leader raised his hand, signaling her to let him deal with it. Every day we risk our lives out there, doing what we can to defeat beasts to harvest their crystals. We even had to fight off some of the Dalki recently, and this is what you do with the percentage we have to pay you. Why don't you give us something useful? Or why isn't that giant cursed ship on the front lines out here with us? Irie complained. Quinn had been half expecting someone to react like this. In fact, he was quite surprised that those before her hadn't done so already. He would have preferred teaching it to them somewhere less public since they required the use of blood, but now it looked like he would have to give a live demonstration. Walking over, Quinn picked up the spear from the ground and dusted it off. Do you really think I would have come here personally to just hand out some toys? The weapons you've been awarded are no ordinary beast weapons, designed by the Cursed Factions team to help you face our one enemy. The vampire lord explained as he pulled out his flask. I can't fault you for thinking that these weapons aren't better than what you are using, but that's only if you use them against beasts. It's an entirely different story if you use them against the Dalki. I think it will be far more efficient to show you what I mean. Care to spar with me? Quinn suggested. A fight with you? I'm no idiot. All of us know what you are and how strong you are. You could probably beat me with an ordinary weapon. Irie refused. Don't worry. I don't intend to use any of my beast gear or abilities. I simply plan to prove to you the strength of this weapon. Quinn's shadow covered his body, and his gear disappeared into his dimensional space. He had originally been in his full set, as it gave him the air of a powerful leader. He wanted to inspire confidence in the Cursed Faction with it. How about this? I can see that you have your own king-tier spear by your side. Please let me borrow it for the sake of this demonstration. You should know how strong it is, so please use the spear I provided just now to attack me, while I will just defend myself. Afterwards you can be the judge about how effective a weapon is. Quinn suggested. Irie agreed to this, but before the cursed faction leader handed over the spear, he poured a green liquid from the flask onto the weapon. Green liquid? Is that Dalki blood? Some of those in the crowd whispered amongst themselves as they watched the blood weapon start to light up and radiate with power. Not wasting any time, Quinn threw the spear which landed directly in front of Irie, piercing the stage. She pulled it out and gave it a few swings, just so that he could immediately tell her mistake. This? How is that possible? Irie asked. If she hadn't seen it for herself, she could have sworn this was a completely different weapon from before. We have the best forgers and the smartest minds in the cursed faction. They have been working day and night to create a new type of weapon that gets stronger when fighting against the Dalki. With everyone's attention on the new weapon, Quinn thought this to be the best time to explain. All of them believed him, amazed at the ingenuity of the cursed faction. The ones who had received the blood weapons suddenly tightened their grips, suddenly appreciating the gesture far more than just minutes ago. However, the liquid inside wasn't actual Dalki blood. Knowing where he was going, Logan had come up with an idea, in case such a demonstration became necessary. Blood from his arm would come out green as well, and same for Borden, but Borden was too small. Using the same amount of blood in their body, Logan was able to create a blood-like substance that was green in color. The flask simply contained human blood. It was a shame that Quinn was unable to give all those with a blood weapon a flask, but there were simply too many and he didn't have enough. Similar to vampires, the blood needed for blood weapons needed to be fresh. Away from the eyes of the others, Quinn would tell them the truth at a later time, so they understood that it just needed to be blood that activated the blood weapons. With that, the event was over. The shelter threw a little party with food and more. This was the time for Quinn to try and get to know the members of his faction. But it would only last a couple of hours. He couldn't afford to waste more time, since he would have to move to the next planet where he would hand out more of them to those deserving. If he wasn't a vampire, this whole thing would have been quite exhausting, but Quinn felt fine. And the kind words actually improved his mood. It was reassurance that he was doing the right thing. When Quinn went to talk to the others, he found many of them thankful to him, talking about the help they had received from the cursed faction in many forms. Some of them talked about how their family members had struggled to get jobs, but had received one thanks to him. Unsure what they meant, Quinn asked more about it, until he figured out that it was due to the Green family's involvement. Those guys, they are doing so many things to make the cursed faction such a great group. Quinn was surprised and decided that he would have to thank them one of these days. Once time was up, Helen grabbed him and they moved on to the next planet where the process was repeated. The faction leader of the said planet he would be on would also be part of the group introducing him. Here, he had a similar experience where the others had given him praise, thanking him as the representative of the cursed faction for looking after their families and more. These people knew the truth more than the others from the outside. With what blood Quinn had left, he would provide a small demonstration at the end. Everyone put so much trust into me as their leader, but honestly it never really felt like I was doing it for them, but just me. To improve my own situations and to stop others from ending up in a similar situation to my old self. I didn't realize how many people my actions would affect, Quinn thought. After the second party was over, they briefly returned to the Daisy faction where Quinn was granted a short break, before heading off to the third planet. Seeing that his mood was a lot better, Helen was proud of what she had done. Quinn, I like seeing you like this. I hope that I can see this smile on your face for the rest of your life, she said, standing up, ready to go to the third planet. Going through the main base, they eventually reached the teleporter room. One of the Daisy faction members proceeded to turn on the teleporter, but there was no reaction. That's strange. Why won't the teleporter turn on? The worker wondered, scratching his head. Maybe that teleporter is faulty. Let's switch the schedules around. Please open the portal to planet Frediani instead, Helen ordered, but the worker got the same result as he tried to open the portal. Two teleporters not working. Doesn't that mean? No. Quinn thought, as a disastrous thought had entered his mind. Me, pick me. It's my turn next. A little blonde-haired boy around 9 years of age yelled. Adil soon found himself being lifted and placed on top of the shoulders of the dark-colored humanoid Emperor tier beast, greatly enjoying the softness of its fur as he started to rub his head against it. He wasn't the only kid on the beast's body though, as two more were tightly holding on to its biceps and looked to be doing the same thing. Seeing this made the other kids who had yet to have a turn a little jealous, while the others who had already enjoyed feeling the soft fur wanted to go again. Ready? And go! Vorden shouted as he leapt through the air and spun his body. Using his wind powers, he was able to leap a great distance, and with the help of his tails, he could spin his body even faster. The kids' hair was thrown back and wind was hitting their ecstatic faces as they were screaming out in joy. Once Vorden reached one end of the training room, he used the wall to push himself off with his legs, going back in the other direction. A group of children could be seen jumping up and down, demanding to be the next ones to be allowed on the fun ride. Just seconds before the beast was about to crash into them, he stopped inches away from them, hitting a wall of wind he had erected. That was awesome! Adil exclaimed as he jumped off Tails' body. Vorden, your new body is so much greater than your old one. This is so much more fun. The kids' honesty was warming Vorden's heart, and the smile on their faces even more so. When Peter and Syl had dragged him in front of the other Blade kids, he was unsure how they would react. His original plan had been to just leave them be, letting them think of him as a scary beast that was on the ship. After all, he never believed that he was the one who had saved them. Without the help of the others, and especially Syl, they would have never succeeded in the first place. His attempt had just ended in failure. However, that plan was ruined in seconds as Peter and Syl had quickly revealed his real identity. The last time they had seen him had been back at the temple when Vorden had spent time with them. Rather than with fear, the kids had been hugely interested in just what happened for Vorden to end up in his current body. After explaining the details and dragging out an unwilling Tails for a brief period of time, they had him surrounded. One thing led to another, and right now Vorden had become their practical play toy. Aren't you getting tired? Layla, who was in the room as well, asked Vorden. With Vorden's return, she wanted to talk to the original gang more often. As such, she had followed behind Vorden, Peter, and Syl. There was no longer an Aaron or CIA, and the regular cursed faction, although weren't treating her badly, were cautious of her ever since they had revealed that they were V. I mean, you've been at it for an hour now. Tails' body has much more stamina to spare. Besides, I actually see this as a form of training. I have to be careful with his beast powers to make sure I don't hurt any of the kids. Bit by bit, I feel like I'm increasing my speed and power and pushing myself, Vorden explained. And all the kids seemed to enjoy this experience as well. In the training room, not too far from where they were, Ratton was also surrounded by 5 of the Blade kids, each one of them with a beast weapon in their hand. Ratton had both of his hands bladed, and was waiting for them to attack. Eventually, one of the kids charged in with a thrust, but Ratton was able to quickly disarm him. He parried the blow at the perfect time and used skill rather than strength. Soon, the blade was heading towards the kid on the floor, Ratton expecting him to do something, but just ended up flinching instead, before the blade was stopped. Don't forget, I'm a blade as well, Ratton reminded them gleefully. I know the weakness of your powers. I've also experienced the training you all went through. There will be times when we have no powers, so we need to rely on beast weapons as well. At other times, there will be abilities that are enhanced through the beast weapons. Take this seriously, since I'm doing this for your own good. On top of this, the training was also meant to put them in life and death situations, although surprisingly it didn't seem like Ratton could quite push them like Hilston had done. In turn, their bodies would slowly unlock the natural human body powers, the power of Chi. For the past hour, Ratton had been giving some of the kids a hand-to-hand combat lesson. He was just as skillful as he was before, if not better now using Muddy's body. If the Blade kids got his seal of approval, or were completely exhausted, then they would be granted a ride on Tails. Is it really necessary to train the kids this much? Layla wondered out loud, looking at their tired faces. She felt conflicted having to imagine that given their young age they could be made to fight, even if they were special. Yes, Syl answered immediately. Hilston will not give up. We have taken something precious from him. Not just me, but he will want all of us back simply because he believes we belong to him. He is someone who takes pride in claiming to be the strongest, and since someone dared to cross him and take his possession, he will do everything he needs to retrieve us. The cursed ship has suffered attacks before. Luckily Borden was there to help them last time. But what if there might come a time when the threat is so great that they will need to fend for themselves? We will not let any of them get hurt, Borden declared as he came back from another lap, and stared at the Borden, Peter, Syl, Layla, and Ratton. Great. Then doesn't that mean we need to train as well? Borden said, getting up and pointing to one of them in particular. The one he was pointing at was none other than Syl. Let's show everyone how much you have improved, Borden said as he got into a fighting stance. There was one part where Syl was lacking in comparison to the others, and this was his hand-to-hand combat skills. Although Syl might have been able to hold more abilities, even without beast gear, Hilston was a monster in speed and strength compared to himself. Which was why he also was starting to train his body against someone who could be at least a little comparable to the monster. Seeing everyone gearing up while she was sitting around doing nothing, Layla's body was itching as well. She grabbed the black blade she wasn't quite adept in and thought who would be the best person to teach her. Wait a second. There one person? Layla thought. Moments later, Layla had gone out from the training room the others were in, and found herself heading towards Quinn's personal training room. The place honestly no longer felt like it belonged to Quinn, since more and more people were starting to use it. However, its main use these days was for those with blood powers and shadow abilities to practice their use inside. Especially since Quinn could now also practice in his shadow void. Opening the room up, she found the person she was looking for, but he wasn't alone. Fex had his hands held out like a puppet, and currently they were attached to none other than Agent 11. He had a sword in his hand, and Fex was practicing his skills carefully. Agent 11 had nuggets of sweat dripping from his forehead, and soon she saw a slip-up in the actions. How many times do I have to tell you not to fight the flow? You're just making it worse, Fex yelled, and that's when he noticed Layla in the room as well. When thinking of swordsmanship, Layla thought back to one person who had controlled Aaron in the past, showing her things she was unable to do before, and just now she had seen a small glimpse of it. Fex, I want to be your puppet for a little while, Layla said. Elsewhere on the cursed ship, Sam was taking what could be called a break for him. Instead of tending to his normal duties, he was accompanying Bonnie, Void, and several drones that were filming the whole area as they walked through the building. Of course, these duties could have been handed to someone else, but Sam actually wanted to meet those that had helped their image during their tough times. Allow me to thank you for your video report. It turned out better than I thought, and the effects of it have not gone unnoticed. Sam complimented as they walked over to the canteen to grab some food. The reporter duo had returned to the cursed ship because the public demanded a follow-up report on the cursed faction, something the two of them were happy to accede to. They had initially wanted to follow Quinn, filming him as he interacted with the cursed faction's planets, but Sam had denied their request. Officially, the reason had been that they didn't want those living on the planets to think that this was just a mere publicity stunt. There was also the fact that Quinn had chosen to go out alone, so there would be nobody who could protect them in case anything were to happen. Although the two of them were war reporters, they had felt like their life had been on the line far too many times recently, with the last one being an especially close case. Bonnie had dealt with the crazy situation they had been in a little better than Void. There were many times where he would wake in the middle of the night, seeing a pair of red eyes following him. If it wasn't that, then it would be the laugh of the crazy head general that had tried to blow the whole ship they were on to bits. In reality, Sam just didn't want the blood weapon's existence to become public just yet. It was one thing if some rumors would come up about these new types of weapons, but if they were to be filmed, the other groups would want to get their hands on them as well, especially after seeing their effects. The cursed faction had also never asked the vampires if this was an okay thing to do. Seeing these types of weapons could very well cause quite the stir if Bryce came to know about it. However, Sam also felt like the vampires must have known what they were doing as well. Although no one was now following them like before, it would be unwise to have no one keep an eye on what the humans were doing or they were doing. It was the least we could do after Quinn, Logan, and everyone saved our lives back then. I still find it hard to believe that people can act that crazy. Despite having seen it happen countless times before, people always seem to surprise me. We believe that everyone has the same sense of justice, our views on what is right and wrong are similar, but that's not the case at all. Many times I have learnt that opinions are divided on certain subjects. Sitting down in the canteen, the drones continued to float around the three of them. They had to make sure to catch anything at any time. Something always interesting happened when they were around the cursed and they did not want to miss out this time. It was because of this that many didn't get close to them while they were eating. It just felt strange for a flying camera to be pointed at your face while you're trying to enjoy your meal. Bonnie noticed that Sam's lunch consisted of what looked like a juice box. Placing a straw inside, he took a few sips, and a red liquid could be seen shooting up the straw. "Do you want to try some?" Sam jokingly offered, before putting it down and continuing. The world is already starting to see a change. History tells us that people's views of what's right and wrong are decided by society. If you think about it, the norm of a century ago is very different from today's norm. Sam spoke with a serious look on his face as if he had spent a lot of time pondering over this topic. It's hard to think back to a time before the Dalki, but I wonder what will happen to the world once they are gone. It was at that moment that red flashing light could be seen going off throughout the cursed ship. Those who wore watches started to flash, indicating that big news was coming their way. The new Supreme Commander had been taught the basics of being a vampire while on the cursed ship. He had been gifted a special ring, as well as a flask that he could always carry blood in. With his training, it focused on the few basic blood spells that almost everyone knew. However, Satch had focused on a few different aspects. After he had gotten used to his stronger and faster body combining it with his beast equipment. He had been very lucky, in that he was able to relearn his ability from before. It was an original ability and was over the moon that things worked out. Combining this with what he had learnt, his body had become quite something because of it. The only thing that I was unable to learn was how to actually use my new skills in combat. I hopped onto the virtual fighters game a few times, but I'm still slightly out of sync. I also decided to neglect using my red aura powers. There is a chance that they could link the martial arts god to me and then link the V powers back to myself as well. One horn, just you wait. I will return the favor tenfold. After learning everything that needed to be done, he had headed back to the main Bertha ship, the one Oscar would use as his command center. As soon as everything looked okay, he planned to head back to Earth, in order to sort out everything else that needed to be done as his successor. Samantha would take care of the crew and those on the cursed ship. It just felt right to leave those under Oscar to be in control with Samantha. Instead, Satch would gather people that he trusted. There was only one close personal that he had brought with him originally belonging to Oscar, which was Jane, his personal assistant. A ship had been prepared and he was ready to head out. That was until an urgent message came through. Supreme Commander, Satch, please head to the command center immediately. A message was sent out through the ship. The main Bertha ship's command center was special, in that it was filled with a plethora of screens and workers who monitored them at all times. It was directing information from Earth, and all the machinery it had set up on the other planets, mainly used to detect incoming signals of rising beast energy. Sir, urgent reports are coming through. We have detected a large force of energy heading towards different sections of the beast solar system. The Dalki, they are attacking again, and a large force. Last time it was the Greylash section. What area will it be now? Satch wondered. I just need a brief summary of the reports. Focus on where the signals are coming from and calculate how much help we need to send out. Supreme Commander Satch ordered his subordinate. There was brief silence before he received an answer, and on the large glass display, the report was now shown to everyone in the room. The man didn't have to say anything, because Satch could see it for himself. This is it, they have decided to attack now. The large signals of energy, they're heading to all 3 sections of the beast planets. The Greylash group, the Earthborn group and the Cursed are all under attack. It was a red alert situation. The Dalki had finally decided to start the war in full swing. Satch had expected this to happen at some point, but it had occurred at an uncertain time for the human race. They were uneasy about the introduction of Vs. Reports of internal attacks were coming in left and right for those V. Some weren't even sure the Cursed faction were on their side. To top it all off, the Supreme Commander had recently gone through a change and were still in the middle of the switch over while also suffering the loss of one of their head generals. In a way, with all the chaos happening, Satch expected the Dalki to attack. Yet this was still a little unusual. He had expected an attack on the Earthborn group or perhaps the Cursed faction. After all, so far, the Dalki had only suffered defeats in battle with 1 victory. It would have been wise for them to gauge the strength of those they were fighting against before waging a full-out fight, but it looked like they had already decided that this would be the best time. Do they really think they have enough information on us to think they can beat us? Or has something else occurred? Report. Have there been any signals from Earth? Was Satch's first question. After bringing up the information on the screen in the command center, they could see that they had received no such signals. Good. Be alert and continue to monitor the situation. Remember, a Dalki managed to suddenly infiltrate Earth before so they could do it again. Inform those on Earth to be on high alert. Ask all the citizens to move to the emergency underground shelters. Satch ordered. Also, make sure the space station is offline. We will not let a single Dalki get through us and make their way to Earth. All the other teleport stations had been shut down as a precaution. Turning them on again would take some time. As a large amount of energy needed to be used, it wasn't so simple as a flick of a switch. Of course, Satch knew the Dalki had to have had a way to travel to Earth due to them doing so in the First War, but one couldn't just teleport a whole fleet of ships out of thin air. There would have to be some device of some kind, or it would take some time for them to do so. The quickest way for them to send their forces would be through the Earth's teleporting station. Turning it off also meant they wouldn't be able to return or run back to Earth unless the fight was getting tough. It doesn't matter if we can't win this fight. Then Earth will no longer exist, was the thought going through Satch's head. An emergency announcement was made and sent out to all of the faction leaders and the world leaders, informing them of what was to come their way. They would then pass it on to the people. Unlike the world announcement, this was done this way so there wouldn't be too much of a panic, as information could be passed on from their individual leaders. Those on the planets were preparing for battle. Their space force and their ground forces were in for a fight of a lifetime. In the Greylash section, Owen was traveling on their large island-like ship moving towards the center of their 20 or so planets that they owned. In his room, Owen had a hologram visual of the fleet of ships coming towards all of the planets they held. Sir, it looks like the Dalki force is far greater than last time, and they are attacking all of our planets at once. What would you like us to do? Hector asked, already sweating just from worry. Thinking about it, Owen started to look through all of the planets. He was trying to decide if he should protect them in order of importance or where he would most be needed. It was a hard choice. He could split his people to help out others, but the biggest difference in these battles that would be happening on the planets was himself. He was unable to split himself multiple times on each of the different planets. Air warfare is not the Greylash family's strong point. I want to minimize the losses we have before we can land on the planets. Tell the Greylash members to take the jet ships and fight on the ground. Divide the troops based on which planets need the most help. I want each of them to last as long as possible before I arrive. Owen ordered. Hearing this, Hector could only imagine what Owen had planned. He simply wanted them all to stall for time. He was planning to try and save them all, winning the battles on each of the planets before moving on to the next one. He wanted to interject to say that this was madness. This wasn't a simple battle, but they were now at war, where fighting could last several months, and every human needed to rest at some point. However, this was exactly why Hector had decided to follow someone like Owen. The first planet we will head to is this one. Owen pointed at. Hector's eyes lit up as he saw which one was being pointed to. for it was the same planet that Owen had done battle on before. If I'm correct, the Dalki I fought last time will be there again. This time I won't let him get away, Owen stated. Also, this planet. Owen pointed at another one. I believe there are some from the cursed faction as well. Make them aware of what is happening. At that moment, on the very planet that Linda, Webnovel and Alex were on, they could see everyone springing to action. Ko, the leader of the Orbis faction, had told everyone to prepare themselves, for the Dalki were coming. The Dalki are coming to this planet? Webnovel was surprised, as he was following everyone else to their positions, getting ready. It's not just this planet. The second in charge of the Orbis faction, Ely, replied, all of the Greylash planets are being attacked. All we can do is prepare ourselves. The Greylash said they would send people, but the amount they can send is limited since all of the planets are being attacked. We need to inform Sam, Linda said. They can send the Cursed faction or Quinn for help. At that moment, they could see hundreds of black pods raining down from the sky above. The news of the Dalki attack was spreading around the base, and of course it had even reached the ears of Alex, which had been delivered by Ko himself. Seriously, the Dalki are coming here. What am I meant to do? Should we head back to the cursed ship? Alex asked. Ko shook his head and looked down on the ground for a second before lifting his head again. We haven't told everyone the full situation because right now we all need to focus on our own situation, but it looks like it's a full-scale attack. The Dalki aren't just attacking the Greylash planets, but all of the planets the humans own in the Beast solar system. Ko explained. Now, Alex understood the full extent of the problems. If that was true, then even Quinn would be doing everything he could at the moment. The first thing Alex did was pick up the hammer by his side and pull down his large helmet that would cover his eyes. What are you doing? Get out of here. You are just a forger. You need to head to the underground shelter with the families. Ko ordered. No! Alex shouted, swinging his hammer down. If the situation is really as bad as you say it is, then I need to finish this. Quinn will need this in the fight. Soon all three groups and all leaders would be engaged in battles on the Beast planets. However, one large ship, full of plenty of strong people, had yet to decide what to do, the Cursed faction ship. What they didn't know was not long after finding out that the Dalki were attacking, that they would be receiving countless requests. This is Hector from the Greylash family. I am humiliated to ask to do this, but the Dalki forces far exceed our projections. We are quickly losing our shelters on our weaker planets, and people left and right. Please, if the Cursed faction can spare any people, send help. And from another. This is General Fagump from the Earthborn group. At the moment, we are at a standstill with the Dalki forces. We need additional support in order to push forward and win this battle. If there is anyone you can spare, please help us. The humans were soon finding out just how outmatched they were. The sounds of alarm blaring throughout the cursed ship were of course related to the unending influx of Dalki attack reports happening throughout the Beast solar system. Supreme Commander Satch had ordered to share their intel in real time with not only the main group's faction leaders but also all their known affiliates. Right now, the Cursed Faction's command center was busier than ever and everyone on board the ship was preparing their beast gear and checking their supplies. A lot of them had families living on the Cursed Faction planets and they were now extremely worried about their well-being. Of course, the one who was responsible for deciding how to deal with this situation was none other than Sam. The frown on his forehead was deep as he was troubled as to how to react. What's the right thing to do? Sam considered the options as he looked at the situation as a whole. Those in the Cursed Faction wished to protect their families, which was only right. Unfortunately, the Earthborn group as well as the Greylash family were both in as much trouble, if not more so, and each had sent out a plea for help. Quinn, you finally answered. We were just told dash. The Dalki are already here, Sam. Quinn cut the other off before he could finish his sentence. I don't know the exact situation from your point of view, but I trust you to make the right decision. You've always known what's best for the Cursed Faction. You've never let us down before, so I doubt you will start now. With that, the call abruptly ended. Though it was faint, Sam was sure to have heard the sound of explosions in the background. It appeared as the fight had already begun. Truthfully, with Helen and Quinn there, they already have the biggest support of the cursed faction. Sam thought. However, no matter how strong they might be, there are just two of them, yet so many Dalkian planets we have to save. Death was unavoidable in a war, especially in a situation like this, where they had practically been caught with their pants down. Nobody had ever accounted for a scenario in which the Dalki would have enough forces to attack all of humanity's planets at once. Of course, the cursed faction would like to help out their own first, but strategically that wasn't the best option. Should they allow the Earthborn group or the Greylash family to fall, they would become prone to suffering from pincer attacks in the future. Have the Dalki hidden their actual numbers? Did they find a way to create more, or are their forces just too strong for us? Whatever the case, with the teleporters jammed we can only send out reinforcements by ship, but if they are already struggling, it's unlikely that they can wait for us to visit one after the other. There's also a risk that our forces won't be strong enough if we split them up too much. At the moment, both Satch and Owen are thinking about the future, trying to keep as many beast planets in their position to continue the fight in this war. I'm afraid that this might be a burst attack, aimed to deal with us now and in one go. The best course of action would be to give up some of the planets and gather our forces on fewer planets. Having too many territories just thins out our own forces, and if we're really already struggling this much, we will eventually lose those planets anyway. Our priority should be to survive and struggle as long as possible, hoping for a miracle. If there was one person Sam had confidence in most, it was Quinn. Perhaps he would be able to win the battle for them at the cursed faction at the same time. There was another reliable person with him who could command just as well, if not better during a state of crisis. Helen, Quinn. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to leave the cursed faction planets in your hands. After the decision had been made, the leaders of the cursed faction had been called for a meeting. The crew on board the ship were getting restless as news was spreading about what was taking place. None of it good. So you plan to help out the Greylash faction and the Earthborn group. I don't think that will go down too well with the others. Dennis stated his opinion after hearing the explanation. I have already sent a message to Supreme Commander Satch advising him to give up on saving every planet. We need to focus on splitting our own people and groups into two squads. Nathan and the two military groups that were originally put under us, you will head to help out the Earthborn planets. Nathan, as a former head general, I trust you to do as you see fit. Go now. The military groups originally given to them by Oscar, combined, were nearly as large as the remaining cursed faction forces. With this, it was more of a numbers game rather than strength. The sit-in was too urgent for them to remain and listen to the rest of the meeting. The more time delayed, the harder it would be for all of them. With the order given, Nathan was already heading out and contacting the other sergeants and groups. Soon several ships could be seen leaving the cursed ship, and those that drifted in space would go along with them towards the Earthborn group. That still doesn't solve the original problem. If you send our people to the Greylash section, they will be unwilling to fight. Dennis argued. It might be fine for those from the military since they never acted as a part of us. Their families never moved to the cursed planets after the groups belonged to us. But it's different for the others still here. How can one fight when they are worried about their loved ones? I know, Sam admitted with a sigh. The thing was, as a man who had to look at the whole picture, things like emotions, feeling and morale were hard to take into consideration when on the battlefield. Still, he knew that they did have a great effect when one was fighting as well, but it was unpredictable. The cursed faction people will be in good hands. Just trust in Quinn and Helen. They need to understand that if we don't help out the cursed faction, then we will dash. Once again, in the command room itself, red lights started to flash in the center. Soon, the screen that was covering the glass window allowed them to see outside. The sensor displayed a large ship heading their way. It wasn't alone, as there were several smaller ships by its side as well. Who is it? Have the Dalki come to attack us directly? Megan horridly questioned. When the ship came to view on the camera though, it didn't look like the typical black Dalki ships. No, those looked like they had a human touch. It wasn't one of the Bertha ships either, so it was hard to pinpoint just who it belonged to. Move! I'm taking over. Logan shouted as he climbed up onto the meeting table and jumped across to the main control center. The others made way for him to place his hands on the ship. Activate shields. Logan ordered the cursed faction ship, and crystal energy immediately created several layers of protection, just in time to absorb the shots that had been fired their way. As the shots hit the shields, the whole ship shook a few times from the great power. What's happening? Aren't they humans? Why are they attacking us? Shiro asked. Sil, who was standing next to him, suddenly noticed something, and his body started to shake. It was the first time Shiro had ever seen his friend like that. A large man stood in front of a hall of 100 people, his diamond-like armor shining menacingly. His audience didn't look particularly happy to see him, although it could have something to do with their own sad state. They all looked small, malnourished, unenergized, and in general a bit lost. Today's your lucky day. Those people took something very precious from me, and I've come to get it back. You are not to kill any blonde-haired people you see on the ship. Doing so will mean that I will make your already miserable existence even worse. However, as for the rest, they must be punished for what they have done. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you all. Depending on your performance, I will free you from this place. You will no longer have to remain on my ship, and I promise you that our paths will never cross again. As a nice little extra bonus, whoever can subdue this son of mine will receive rewards that will allow you to live like a king for the rest of your lives. A picture of Sil was being displayed in front of them. Hearing this, the eyes of the 100 or so people started to light up, hope visibly returning to them. A chance to escape this living hell where they were being treated worse than any prisoners. No matter what, they would be fighting for their freedom or die trying. Every time the giant cursed ship would be hit by the beast lasers, different parts of the ship would rumble slightly. However, Logan was doing a great job blocking the attacks. Although the cursed faction had plenty of crystals on board for situations such as this one, they never wanted nor expected to get into a battle where it would be down to who had more crystals on board. Without knowing the enemy, that was a bad road to go down. At the moment, using his ability and his eyesight, Logan was concentrating immensely to use the absolute minimum amount of crystals possible. Each time an attack was about to hit a certain part, he would be sure just to activate the shield in that area. Why is a non-Dalki ship attacking us? Megan screamed, looking for an answer, but Sam had no clue what was going on. And from the looks of it, neither did most of the others in the command center. No, they're here now, Sil said, almost pulling out of his hair. Snap out of it, kid. You knew this day would come, Ratton shouted. It's the Blade family, Vorden eventually explained to the others. I've seen that ship before. Back on the island, it belongs to Hilston. A day that a lot of them had expected to come at some point. They all knew the reasons for why they had come. It was either to exact revenge against Quinn and Arthur or to get Sil back. The only thing was, Quinn wasn't here to help them this time. The Blades. Why now of all times? Sam banged his fist on the table. Is he really that selfish? The whole world is in a crisis and they are still thinking about their own agenda. Is Hilston really that arrogant that he thinks there is no one in the world that can stop him even after being defeated? What was more worrying were the little battleships that were heading their way. After Quinn's last visit to their island, most of their personnel should have been dealt with, so just who were the ones currently piloting those ships? As long as he isn't dealt with, we won't be able to send support to the other groups. I have to inform them immediately about what's going on with the cursed ship right now. Quickly, Sam recorded a voice message that was sent out to both Owen and Satch. Urgent report, the cursed faction ship is currently facing its own trouble. Hilston Blade is attacking us. I repeat, Hilston Blade is attacking us. Sam shouted down the receiver. It was enough for the others to fully understand how dangerous the situation the cursed faction was facing, and after Satch and Owen had received the message, they worried that maybe the cursed faction would soon be the one needing the help. When sending the message out, there was one more person Sam hesitated to ask for help, and that was Quinn. If I ask him to come here and help us, would he abandon all of those on the cursed planets to fight against Hilston? If I do that, then there is a good chance that many lives will be lost. The other question is whether we can even deal with Hilston on our own. but I'm not the cursed leader. Is it selfish of me to make this decision on my own? Sam hesitated at the moment. By now, everyone had already left the room, apart from Logan, who was controlling the main ship, because they knew they had a tough battle ahead of them. Inside the ship, Bonnie and Void were busy conducting their interviews with those in the Cursed, specifically ones that had recently been out on missions, as they wanted to know what their experience was when dealing with those from other factions. The red alert had been signaled, but the reporters were unaware of what the emergency call exactly was. But news spread fast, and soon the worries on everyone's faces could be seen. A full-out war, and they're attacking all three groups at once. I guess since the cursed ship is constantly in orbit and doesn't have a home planet it settles on, it could technically decide to help any of the groups. Although the most likely choice is to help out their own people. Bonnie thought. At the moment, she wished she was at one of the other planets, and at the same time didn't. Perhaps it was a sign telling her that she should avoid such a confrontation if she wanted to live. Instead, all she could do was continue interviewing people and ask them what they thought of the situation, although they were unsurprisingly far less willing to waste any time right now. Void, go live, Bonnie told her associate. We won't be able to edit anything out in that case, Void cautioned her. Yet Bonnie didn't care and pressed the button to go live herself. As a professional, her cameraman shut up and continued to roll. I'm sure by now everyone has received the news about the Dalki attacks. I'm reporter Bonnie, currently recording live from the Cursed faction ship, where worries of their families and loved ones are high. I'm sure just like all of you watching too. The live broadcast wouldn't be viewed by those doing battle, they were unable to, but this was more aimed at the families who were worried about their loved ones currently doing their part to protect them. Bonnie and Void filmed the soldiers that were soon going to go into battle. They didn't bother them as they were preparing, asking Nathan for a few words for the viewers. Everyone was surprised to hear that he and his group were going off to help those in the Earthborn group. The comments were positive, all supporting them and wishing them good luck in the battle. As they walked through the main hall of the cursed ship, suddenly a loud explosion came from their side. The heat could be felt on Bonnie and Void's faces. When turning around, they could see the front half of a small ship had managed to pierce the large faction ship, its front nose damaged and slightly bent. Nearly instantly as well, small little spiders surfaced around the damaged part of the ship, and the little robots were proceeding to repair it as quickly as possible, in order to equalize the pressure inside the place. It looked like Logan was on top of things, using his sole weapon. How did the ship get past my defenses and attacks? It was moving a lot faster than the others. Was that an ability? Logan thought. However, the hatch to the ship had opened, and out came a frail human who had dark bags on his eyes, and hardly any clothing or beast gear. A crowd from the Cursed had gathered around, trying to figure out what was going on. It's a human, they said, surprised. I know we were being attacked, but I thought it might have been a Dalki with all that was going on. Do you think that they could be V? Another said. Alert! This is a message from the Cursed faction vice leader. We are currently being attacked by a group of people from the Blade family. They are intruders with powerful abilities and are a threat. Hearing this, those from the Cursed stepped back and drew their weapons. However, it was hard for a lot of them to attack someone when they hadn't been attacked yet, but that soon changed, as the person lifted his hand to reveal the floating daggers on each side. Then tapping all of them, they started to shoot off like a bullet, straight at all of the members around them. The Cursed faction are being attacked by the Blades. Bonnie thought, trying to make sense of it all, and the tone coming from Sam didn't make it sound exactly safe either. I'm starting to think that maybe trouble comes wherever we are. Freedom. I will earn my freedom, the man cried out like a maniac, as he ran towards one of the cursed members that had fallen from his initial attack. Lifting the cursed member's sword, he intended to use his powers to increase the velocity of any item. He soon tapped the back of the sword and saw it spinning off again towards the reporter and the others. Before it could reach, a shadow raised up in front of them, and when it fell to the ground, the sword had been grabbed by someone. The next second, he started to infuse the sword with chi, and quickly threw it back, stabbing the invader directly in the chest, causing him to fall to the floor. Don't show the intruders any mercy, Nate shouted. You've seen it. They're here to kill us all. Behind him were 50 well-trained members of the cursed faction, all adapted to chi training. Void, are you getting all of this? We need to keep filming. The situation is getting hectic, Bonnie shouted, as the two of them ran for cover, trying to find a safer place to film from. Zooming in with his camera, that's when Void could see a strange deceive that had been dropped by the ship. However, he soon recognized it, and a few seconds later it had created a portal, activating on the spot. Seconds later, and multiple strong ability users could be seen storming into the cursed ship, all eager to regain their freedom. It took an immense amount of concentration for Logan to prevent the cursed faction ship from being blasted out of existence while also keeping the small ships from boarding onto their ship. Nevertheless, one of them had managed to slip through his defenses. By suddenly accelerating at a speed he had failed to foresee amidst his multitasking. Although they had weapons and small ships of their own, Sam had ordered all of them to stay inside. Their group simply was not suited for space combat, so their best chance at survival was for them to stay inside, especially to deal with any invaders like they had to now. I need help protecting the vital area of the ship. Logan used the intercom to make the announcement for everyone to hear. I can protect us, but without help I don't know for how long. Logan had to rely on the others to do their part. He had to hope that the inside wasn't too hectic from the one invader ship that had breached them. He was already using his sole weapon to repair the ship as best as he could, simultaneously taking control of the turrets on the outside to fire at any other ships that might surprise him. Soon though, Logan could see a huge problem. Using his powers, his sole weapon, he needed beast crystals, but everyone was busy doing their own thing. On top of that, for some reason, no one was refueling the beast crystals to power the weapons on board. Did something happen inside? The battle hasn't been going out for that long. It should be impossible for us to have already run out of crystals. I'll have to switch to just protecting our front to hold them off for a little longer. But someone needs to investigate ASAP. Just as Logan thought this, 5 more ships managed to bypass his defenses, going straight to the back of the cursed ship, spinning, avoiding the lasers. One of them had been hit on the wing but had crashed on top of the cursed ship itself. The other 4 were heading towards the thrusters of their ship. They flew close to the outside layer, making it hard for the lasers to reach them. Feeling safe, the pilot of the front ship didn't even register the large sword until it had already sliced his vehicle in half. The one behind it barely managed to evade the energy blast that had been fired off next. Woohoo! I'll have to thank Longblade and Avion after we survive this. Didn't think I'd get to use this thing so soon, and this one's a lot better than the one I used in the tunnels last time, Fex exclaimed, as his mech ran towards the other ships with the sword in his hand. After Logan's distress call, the vampire had rightfully believed that it would be his time to shine. In the main hall where the first ship had breached the cursed faction ship, the fighting had turned intense. Although the first enemy had been defeated, out of the portable portal around 20 more had come out, all in similar condition to the first man. Believing that he and his trained men should be able to handle them, Nate had ordered for the regular members of the cursed faction to get out and do their best to get to safety, something the non-combatants had gladly complied with. Nate was one of the more trustworthy leaders of the faction on the ship, whose strength was universally recognized since he had taught so many of them. We outnumber them nearly 3 to 1, and it looks like they hardly have any energy to run. This should be doable, Nate thought as he stepped forward and blasted a chi-powered fist into one of the invaders at the front. Alas, the next moment he was seen sliding across the floor, albeit hardly hurt. If anything, he was confused how his attack could have so little effect. What's going on? The combination of my vampire strength and chi powers are barely enough to move him. Looking at the man in front of him more closely, he could see that his stomach had been hardened. It looked nearly identical to the skill that Nate had learned in the past. That ability of hardening, it looks like it's stronger than when I used it, but I don't even recognize this person. How could an unknown be this strong? Although the cursed faction did indeed have more people on their side, it didn't take long for them to come to the realization that looks could be deceiving. Despite their shabby outer appearance, the invaders all proved why they had once been considered to be the strongest ability users in the world and why the Blades had bothered to kidnap them. The hardened one, now aware that he could take Nate's hit without a problem, charged forward once again. When he saw a black sword come swinging at him, he just grinned. Concentrating his hardening ability towards his stomach, he felt himself safe, at least until the blade connected and sliced through his body as if it was butter. A grunt was heard, and a large female with horns sticking out from her hair could be seen. "Layla, what the? How? No, when did you get so strong?" Nate questioned, seeing her in her second form, still baffled with how much ease the girl had taken care of the enemy. He had closely paid attention to her during her training before the fight with Helen, and he was sure he wasn't that powerful at the time. What exactly had happened in the relatively short time he hadn't seen her? "Thanks for the praise, but it's actually just this sword that's a bit special. I'll tell you more once we've dealt with them." A small group of chained were protecting the teleporter, making it impossible for the cursed faction members to get close. Seeing this, Layla was planning to get rid of them as quickly as possible. But the teleporter activated once again. "No, it can't be!" Bonnie exclaimed with her eyes lighting up large. The two of them had managed to hide in one of the hallways behind a broken door. It was stuck partially out so they could continue to film while remaining relatively safe. Still, the identity of the person came as such a shock that Void nearly dropped his camera. The large-bellied man slammed his two fists together, and flames started to run up and down his arms. "I will be free," the man proclaimed, and those near him repeated it, as if a chant. Just like all the others, he wasn't any ordinary person. Yet the man was special even among the other chained. After all, he used to be one of the big four, Bernie Sunshield. He had gone missing. Everyone had long since presumed him dead. "Layla, it looks like me and you are going to have to take that balloon down," Nate shouted, slamming his fists together and activating the hardening skill over his hands. Chi wasn't the only thing he had trained while the others had been away. Elsewhere on the ship, one of the chained who had walked through the portal had done so while using her invisibility ability. Just as instructed, once she found what she perceived as a safe place away from the eyes of others, she placed down another portable teleporter. The place she chose ended up being one of the canteens that were currently empty. More specifically, she had placed it in the kitchen area. Upon its activation, 4 people stepped out of it. A mostly blonde-haired man with some gray by the sides of his head in a full set of beast armor, a blonde-haired woman, and a pair of blonde twins. Vorden, Syl, Ratton, Shiro, Peter and Borden were currently in the room with the Blade kids. None of them intended to go out, the kids being their clear top priority. Unfortunately, there was no good place for them to hide on the ship, so the only thing they could do was attempt to border up and stay in one of the classrooms. "Did you guys manage to copy abilities off each other yet?" Vorden asked as the children continued to touch each other's hands, sharing their ability. Some of them had brave faces on, while others worried. As for Syl, right now Shiro was still busy trying to boost his friend's confidence. His body was no longer visibly shaking, yet this was mainly for the sake of his siblings. He understood that if he continued to act like he had before, then it would make them worry even more, and Syl couldn't do that to them. "Guys, do you remember how you all felt in that damn temple? Because I remember that suffocating feeling every single day. If we don't fight now, they will force us to return to that miserable life. I don't know about you, but I want none of that crap," Ratton shouted, getting his blades ready and not a moment too soon. The doors to the room were aggressively flung open, removing them from their hinges and swinging outward, but little Borden was able to jump up and grab them, making sure they didn't harm the students. "Brother Syl, you left us a nice surprise last time. I hope you can come back to us without putting up much of a struggle. We don't want to hurt you after all," Vicky said with a sadistic smile on her face, while her twin brother Pi just harumphed. "How dare you bully our little brother?" Vorden asked aggressively. "Tell her, what do we do with those that try to hurt Syl? We pull their limbs apart," Ratton shouted. The twins were taken aback by this. Nobody had told them anything about the cursed faction having humanoid beasts. Not only that, Since when could those talk, and since one was still related to them? Peter Borden, take the kids someplace else, otherwise they might get hurt. We will deal with those too, Borden ordered. Sil, save your strength until you see him. Trust the others. They are strong enough to help you. Peter and Borden clenched their fists and threw out a punch at the classroom wall, breaking through it. Looking back, Sil was wondering if the two of them would be okay. But he had other problems to worry about. Back in the canteen, the portal flickered once more, and a large man in diamond armor stepped out. In the main hall of the ship, those that had learned Chi alongside Nate were busy fighting against the chain that had come through the portal. They were all thankful for having learned the skill, because without it, they would have been seriously hurt and out of the fight by now. The strong ability users were able to hurt them, but through the power of Chi, they had managed to reinforce their bodies, lessening the blows that they would receive, in turn using attacks of their own. Of course, on top of that, they also had their own abilities as well. The problem was, the two groups had been at quite the stalemate, but that was about to change with Bernie Sunshield appearing. He had been hailed as one of the strongest fire users in existence. In almost an instant, everyone there had recognized who he was. For those who don't recognize him, the one who has just come out should be Bernie Sunshield. He was one of the big four that had gone missing during the Civil War. The Sunshield family had been annihilated, and no one knew by whom. Bonnie reported. It looks like today we finally got an answer to that. Although they had never been part of it, the Blade family had power rivaling any of the former Big Four, and the cursed faction are doing everything they can to survive. The whole world probably was confused by the situation happening at the moment. Only select families knew about the Blade family's existence, but it was not something the general populace had been aware of. After what Bonnie had witnessed last time, she had known a few details, and it was her job to report accurately on everything that was going on. That's when Bonnie heard a large bang, coming from another direction of the ship. It sounded far off in the distance. Have they managed to infiltrate other places as well? Looking around, she could see that there was no sign of the boy they called Sil. It didn't take much to figure out that the link the Blade family and the cursed faction shared was due to this person. How many drones do you have? Bonnie asked her associate. I have 4 altogether, not counting the camera I'm holding. Void answered. Let's spread them out around the cursed ship. See if we can find out anything else that is going on. Since we're already here, it's our solemn duty to show the cursed faction's valiant struggles. Bonnie ordered, and soon the drones started to fly up higher, avoiding getting hit as they went around the ship. Bernie's arms were covered in flames that were constantly spinning like small tornadoes, and it didn't take long for him to figure out which ones would be the best to take out first. Jumping off his short, large legs, a few sparks of flames were left behind, and now coming down upon both of them, Bernie was aiming to finish them off with one hit. Swinging her sword out, Layla was ready to slash right through the flames and bring down Bernie. At the same time, Nate gathered his strength and threw out his hardened blood fist. However, that wasn't the only thing he had done. Before the flames could reach him, the shadow extended from his fist and wrapped around the flames, dwindling them. This ability, Bernie remembered that he had seen it once before. Still, from his elbows, the fire grew larger and strengthened his fist, moving it forward with great speed, and both of them slammed into the two from the cursed faction. Layla's blade had managed to get rid of the flames directly touching the sword, but she still felt them go past her hair and face slightly, burning the surface of her skin. What are his hands made of if my blade can't cut through? Layla was surprised, but could see that Bernie had something similar to brass knuckles on his hand. If her blade wasn't able to cut through it, it meant he had to have similar strength to her. Even though the black blade had been able to negate the flames, the strength behind the punch had still sent her back quite a bit, tumbling on the floor. As she rolled on the ground, she was quick to get back up. Third form. The bottom half of her body changed to a serpent, and soon she spat the green fire on her burns by her face and sides. Slithering on the ground, she could get to Bernie quicker. Because Nate had managed to match Bernie's strength, he was still in the same position as before. Haha. I never thought in my dreams I would get to the point where I could match the strength of one of the big four. But here I am. Nate shouted to hype himself up, both hands held out. He had used all his chi in his body and his shadow ability to lessen the speed of the flames and the flame man's punch, while the blood hardening protected the outside of his hands. Both of his legs had sunken deep into the ground, to the point where the flooring panels had been lifted out. The only problem was, he no longer had his shadow to use. Blocking those flames had exhausted nearly all of his MC cells. Fortunately, he wasn't fighting alone. Layla appeared behind Sunshield, sure that her flame attacks would be useless against him. She decided to swing the blade towards Bernie's back. Your weapon seems to be able to block my flames, but it can't block them all. Bernie grunted, and slammed his foot on the ground. Heat was steaming from his nostrils, and in an instant, fire shot out from his back like a rocket. From the outside he looked like a flaming hedgehog. The only thing Layla could do was place the sword near her to block most of the flames and cover her body with chi. But still she was sent back and rolled onto the ground once more, reverting back to her first form. We can't beat him, he's too strong. I'll have to take on that form again. Seeing as her friend was struggling, that seemed like the only choice. Layla tried to think back to the fight against Agent 2 and all the hurtful things he had said. But her mind was going blank. What's wrong? Why can't I visualize it like I used to? You with the strange red hands, Bernie said, as he grabbed Nate's fist with his free hand and pulled it apart. Soon he grabbed the other fist as well. Now the vampire could feel it, that the temperature was rising in both of his hands. Arg! Nate started to scream even with the blood hardening, and his chi, the power was too much for him to handle. It was clear that Bernie hadn't been one of the big four just for show. The fire ability user overpowered the vampire with just his ability alone, but was almost toying with him. What is this crap? I can't just watch as someone dies in front of me, just because I can't get over my freaking mommy issues. Layla was screaming in her head. She could see the negative feeling all around in the room, but still as if a mental block was put on her. She was afraid of absorbing them and turning into that thing again. Seeing Nate suffer like this, she decided that there was one thing she had to try. She had already tested it on weapons before, but had never attempted to use her powers on a living being. I don't know if this will affect me in any way, but I can't just let Nate die. Layla put on a determined expression as she held out both of her hands toward Nate, and concentrated. It was at that moment that Nate started to feel something aside from the rising temperature. The power in his body was starting to swell. It felt similar to his power, yet slightly different. Is this chi? Just how much power is this? Turning his head slightly, he could see from the corner of his eye that Layla was on the floor stretching her hand out. This had to be her doing somehow. Layla had an abnormally large amount of chi. Not only her own, but her mother had given her powers that had been cultivated over the years. However, Layla's body couldn't handle the enormous strength of power without going to the fourth form. Still, there was something else she had subconsciously learned to do. Through her telekinesis powers, she had been able to infuse items with chi. She had done so when fighting against Agent 11, powering the broken sword with chi, to stab through his foot. Right now, she was doing the same. Using her telekinesis powers, she was transferring her chi to Nate. Unlike her, he had a strong trained body in martial arts and was a natural vampire rather than a subclass. Nevertheless, she was worried about the aftereffects this would have on both of them. Agent 2 had been proof that too much could lead to disastrous effects, but she couldn't hold back too much either. Pouring the chi in his hands, and using the blood hardening he had learned, the pain started to lessen. Oi, you pompous piece of flaming crap, you've always been the least favorite of the four for me. You always were too hot-headed, Nate shouted as he quickly broke free from Bernie's grip and grabbed the hands himself. The power was a little too much for Nate to handle, and his hands felt like they were going to explode if he allowed it to accumulate anymore. If all you can do is hold on to me, then this is useless, Bernie shouted back as he was ready to push forward once more, until shadows rose up and covered both the hands of Bernie once more. However, these shadows didn't belong to Nate. Unlike you and your old bullshit system, our cursed faction doesn't rely on the strength of just one person, Dennis shouted from behind and slammed the black sword he had picked up through Bernie's neck. Quickly jumping out of the way, Dennis was expecting a flame attack, but while doing so he threw out a blood swipe, and another blood swipe from another direction had come out, hitting the back of the sword, pushing it even further inside. Dennis had arrived not on his own, but with Megan as backup as well as with Sam. Dennis and Sam both had a strange blue glows on them, courtesy of Layla's supportive powers. How? I was one of the strongest ability users out there. I thought there was only one person who could beat me. How could I have lost just to 4 nobodies? Bernie questioned reality, as his breath was dwindling. A lot has changed since you have been away. I guess there's just a lot of strong people now. Nate answered. Bernie had been defeated, but the fighting was continuing in the ship. Layla had exhausted all of her powers once again. Unable to move from the ground, she nevertheless had a smile on her face, for not letting Nate die. Still, it seemed like this time her abnormal chi had even affected Nate, since he had almost collapsed to the floor instantly as well. Megan. Sam, we have to get them out of here, and get rid of the rest, Dennis shouted. Sam, seeing how much trouble everyone was in, and knowing what the blades were like, had predicted this. Their shadow powers were strong, but it took a toll on them. If someone else as powerful as Bernie would appear, there was no guarantee they could beat them now. There was no time for rest, but the world due to Bonnie and Void had just witnessed something unbelievable happen. Something beyond their understanding, and it looked like there was more to come, as the drone had entered a training room, where 2 humanoid beasts were facing off against the Blade family twins. The live stream had shown everything. The reveal of one of the Big Four working with the mysterious Blade family, and as quick as they learned of his existence, they quickly all witnessed his demise as well. During the time the video was playing, Bonnie did her best to inform everyone of who the Blade family really were. A secret family that had ruled the Big Four behind the scenes, the strongest ability users in existence. After witnessing everything so far, comments were coming in faster than ever under the video. Do you really believe that there was this Blade family behind the Big Four? They had the missing Bernie, so it has to be true. Maybe they have Mona as well. Besides, if it wasn't true, this video would have been taken down. Well, who is there to take it down? You have to remember that there is a war going on at the moment. Was Bernie always that weak? Maybe he wasn't all that. Did you see how the cursed members banded to beat him? Maybe that's how he was easily captured. My family has fought against the Sunshield. Trust me, their power is not exaggerated. If Bernie could have, he would have been able to destroy the whole ship with his flames. But why didn't they do that? There were a couple of things that had led to Bernie Sunshield's demise. One of them was the fact that he was unaware of their shadow ability and the strange black sword. Both of these things had been able to suppress the power of the flames that would have otherwise killed the others in an instant. On top of that, any large-scale attacks, there was a worry that the ship would be destroyed, but their goal wasn't to destroy the ship, it was to find a certain someone. Those other ability users. I recognize some of them. Isn't that Danny Wong, the famous wind user who went missing? Yeah, now that I take a closer look, I recognize a few of the others as well. They all went missing at some point in time. The reason why Sam had decided to come to the main hall to help out the others was because he had predicted this. When seeing the ships flying this way, he had been wondering just who could have been piloting them, and the only conclusion he could arrive at were the Chained. With them on board, he knew the fight was going to be tough. Now wasn't the time for him to sit back and stay in the command center. Leaving Logan in control and charge of everything, Sam had decided to go out and help. With his own shadow ability and vampire strength, he should be able to do something. Maybe the remaining ones weren't as strong as Bernie, but he knew that whoever the Blade family had kept around would have to have a powerful or useful ability. These were people whose strength would only be second to the Big Four. Quickly, move them to a medical bay or one of the training rooms. Sam ordered the cursed members nearby, while he swung a blood swipe from his hand, trying to ward off another ability user. Around him, that's when Sam noticed multiple dead bodies from the cursed faction, including those that had learned the chi powers. With Nate and Layla busy keeping Bernie in check, the stalemate had been broken. Also, looking at the attacker's eyes, he could see it. The hunger, as if they were obsessed with breaking out. Damn it, Peter. Where are you? I need to call Quinn, Sam finally decided as he pulled out his mask. Unfortunately, his call didn't go through and he could only leave a message. It seemed that whoever Quinn was fighting appeared to take all of the cursed faction leaders' concentration. It looks like we're on our own. Peter, with Borden on his shoulder, Sil and Shiro were leading the kids out of the training room and through the halls. They didn't know where to go, but they were looking for the place where there would be the least amount of trouble. The others, I can hear them fighting, we need to join them quickly, Peter thought, but also he couldn't just leave the kids. After all, it was Blade's goal along with Sil, and the big bad wolf had yet to show up. What are you doing? Adil asked as he stopped, and so did the other kids who were following behind the others. Why are we running away? We can hear the fighting going on. We need to help. You guys are who they're after. Shiro tried to explain. And do you think running is going to help? Adil replied. Hilston won't just go after us. He will try to kill everyone in this place. If they are fighting right now, then it should mean that he's using the chained. If that's the case, then it also means we're the ones most suited to fight them. We grew up learning how to use their abilities. Some of us can copy more than one ability and we've trained to fight against them. The stronger they are, the stronger we are. Due to the Blade kids' young age, the instincts of Peter and the others had been kicking in, believing that they had to be protected, kept away from the battlefield, but these weren't any normal kids. On top of that, they were right. Running away was just stalling for time, when they could be helping fight off the invaders. You're right, screw this. Let's go, Peter shouted, turning the other way, and now was heading towards the sound of where the fighting was coming from. Sil wanted to say something but couldn't, so instead he had decided to follow along with the others and head towards the main hall. Borden soon was seen jumping down and grabbing something from Peter's pocket on the way down. A green syringe, stabbing himself with it. His body soon started to revert to the normal size it once was. Come on, let's do this, Borden shouted. Everyone wait. A voice sounded through their communicators. I heard about what you are planning to, but you shouldn't just charge in blindly without a plan. If you want to face them, you should do it somewhere where you can have an advantage. You should head to the main hall because it's the safest place. The sensors on the ship indicate that there were more sources that had entered through another teleporter in the canteen area, and they have split up. I can't see who each one was, but two of them have stayed together as they had been heading to the classrooms not too long ago. Hearing this, it was easy enough to guess that it was Pi and Vicky, the two Blades they had just seen. So the strong ones came in later, which means he might be here as well. Sil mumbled. If you follow my instructions, I can safely guide you to the hall. I was only able to check now, since the attacks on the ship have stopped, but I still need to remain here to repair the ship as it gets damaged. If the attacks have stopped, I can only guess that one of those signals has to be Hilston. Even if this was the case, the other people who had entered after would soon join them. If it really was Hilston Blade, then that could mean death for the whole team. Wait, Peter said with a big smile on his face. The main thing we need to do is lure away the ones that are after Sil, right? Then I have a plan. Shiro, you take the kids to the main hall. Adil, I want you to beat the crap out of them all, and leave the others to us. The next second, Borden felt a mud mask being placed on his face, and his whole image was starting to change. Not much needed to change since Borden looked relatively similar to Sil in the first place. After that, Peter started to transform so he too looked like Sil, making the cursed faction have 3 Sils altogether. Shiro had left soon after, escorting the kids based on Logan's instructions, while the other 3 needed to decide which signal they would head towards. Are you sure this is a good idea? Sil asked worriedly. My mother and father are both ridiculously strong as well, and if any of you two were to meet Hilston, you might not make it out alive. I think all 3 of us should head to one signal and team up on them. Do you feel like you stand a chance against Hilston in a fight? Peter asked. The real Sil remained silent, but the one who was actually Borden was nodding away. You see, we're not scared of Hilston. With the way you are now, Sil, I don't think you could beat him. Just promise me that if you see one of the others, use them as a warm-up, and come save our arses later, Peter said, running off. The 3 of them split up, each heading towards the different signals around the ship. One of them had headed to the canteen and could now see an old blonde-haired man with white hair walking there. Another headed to the entertainment area, where the games would often be, and could see a beautiful middle-aged woman. Lastly, heading towards one of the other training rooms, there was a man in a full set of diamond armor. "Oh my! I never expected for you to come to me on your own. What a reunion this seems to be," Hilston said with a smile on his face. Clenching his fist and lifting his head, a smile could be seen. "Come on, you crazy old bastard. I'm going to knock your head back a couple of times." Out in the main hall, things were getting tough for the cursed faction. While they had initially been valiantly attacking the intruders, convinced that their high numbers would be enough to defeat them, the tides had turned and the chained continued to push them back for more reasons than one. "More and more of them are coming through that damn teleporter," Sam observed, drinking some of the blood from his flask. He had overused his blood skills trying to help his subordinates, but to limited effect. Those around him had switched their fighting styles to a more defensive one, mostly trying their best to survive this battle. Truth be told, if it wasn't for the cursed faction leaders being there fighting alongside them, many might have fled. The enemies they were facing were just too strong. "They must be the ones in the ships who had been attacking us earlier. Hopefully Logan might be able to help us soon. Otherwise it doesn't bode well for us. Nearly half of the people that Nate had trained have died, while we have only managed to get rid of 6 of them, including Bernie." Thinking about this, Sam was biting his lip. They needed a new strategy, fast. There were still many travelers aboard the ship, but all of them were weaker than the ones still holding the chain back. Getting them involved would only increase the body count, something he wanted to avoid, if at all possible. In the middle of his thoughts, an ability user had reached Sam, after having subdued the faction member in between the two. He opened his mouth wide and let out a loud scream that pushed Sam's whole body backwards. As a vampire, Sam had strength on his side, but his ears were far more sensitive than a human's, causing him to cover them up with his hands. Not only did it hurt him, but it appeared to have a paralyzing effect on him. With a spear in his hand, the ability user was ready to thrust it forward, until something whizzed past the two of them. The next second, the ability user received a punch in his stomach. The chain tensed, but the blow hardly hurt. Looking forward, he was unable to see the assailant. But the next second, another scream was let out directly next to his ear. His eardrum burst open, blood flowing down his ear. He fell to the floor, which allowed him to see that the one who had done him in was but a mere child. Then another one ran up to him, creating a giant fist, and swung it down, hitting the man's whole head and upper body, knocking him out. "That's one down, a couple dozen more to go. Come on, we need to help and deal with the rest," Adil shouted. Other Blade kids charged on to the scene. They were working in groups of 3, allowing them to display a surprising amount of teamwork. Adil was the one who had saved Sam. He had used a speed-type ability to quickly arrive at the chained and hit his stomach. The damage might have been limited, but Adil just needed to touch him to copy the sound user's ability. Next, another Blade kid who also had the speed ability touched Adil's hand, passing on the power, and jumped up to the side of the chain's ear, using the same power on himself. Lastly, one of the Blade's kids with a growth ability created a giant fist, whacking the chained in the head. "I guess it was actually a good idea we came here after all," Shiro said, lifting Sam up by the arm. The cursed faction vice leader couldn't quite believe his eyes, but a bunch of young kids were managing to do what a group of trained men had failed. "You're surprised, right? While hanging around Syl and Peter for a while, I realized something. Even before Ratton and Vorden had returned, these kids spent all their time training to fight. Practicing with Ratton just made them that much better. It seemed like they had a good base to start with as well," Shiro explained. Now the tide was once again in their favor. For a second, Sam believed they could do it, and he didn't intend to slack off either. It would be a shame if they let the kids be the reason for why the cursed faction would survive such an attack. However, soon 3 of the Blade kids found themselves in a tricky situation. The trio had charged towards a man with black tattoos covering his eyes, but when they approached him, he had been unafraid. The group of kids had remained cautious of him, but when they got close, He suddenly dashed forward, and instead of them touching him, he touched the heads of two of them, their bodies immediately sinking to the ground, their own weight crushing them on the spot. What is this? I can hardly move, and it feels like an elephant has sat down on me. Trying to lift up their hands, they barely could fight it with all their strength before they were pushed down again. Oh, so it's not heavy enough for you. You seem to have the same ability as the blades, but a touch is exactly how my ability activates. They told us not to kill you, but if I die here, what's the point? The man spoke as he increased the gravity their body was under even further. Both kids let out a gasp of air, as they felt like their lungs were crushing and collapsing within themselves. Let them go, Sam demanded, and threw two large lines of red aura directly at the tattooed man. When the blood swipe was halfway, they seemed to hit something and shattered there and then. Another ability user was seen standing by the side, with his hands on the ground. He was the one who had blocked the attack. These people, they're not thinking straight. They're mad enough to even kill kids for their freedom. Sam thought, but no matter how hard he tried to charge forward, people would continue to get in his way. There was no hope for these two children. I cannot let such an act happen, right in front of me, an old voice yelled. A flash of blue hit the tattooed man. It lifted him up into the air, and the attack continued to push him onto a wall. His whole body shaking, foam coming out of his mouth, until the attack had stopped and he was allowed to fall to the floor. Now standing in the middle of the two kids, his old wrinkled hands could be seen, with blue lightning twirling around his fingers. Bonnie and Void were no longer in the hall, but Void, able to control what was being displayed on the livestream, had switched to the main hall camera, which continued to record everything. Hey! Does anyone know where I could have seen that old man before? That grandpa has a lightning ability. How many people do you know who have it? That's Grim Greylash, the ex-leader of the Greylash family. The comments under the livestream continued to flood in. The old man soon fired his lightning towards two other users who were close to hitting some of the Blade kids. Doing such deeds is not worth our freedom. I would rather fight against our captors again, rather than resort to harming innocent kids, the old man Grim yelled. Smiling at the situation, Sam never thought that perhaps there would be those in the chain that still had the will to fight back. In the canteen, a middle-aged man whose hair was starting to gray could be seen. He was wearing gold armor with large oval shoulders, had a great sword in his hand, making him look like a knight of old that had fought in many battles in the past. Syl, you should understand why we're doing this. You know why we have to listen to him. There is no human on earth that is stronger than him. You know how things will end if I fight you, son? So just come with me willingly. Clenching his fist, Syl's whole hand was shaking. You're not the one, Syl mumbled. You're not the one I wanted. That means someone else is fighting against him. I have to help. Not wasting any time, like a flash, Syl moved so fast that his father was unable to see him. The next second, and he could feel a strong fist hit him from behind in the back and had lifted him in the air. It wasn't just one, but the punches continued to rain down, hitting the armor one by one. The armor was strong, but it wasn't invincible. Using the power of 6 high-level abilities at once, and the strength ability, Syl's hands were out, damaging the armor. Blood was coming out from his father's mouth. The damn kid, he isn't like he was before. What did he do to get so strong in the meantime? He moved his hand slightly towards the sword, but before he could, Syl was seen above him, and using both hands he slammed down, hitting his father to the floor. The next second another kick came, hitting him again. His father could simply do nothing to stop the constant attacks happening his way at him. I don't have time. They need me, Syl shouted, as he started to imitate the hammer punch of Quinn's. Stomping one foot on the ground, pulling back and snapping his arm out, hitting his father right in the stomach and sending him flying through the doors, ripping them out as he went past. Not a single hit. Syl hadn't even been damaged in the slightest, but he didn't notice because he only had one thing on his mind. I have to go find Hilston before it's too late. Not being able to move, lifting his head slightly, the middle-aged blonde-haired man didn't know where he was, but he knew what had happened. Syl, I wish you luck, because you're going to need it. Perhaps you can break free from this life that we weren't able to. I'm tired of this act. While everyone was still busy fighting inside the cursed ship, a beeping sound could be heard coming from the command center. At first Logan thought that their bad luck streak was continuing, but when he saw the reason behind it, a slight smile came back on his face, a ray of hope. As long as they could hold out for a little while longer, there might be a way out of this without anyone else dying. This is one of my favorite rooms to be in. It's a shame that it's going to be trashed any second now. Syl thought inside the entertainment room. It was filled with VR machines, AR games, block, a bar and more. Standing opposite him was a beautiful middle-aged woman in golden armor. From the looks of it, it must have been custom designed as it was form-fitting, allowing for ease of movement. Syl, when did you get so aggressive? She questioned him, convinced that the one before her was her son. You should know that your little act of rebellion is utterly useless. When has Hilston ever not gotten his way? Just come back to us, my dear son. Being friends with Syl and related to Vorden, one might think that he would be upset at hitting his so-called mother, but Borden knew the truth as well. Hearing her say such things was making him grind the back of his teeth. Son, how can you say such a thing so easily when you know it's not true? Syl shouted in protest. When have any of you ever treated us as family? Hilston isn't even around at the moment. Yet you are still keeping up this dumb act. A bulging vein could be seen sticking out from the side of the woman's forehead. One could tell she was angry even though the smile on her face remained. The truth was, she wasn't Syl's mother. Nor was she Borden's, Ratton's, or any of the other Blade kids, as all of them only had one true father, and that was Hilston himself. An act that he had forced upon them all. You make me sick, Borden shouted, ready to charge forward. But before he could take even a single step he was hit by a large bolt of lightning. Borden had been able to feel the tingles before the attack had hit him, so he had firmly planted his feet on the floor. Bracing himself, gritting his teeth, he had allowed the bolt to hit. It continued to shock him, and the Blade Mother was now starting to worry. He's not going down. Did he copy a hardening ability? The Blade Mother wondered as she sent out more and more bolts. The mud mask disguise started to fall off, peeling from his face, and eventually changing the rest of his body with it, revealing Borden's real appearance. The scales running down his arms and on his head. The attacks were hurting him, but simultaneously they were releasing a hidden energy inside of his body. After all, the more Adalki got hurt, the more power they were able to summon. He quickly fought through the pain and dashed to the side, picking up the strange block machine that was the same size as a boxing bag, and hurled it at where his mother was standing. Stopping her lighting, the woman quickly created a giant fist of earth the size of an elephant and swatted it away. You're not my son, she shouted. The smile on her face had disappeared. Feeling like she had been played for a fool, she was ready to get serious. Following Hilston's order, she had held back, not wanting to accidentally kill the boy he was after. But given Borden's current appearance, it was impossible to recognize him as a fellow Blade kid. Neither is Syl, Borden shouted, punching through the giant fist, causing it to split into multiple smaller rocks. Using this to cover himself, he dashed in and threw out another, hitting her chest, sending the woman flying away through the air. However, at the same time she had opened both of her palms, firing out a jet of water which slammed into the three-spiked Dalki boy. His body crashed through several of the VR machines and block games until he had hit the bar area, breaking all the glasses and stools. Damn it! I hope they aren't going to make me pay for all this. The woman's abilities were strong, but it seemed like that was really all the Blade Mother had going for her. If that was the case, then the fight would be easier than Borden had imagined. Perhaps he had thought this too soon. He could see the Blade Mother getting up from the ground. Adalki's punch was no joke, breaking multiple bones even under the armor. A small bit of blood could be seen coming from her mouth, but the next second the golden armor started to glow brightly. By the time the light dimmed, she looked to be uninjured. Even the armor itself was back in pristine condition. The active skill had healed all of her wounds instantly. That's not fair. Why doesn't beast gear work for me? Borden was complaining, but that was when his Dalky senses told him that something was up. He could feel a terrifying presence had arrived. At the same time, Pi and Vicky Blade were fighting against two humanoid beasts. One of the abilities that nearly all of the Blades had decided to take before invading the cursed faction ship was the lightning ability. Unfortunately for the twins, it proved to be almost completely ineffective against the mud-like demigod tier beast's body, and Ratton continued to absorb the attacks for both of them. Not only that, but in terms of power, strength and skill, it was hard for the twins to match up. Both of them felt like they were really down to two abilities. I don't understand. I was sure that one of them had to be controlling the beasts, but these two are acting fine even with them gone. Vicky exclaimed in frustration. There was something else that was bugging Pi as well. Each of the twins was able to hold a total of 3 abilities, but as long as they held hands together then had access to even more powerful versions of their 6 abilities. However, whenever Pi and Vicky would get close, the tailed beast would throw out an attack or charge into the middle of the two of them, forcing them to separate. Once again, Pi glanced over to hole in the wall, which the others had used to escape. The few times he had tried to get close to it, a giant slash of wind would come at him, and Tails would follow up. Didn't we already tell you? Vorden spoke as he went to punch Pi in the face, which the Blade Boy dodged. He grabbed the beast's fist and pulled it forward, intending to knee it in the stomach, but before his attack could connect, one of the tails bound the leg. The two of them continued in this fashion, exchanging punches and kicks, blocking none of them using an ability as they got swayed in the middle of combat, until, Vorden? Am I dreaming? Is that really you? But how? Pi questioned. Vicky, on the other hand, was still firing off her abilities at the demigod tier beast, struggling to face what she believed to be the stronger of the two opponents. Has that thing hit your head? How does that thing look even remotely similar to Vorden? Vicky shouted. However, Pi could tell. Back when they had been living in the castle, they would fight multiple times, and Pi enjoyed teaching Vorden how to fight. Since Vorden would be in control of Syl's body most of the time and Vorden wasn't the best when it came to fighting, it had almost become a routine for them, and from the way the Emperor tier beast fought, he could tell. Since you know that now, let's stop this, Pi. I know you still care for Syl and us, so why are you following his orders? Vorden asked in the beast's voice. Hearing this, and distracted, even Vicky, and a slip in concentration allowed for Muddy to make a cut across her forearm. Damn you, she shouted, leaping back. If that one's Vorden, then this fucker must be Ratton. It was at that moment that Vicky realized something was up as well. No beast should have thought like this, and even the weapons that were muddled looked more like beast weapons than anything. It can't be. She froze, but there was no time for chatting, as a red signal was flashing around the whole cursed ship, and soon it was starting to shake once more. In one of the other training rooms, Hilston could be seen with his hands held out, pointing towards Syl. You dare to call me crazy? Hilston shouted as he had stretched out one hand. The real Syl would never have such guts. Apart from your sharp tongue, you don't seem to have much else going for you, though. I always enjoy seeing someone proud kneel down before me, Hilston commented as Peter's body did the gesture without his will. Telekinesis is commonly regarded as one of the weakest abilities out there. Even the strongest users can't do much due to the limitation of their MC cells, but for my Blade family it's no problem. Peter struggled, but only resulted in him moving slightly. It looked more as if he was shaking in fear more than anything. He knew a bit about Hilston's ability from Layla. She had once described it to him as moving an invisible force. If one could break free from it, then Hilston would have to locate him again to use it, shooting out the invisible force. If telekinesis really is that strong, then why the hell did you still lose that fight back then, huh? Peter taunted him. In that moment, using all his strength, activating the beast gear he had, the white broke free from the power pushing off the ground. It felt like he was pushing against a solid steel door, but he knew that for a brief second after saying those words Hilston should lose concentration. Quinn has been doing what he can to grow stronger, just so he can deal with people like him. It's time to show him that I've been getting stronger as well. Peter thought as he dashed forward, and was now by Hilston's side. "You have no idea," Hilston harumphed, as he simply moved the back of his hand. Peter was confident in his strength. He was confident to have grown alongside Quinn's strength, but something had played in his head. Protect the head, a lesson that had been ingrained in Peter for a long time ago. At the speed Peter was traveling at, if his punch wasn't able to overpower Hilston's back slap, then the slap would hit his head. Knowing this, Peter changed his punch and pulled out the tonfa that were kept by his side, lifting them up. Immediately, the tonfa broke, and the next second, he could feel the bones in his arms crushing as he was flung to the other side of the room, embedded into the wall. "Thank you for reminding me, but I won't make that mistake again," Hilston said, as the armor on his body was slightly glowing. It was at that moment that all of Peter's confidence in winning this fight disappeared. "This guy is a monster. He'll kill everyone." The room started to flash red constantly, and the entire ship started to rumble. Then it started to shake to the extreme. Explosions were going off in different areas. "What's going on? The attacks should have stopped by now. Did one of my tools dare to betray me?" Hilston thought, rage on his face visible. Soon though, a loud bang sounded directly from above them. Parts of the ceiling fell to the floor, and then an equally loud bang was made as something had hit the floor. Peter, looking towards what had just landed and caused all the noise. All he could see at the moment was an incredibly long-looking tail, black in color. "Let's just hope this was the right decision, and I haven't just doomed us all," Logan mumbled, already half regretting what he had just done. With the simultaneous Dalki attacks going on everywhere, all three main factions were suffering. The battles that were being held in space soon went toward the planets. It seemed like the Dalki weren't really fond of space combat either, as they believed in their own physical prowess. It had been the same back during the First War. A large mothership, black in color but odd-shaped like a blimp, had been used to reach Earth. Whatever attacks they had used against this mothership had been ineffective. Once that large ship had been close enough, it had fired out several black pods to invade their home planet. It was nearly the same this time. The main difference was that the pods were landing on the beast planets instead. Having to evaluate everything that was going on was Satch, the new Supreme Commander. The giant Bertha ship had drifted towards the centermost planet of all those that belonged to their group at the moment. "It's just like before. Even after several years we are unable to create anything that can damage that damned ship." They aren't exactly holding themselves up in those either. Are they pursuing an overall goal by taking over the beast planets, or do they just do it to cut off our resources? "Jane, have there been any reports about any strong signals? Or any sighting of Dalki force spiked or higher in the Earthborn group?" Satch asked, listening in to the constant reports that were coming from each of the planets. Not one of them was doing well at the moment. The silver lining was that they were able to hold their position, but for how long? A week? A month? That wasn't even accounting any rogue elements. Negative, none of the leader-type Dalki, as you refer to them, have shown up on any of our planets. However, I feel the need to point out that there are those struggling more than others. Planet Kaladi didn't have any strong forces stationed there, since it's been classified as a green portal planet. Careful estimation predicts that they won't be able to last to the end of this day until they are taken over. Their leader has already requested help from the Cursed faction. I got word from General Nathan that he should be arriving soon with 2 army groups. Should I send them to reinforce Planet Kaladi? Thinking about this, Satch was wondering if there was any point fighting for Planet Kaladi and a few other green portal planets. They made for ideal living areas for the humans and also good training spots, but they were also planets that strategically speaking could be called expandable. He also had the words of the Vice-Cursed faction leader on his mind. With all the other planets struggling as well, Satch had to agree with Sam's suggestion. They couldn't save them all. Tell Nathan and his group to escort everyone from Planet Kaladi to one of these planets. Satch ordered as 4 planets lit up on the screen. They were close to each other and had high-tier beasts. They weren't exactly safe for civilians to live on, but in such a critical time they couldn't be too choosy. The military needed to concentrate their resources and protect what was most important. When he's done on planet Kaladi, I want him and the 2 army groups to continue with escort duty. Assign him 2 of the Bertha ships and get as many people off those planets as possible before you bring them here. Jane saluted and immediately proceeded to send the messages out to all the others, but there was something worrying the Supreme Commander. Satch was sure that the Dalki were smart enough to launch a simultaneous attack on all of their planets. They might also have information on what planets were most important to the humans. In turn, they would send strong forces to make sure to get rid of them. Perhaps they might have even predicted their current course of actions, but it was all the better for them. The Dalki would have to leave behind a token army if they wanted to claim each of those beast planets, causing humanity to fight against fewer Dalki in the end. Unfortunately, they had yet to see any Dalki leaders, so where were they? After Jane had finished sending and giving out the orders, she looked back at Satch, noticing he wanted to ask something. According to our reports, which planet is currently facing the most trouble? All of the shelters on them are a rank, so there shouldn't be too much difference. Unless there is a terrain issue, Satch asked, hoping he could perhaps pinpoint the location of them doing this. The planet that is struggling the most is Killer. It's a red portal planet that is mostly covered in snow and forest. However, the terrain shouldn't be a problem, and actually the forces there are greater than anywhere else. Jane reported. Greater there than anyone else? Is the faction living there particularly strong? Satch was a little confused. No, that is the planet that Head General Samantha is currently on. She has taken some of Oscar's strongest people with her. Yet they are struggling more than any other. That was the answer that Satch was looking for. This was the planet that he needed to be at the most. The large Bertha ship stayed in orbit away from the 4 planets. If one was to look through the glass in the command center, they could see 2 of the planets in the distance in view. If they zoomed in, they could also see 2 of the Dalki mother ships. They would often stay in orbit after dropping the black pods. Seeing this was also the confirmation that the Dalki forces far surpassed humanity's expectations. When they had come to attack Earth, there had only been 1 of them. Satch had just landed on planet Killer. He had made sure to arrive on a part of the planet where no battles were taking place. Since the fortresses were well guarded and stronger, ability users were prepared to fight off the Dalki. Seemingly realizing that the Dalki would come in groups to test certain things, and after a short battle retreat. Once he arrived at the shelter, the first thing Satch noticed was the state of the east wall. It was worse than he had thought. There was a large hole that had been slightly fixed with the Earth ability. In its current state, it wouldn't even hold against the weakest of Dalki attacks. Bunkers had been built a few hundred feet away from the shelters as well. He could see scout groups heading out and returning, but the worst thing was that snow around the area was covered in blood. Red blood. His first destination was wherever Samantha was. A soldier quickly pointed out the way, and on his way Satch was wondering one thing. Was the fact that this planet was performing worse than the others related to the Dalki focusing more effort into it? Or was this a result of her not really being in the right state of mind? Reaching the north wall, he could see Head General Samantha there, in a makeshift tent, looking at a digital map at the place. Supreme Commander Satch, I'm sorry that I couldn't greet you when you were coming in, but we are in a dire situation, Samantha reported as she briefly looked up, to which he just replied with an at ease. Coming up to the map, Satch looked at everything it displayed, which was the locations they had seen the Dalki. She wasn't the only one in the room. There were also 4 strategists of war. They weren't great in strength, but had helped Oscar many times. Perhaps you could shed some light on our situation. Whenever our scouts have discovered a few Dalki scanning out the area, we have followed them, only to end up led into a trap time after time. No matter how cautious we are, or how we change up our tactics, they manage to trick my man. At the same time, even when badgering up and moving our defenses to one side of the wall, it's as if they know which wall we borrowed our powers from. They seem to have great insight into our moves. Now, Satch understood how the wall had been damaged. If the Dalki were coming from the west section, then Samantha needed to make the choice to reinforce the wall with troops from the north, south, or east walls for support. She had done so from the east wall, the wall furthest away, and yet somehow the Dalki had been ready with a strong force attacking from there. Am I the issue? Samantha couldn't help but ask it out loud. It wasn't as if she was unaware that what happened to her father had messed her up. Usually she would be quite good at tactical warfare, being even more alert than Satch. No, the issue isn't you at all, Satch said, pivoted his foot and swung his other leg out, slamming it at one of the strategist's head, hooking him by the back of the neck. With sheer power, he brought the man's head down and pinned it onto the ground. That when they could see it, while the strategist was stuck under Satch's foot struggling, his eyes were glowing red. He was a V? Samantha realized. But how did you know?